What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 70U Chapter 241 Breaking with One Punch, Chapter 241. Break with one punch. The joint attack of Wind Shadow Puppet plus Hell Road plus Deidara all failed. But there is also Kakuzu, who is ready for remote ninjutsu output at this time. Wind Style Harm. Advertisement, Fire Style Head Hard. Released by the Nature Mask, the combined ninjutsu of high-level wind style plus high-level fire style forms a raging flame like a sea of fire. Tianming opened his mouth and exhaled, the passion of the Ice Devil. The sea of fire was instantly annihilated. Kakuzu's pupils suddenly tightened, and the combined ninjutsu that he had accumulated for a long time was cancelled out by the opponent's blow. Whoosh! Spotting the moment when the opponent lost his mind, Tianming rushed in front of the ladder with a stride. Kakuzu suddenly thought that something was wrong, and at the same time, he knew that he couldn't dodge it, so he could only transform all the chakra in his body into Earth-style defense. Earth-style hardening technique. Puff, completely ignoring Earth-style's defensive power. A Zanpakuto in Tianming's hand pierced hard into his heart. Kakuzu vomited blood from mouth 13 and closed his eyes. Kakuzu. Everyone was shocked. The hellhounds charged at Tianming. Puff. Tianming swung a knife with his other hand and chopped off its dog's head. But what is surprising is that several heads quickly grew from the severed head of the hellhound, and it opened its bloody mouth to bite Tianming's whole body. Tianming's Zanpakuto stuck in Kakuzu's body was temporarily unable to be pulled out by the Earth-style card owner, and the other one was caught by the mouth of the hellhound. But at this time, a clay snake ran behind him at some point. Deidara let out a loud cry. Drink. Boom. This time it finally detonated successfully. It's a pity that Tianming's figure left the range of the explosion first, without any injuries. Universal pull. Advertisement. Nagato gravitationally drew Kakuzu towards him, and Rinnegan took a close look. I was pierced through the heart with a knife, and it is hopeless. However, at this moment, one of the nature masks automatically got into Kakuzu's body. Plop plop plop, the heartbeat resumed. Kakuzu twitched all over his body and opened his eyes. Damn it. You broke one of my hearts. Kakuzu reached out and pulled out the Zanpakuto that pierced through the heart, throwing it to the ground. Really? This is your ability? Nagato gave him a deep look. With his eyesight, he can probably see the principle of ninjutsu used by the opponent at this time. It is nothing more than placing 4 hearts on different nature masks so that he can use high-level ninjutsu with different attributes. Once the heart on his body is destroyed, he can also transplant the heart on the nature mask to replenish it. This is also the first time for everyone to see Shao, but this is also normal. After all, no ninja will reveal all his whole cards at will, isn't it? Crack. Tianming snapped his fingers and used the knife chain with Zagetsu to recover the 2 knives. But this time, he didn't pick up the double knives, but stuck them in front of him with a leisurely expression on his face. Using the same ability continuously makes me feel a little tired. Deidara froze for a moment, then shouted angrily. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** made a movement of stretching his muscles and bones, let out a long breath, and said casually. Is it difficult to play? Hole? Kakuzu was even more furious. Mad's game broke my heart, don't be easily provoked by the enemy. Conan kept a calm face, persuading. Look at what you said, I want to crush you, it seems that I need to use a strategy. Tianming spread his hands and said contemptuously. Nagato was speechless, manipulating hell technique to rush towards Wei Ming with fangs and claws. Amaterasu. Tianming stared at him. The latter was ignited by the black flame, causing it to whimper and howl. Even with the ability to proliferate infinitely, Amaterasu will not be extinguished until the target is burned to ashes. Cerberus automatically disarms summoning. Advertisement. Damn guy. Just let the horse come here, I don't believe that all of us can't beat you alone. Deidara yelled angrily. This is what you call mindless provocation. You secretly buried a bunch of mines in the ground, do you think I don't know? Tianming sneered. Whether it is eternal Mangekyō Sharingan's, seeing, or observation Haki's, listening. All the traps prepared by the other party are nothing but tricks in front of him. Even if you can see through my trap, it's useless. I've placed hundreds of clay mines around here, even if you dodge them one by one, your mobility will be greatly reduced. Deidara tried to be calm and authentic. Tianming didn't bother to push him too much, so he stomped on the ground. Open black lens bracket shock fruit close black lens bracket, earthquake earth fissure, buzz buzz. I saw that the entire earth shook violently, and the amplitude and intensity were comparable to a natural disaster earthquake in the true sense. Boom 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 boom, the earth shook violently, and all the mines buried in the ground exploded immediately. Billowing smoke and dust obscured the sight of the audience. Not good. Everyone in 900 Shao secretly thought that something was wrong, but at this time the ground under their feet was shaking constantly, and their mobility also dropped greatly. Bang bang bang, every time Tianming walked, he would leave a deep frost footprint on the ground, and it was precisely by using the frozen adhesion that he made his steps stable. Clatter. Conan immediately manipulated a large number of pieces of paper to float in midair and sensed the location of the target through the fluctuations in the air. Scorpion, he's heading for you. What? Shia's face suddenly changed drastically, and at the same time, he really felt a chill coming from behind that made his hair stand on end. Shock, air shock. I saw Tianming swinging his fist wrapped in the white air pressure mask and slam hard on the back of the scorpion. At the critical moment, Scorpion immediately manipulated the wind shadow puppet to stand behind him. At the same time, a large amount of sand and iron was gathered to form an extremely heavy shield. Sand-iron shield. Blocked. Under Tianming's punch, the sand-iron shield was shattered in an instant, and the wind shadow puppet behind it was also shattered to pieces. Kacha kacha, the overwhelming power of the shock penetrated all the way to the crimson amber on the outer layer of the scorpion. When it was finally affected, the body of the scorpion escaped in embarrassment. With one punch, the two puppets were completely destroyed. Chapter 242 Perfect Susanoo. Chapter 242 Full Body Susanoo. One punch. The body of the scorpion was forced out, and a large number of cracks appeared in the body of the puppet. Damn. My third case cage, and Scarlet Amber, Filiuhu has the highest defensive power among all the puppets of the scorpion, but it doesn't feel bad if it is destroyed, just make a new one. But this wind shadow puppet is absolutely unique. Now it has become a pile of rotten copper and rotten iron. For a puppet master, the puppet is his weapon, and the combat effectiveness will be reduced if the equipment is damaged. Of course, this is not enough to make Shay helpless, even his body is a powerful puppet. Kacha kacha, opening the mechanism in the abdomen, a poisoned steel cable was stretched out, a sharp rotating blade was stretched out behind him, the palms of both hands were opened, and a nozzle was drilled out of each. Scroll. Inferno Prison. Through the pre-prepared fire-style reel, emit a flame with powerful melting power and temperature from the jet tube in your hand. Scroll Dramatic Eclipse. With the pre-prepared water-style reel, send a blast of corrosive and poisonous water from the spray pipe in your hand. Kakuzu summoned 3 nature masks at the same time. Fire-style Head Hard, Wind-style Harm, Lightning-style False Darkness. Triple high-level escape technique, come and enjoy my art, number 18. I saw Deidara made a large clay bomb and threw it over. Asura Dao, Strange Wrist Rocket. Nagato also summoned the mech rocket launcher. Explode the paper array. Conan manipulated a large number of pieces of paper with detonation talisman formulas written in advance, and flew towards Tianming. Faced with the multiple attacks coming from all directions in front of him, Tianming's eyes widened, and the powerful pupil power of eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was released vigorously. Swish! The black chakra soared into the sky, forming a huge human figure. The huge chakra quickly took shape, and the body was covered with thick armor. Perfect Susanoo. Advertisement: there is no extra movement, just draw the sword and slash. With one blow, break Senluo. The terrifying knife pressure turned into an unstoppable slashing wave, instantly annihilating the joint attack of all Xiao Xiao's members, and at the same time released a shockwave that would destroy the world. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone in Xiao was knocked down by each of them. They were horrified to find that the Hokage rock-faced statue on the distant mountain behind them had also been cut off. My hand. The mountain quilt. One of Deidara's hands was swept away by the aftermath, and it was gone, but after seeing that the mountains in the distance behind him were cut off, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he only lost one hand. How can that be? The puppet on the scorpion was severely damaged and had already lost its ability to fight. This destructive power reminds me of Senju Hashirama back then. One of Kakuzu's hearts was exploded again, and another nature mask returned to the body, and the heartbeat resumed. Although he often boasted that he had fought against Senju Hashirama, in fact, when he challenged the latter, the opponent put wood style casually, and he ran away in fright. It's not in the same dimension as our power. The paper wings behind Conan were scattered, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood, obviously suffering a lot of trauma. Has his strength reached such a level? At the critical moment, Nagato resorted to Shenluo Tianzheng, centered on himself, released a strong repulsive force, and managed to protect himself. Looking at the scene of being razed to the ground all around, his face was also full of horror. This full-body Susanoo has surpassed the mountain peak in terms of size, standing among the leaves, and everyone can see it. This shocked the 5 hidden ninjas who were fighting. They stared dumbfounded at the terrifying giant. Tianming. As expected, I have fully mastered that. Uchiha Fugaku also used Susanoo at this time, but in terms of scale, it is obviously not at the same level, it is probably equivalent to the 3rd state. Chakra is golden, has flesh and part of the armor, holds a Fuma Shuriken, only the upper body and no lower limbs. This evil pupil power is almost the same as Uchiha Madara back then. Onoki's expression was low and authentic, peeved. Sarutobi Hiruzen stabbed 3rd Raikage through the chest. Puff, 3rd Raikage pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart with one finger. Advertisement: the 2 aging ninjas have both ushered in the end of their lives. Fight to the death. My lord father. Witnessing his father's death in battle, Sarutobi Asuma suddenly felt extremely sad, and the intense emotion flowed along the nerves of the brain and flowed into the Sharingan of the left eye, thus producing a new mutation. The 3 hooked jades are connected into one piece, and the pupils become bigger. Mangekyō Sharingan. This chakra is very similar to that big guy over there, but it's just a prototype. Terumi Mei was startled at first, but quickly regained her composure. However, there was a bit of vigilance on his face. It seems that I can't use ordinary ninjutsu to deal with you. Chakra in the body undergoes nature transformation, and at the same time fuses together to activate the power of blood succession limit. Water plus soil, lava style chakra, fire plus water boil style chakra. Heavy storm. Raikage performed ninjutsu, punching to the flesh, beating Konoha's special Jonin to pieces. Sorry, I have to go first. Moonlight Gale was already suffering from an illness, and after being hit by the movie, he immediately closed his eyes forever. Zhao Lahao. Gale. Azuki Shion, who has been a good friend for many years, suddenly cried in pain. Illusion Torture House. Yi Bixi used illusion, restrained Killer Bee, and shouted. Now, Mitarashi Anko, Yamashiro Aoba, Ebisu, the same foot, and Shiranui Genma attacked together. I'm sorry, illusions won't work for Jinchuriki, who can master the power of the tailed beast. I saw a large number of tailed beast chakra gushing out of Killer Bee's body in vain, breaking through the illusion in an instant, and took out 7 knives. Desolate Green Heron Cutter, puff 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 puff, brother. Konoha, especially Jonin, was all knocked to the ground. In the end, only Kushina was left. Shua, the crimson tail beast chakra gushes out from the body, and Kushina stands awe-inspiring. I will never back down. Chapter 243 Sage Mode Namikaze Minato. Chapter 243 Sage Mode Namikaze Minato. HMPH. Is there only 9 tails Jinchuriki with rough skin and thick flesh left in a group of miscellaneous fish? Raikage conveniently cut off the still struggling Aoba of Yamashiro. Multiple shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Kushina once again performed the only ninjutsu he is good at. Such a consumption of chakra, even the physique of the Uzumaki family can't bear it anymore. She has already used the power of the tailed beast in her body. But even so, he was too tired to breathe. 1 knife for 1, 7 knives for 7 at a time, plus the 8th knife for a sweep of the tail, hey. Killer Bee looked relaxed, and he had time to talk and sing. Eliminates most of the shadow clone with ease. Lateral bolt of pain. Raikage slashed heavily with lightning style's hand knife, and wiped out the remaining shadow clone in one breath. Multiple shadows. Cough. Uzumaki Kushina's face turned pale, and she suddenly felt dizzy. The tail beast chakra around her body was constantly eroding her body. Taking advantage of this time, let's get rid of her with one move. Raikage yelled and raised his arms. Okay, I see, big brother. Killer Bee immediately understood, and also raised his arms. I saw the two of them, one on the left and the other on the right, turned into 2 lightning bolts galloping towards them. Superb Thunder Pair Hot Knife, is this the end? Uzumaki Kushina couldn't resist at all, and couldn't dodge, so he could only sit helplessly and wait for death. However, at this critical moment, suddenly, a familiar and warm voice sounded in my ear. I am coming. The cloak of 4th Kazekage appears. Sage Art Rasengan. Boom. The power of Rasengan, which was fused with the magic of Chakra, suddenly increased, and it directly resisted the lightning-style arm hit by Raikage and Killer Bee. Advertisement, boom. Received a huge shockwave, Raikage and Killer Bee were blown out respectively. One of these is the Shadow Clone, which disappears after knocking back the target. 4th Hokage. The film that was repulsed, clutching the bloody arm, fixedly stared at the comber. I saw Namikaze Minato at this time. The severed left arm and chest were tightly bandaged, and also underwent simple, BDCE, medical ninjutsu treatment to stop the penetration. Although his face was a little pale, the aura he exuded was extraordinarily fierce, and his originally blue eyes also turned into golden frog eyes. Sage Mode. In the past 10 years, Namikaze Minato has completed the practice of Sage Mode. During this period of retreat, in addition to emergency treatment of injuries, there is also the completion of the absorption of natural energy, thereby activating Sage Mode. Minato, your injury. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the latter with a worried face. It's okay, Kushina, you can step back first, leave this to me. At this time, Namikaze Minato can perceive the whole area of Konoha through natural energy. Therefore, it is also possible to understand the current situation on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen and 3rd Raikage died together. Sarutobi Asuma awakens Mangekyō Sharingan and defeats Terumi Mei, who escapes wounded. Onogi defeated Uchiha Fugaku, who was seriously injured and saved by Uchiha's group. Uchiha Izumi kills the ghost Full Moon. Hoshigaki Kisame is wounded and escapes. Kurenai Yuhi and Shizune killed Darui and Shi respectively. Uchiha Shisui used Mangekyō Sharingan's pupil technique and managed to subdue Katakura. Incarnated by Wooden Golem as the Two Tails, Uchiha Itachi was helpless and chose to retreat. P.S. Itachi does not have Mangekyō at this time. Kurora subdued the Might Guy, 6th Gate, who opened the 8 inner gates by using sand and sealing charms. But for some reason, the killer was not killed, and at the same time, he ordered his sand shinobi to stop fighting with the Konoha shinobi. In addition, a group of mysterious third-party forces appeared in Konoha territory. Although there are not many of them, each of them has quite good chakra. If these people are allowed to join the battlefield, then Konoha will be miserable today. Fortunately, Tianming has already made a move. Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Roar. 4 Tails, who lost an arm, fell into a state of rampage, attacking everywhere regardless of friend or foe. Advertisement. There is also a 2nd tail, which no one can parry. Namikaze Minato frowned, and made a mudra with one hand. Summoning technique. In one breath, the big toad Wentai and the big toad Jien were summoned. Wentai is dealing with 4 tails, or Wei will ask Jien. Namikaze Minato ordered. Hey Minato, even I am no match for 4 tails. When Wentai saw the crazy gorilla in the distance, he was a little scared. I'll try my best, although I'm stupid, Jien raised his shield and fork. Don't worry, you just need to delay the tail beast for a while. Namikaze Minato is light and authentic. After finishing the order, he swept his eyes over Hokage, Killer Bee, Onoki, and Korora respectively. Namikaze Minato's face turned cold, and an outrageous killing intent erupted from his body that had never been seen before. Today, none of you will be able to walk out of Konoha alive. Although everyone was shocked by Namikaze Minato's killing intent, but no one present is an ordinary person, so they will not be afraid of the threat of the former. HMPH. What a big tone, are you alone? Hokage said coldly. Brother and I will not lose to you, Killer Bee is equally imposing. Sorry, my old bones, I don't have much chakra left, I have to recover. Onogi stayed far away, behind him were two rock shinobi medical ninjas, one to restore his chakra and one to heal his injuries. It can be seen that after defeating Uchiha Fugaku, he himself paid a lot. No, Lord Hokage, we Sand Shinobi will not participate in this war. Surprisingly, Garura suddenly made a decision to withdraw from the group. What? Everyone couldn't help but have different expressions. Lord Fengying, what do you mean by this? Movie was furious. The reason why we, Sand Shinobi, joined the Konoha collapse plan was because the 4 hidden villages joined forces and were stronger than Konoha. But now, that person has made a move, and the situation has changed. We will only stand on the winning side. Korora explained in a flat tone, I believe that with Lord Hokage's magnanimity, he should forgive Sand Shinobi, right? Chapter 244 Sand Shinobi withdraws from the battlefield. Chapter 244 Sand Shinobi out of battle. Namikaze Minato took a deep look at Garura, his mind was racing, and after weighing the pros and cons, he finally agreed to the other party's reconciliation proposal. Of course, Konoha and Sand Shinobi have always been friends in the alliance, and now it's just a small conflict. Although I was very upset about Sand Shinobi's betrayal in my heart, the current situation is grim, and I can only choose to be patient if I can lose Sand Shinobi's side. Thank you Lord Hokage for your kindness. Karu Luo summoned his Sand Shinobi troops and said seriously, from now on, we will leave Konoha immediately. At the same time, order the Sand Shinobi army stationed on the border of the Land of Fire to retreat. Cage, you three-faced B ****************** D. Hokage and others are so popular, assessing the situation has always been our foreign policy at Sanagakure. Ja Luluo ignored the other party's abuse and directly led his subordinates to leave. HMPH, don't be too complacent, Hokage. The film said coldly, even if Sand Shinobi is missing, the borders of the Land of Thunder, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Water may have already been invaded by large armies, right? Don't worry, I have urgently dispatched 3 groups of troops to fight against the border. Although the number of ninjas may be a little less, the commanders are Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade of Konoha Sannin. I believe that there will be no problem if you support them for a while. While Namikaze Minato was escaping to heal his wounds, he dispatched troops to attack in an orderly manner. That's why, as Konoha's stronghold, the number of Konoha shinobi has become so small. Originally, he was worried that he would miss the way to deal with Sand Shinobi, but now that Garura's withdrawal just gave him a breath of relief. It seems that Konoha has already prepared for us. Onoki sighed. Of course, since the 5 cages gathered together in Konoha, it's hard to guarantee that you won't take the opportunity to make trouble, but your collusion to launch a war is still far beyond my expectations. Namikaze Minato took a deep look at them. In this way, the 2 sides have nothing to say, and they will die forever. We must win this battle, for the sake of the past generations. Hokage's lightning-style chakra mode is fully turned on, exuding blinding blue electric light, and even the hair stands on end. My chakra is running out, and if I want to continue fighting, it seems that I have to change. As Killer Bee spoke, his body began to swell rapidly, turning into a gigantic octopus monster with a raw head. 8 Tails is here. Advertisement? Uchiha Tianming should be with Xiaochen, as long as our side wins. Onoki regained some of his strength and stood up. Seeing the vigorous trio, Namikaze Minato's face suddenly became gloomy. Even with Sage Mode turned on, he still can't do 1 against 3. He glanced around, hoping to find reinforcements that still had combat effectiveness. At this time, Hong, Shizune, and Uchiha Izumi were all being killed by a large group of Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi troops, and it was difficult to escape for a while. For the rest, there's Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, you. Namikaze Minato wanted to ask the other party for help. Sorry, Lord 4th Generation. Uchiha Shisui shook his head with a wry smile, and said with a pale face. My chakra is all used up. His opponent is Yugura. Not just Mizukage, but 3 Tails Jinchuriki. Ordinary illusions are useless to him at all. Uchiha Shisui had to use Mangekyō Sharingan, the pupil art of distinguished heavenly gods, which is the strongest illusion that can directly invade the target's brain and modify the will of others. The pupil technique of the 2 eyes subdued Yugura and the 3 tails in his body respectively. Due to insufficient chakra, he can only stop the latter from acting, and cannot manipulate the latter into a battle. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato has nothing to say. After all, Uchiha Shisui's opponent is Mizukage Yugura, and it's already very good to win. We can't ask how much strength he has left to support himself. In other words, before Namikaze Minato's eyes, it was a deadly situation. Minato, let me fight too. I do not know when Uzumaki Kushina returned to the battlefield. She did not obey the former order to seek refuge. Kushina, you haven't managed to control 9 tails. Before Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he was interrupted by the other party. My life is more important, or the village, asking for flowers. Uzumaki Kushina asked. Namikaze Minato fell silent for a moment. Advertisement, isn't that right? You are Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina smiled miserably. In fact, in her mind, the lives of her husband and children are more important than anything else. If she were to choose, she would definitely flee from Konoha with Minato and her son Naruto, even if her reputation was ruined, as long as the family could survive. It's a pity that she also understands that Namikaze Minato will never abandon Konoha. The opponent has already decided to fight to the end, so she can only die with her. I saw Uzumaki Kushina spread 5 fingers, the fingertips showed the light of chakra, and then pressed heavily on the sealing technique on the abdomen. 8-sign seal solution. Boom. The huge chakra soared into the sky, and finally condensed into the form of 9 tails. Roar. The violent roar shook the entire Konoha. But soon, the scarlet in 9 tails' eyes recovered a bit of clarity. Think about it, Kushina. You can only control the power of this old man for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, Lao Wei will take control of Jinchuriki. 9 tails is cold and authentic. I see. Uzumaki Kushina sighed. After some negotiations, she and 9 tails finally reached an agreement. 9 tails will lend her all the power to use. However, 9 tails is too big for chakra, she can't fully handle it. As a result, in the process of using it, 9 tails chakra will continue to erode her body, and eventually she will be taken away from her body and become a walking dead. The situation is the same as Han and 5 tails back then. 9 tails. This is trouble, 8 tails said in a deep voice. Although they are both tailed beasts, the strength of 9 tails is definitely far superior to other tailed beasts. This is why when Senju Hashirama allocated the tailed beasts, only one was left for Konoha. Because this one is the strongest, it doesn't matter. Zaoba and I are the best partners. 9 tails and Jinchuriki can't cooperate. We won't necessarily lose to them. Killer Bee is full of fighting spirit. Chapter 245 Wood-Style Kakashi's Mangekyō Obito. Chapter 245 Wood-Style Kakashi vs Mangekyō Obito. Konoha is in constant chaos. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina vs Raikage, Killer Bee, Onoki. Toad Bunta vs 4 Tails Toad Ken vs Neo Tianming vs Xiaochuan. Whether it is the cage-level battle or the tailed beast monster battle, they have caused extremely serious damage to Konoha. As far as the eye can see, there are ruins everywhere. Standing on a dilapidated house somewhere, Uchiha Obito quietly acted as a spectator. His scarlet eyes seemed to be accustomed to everything in front of him. That's right, as the captain of Konoha Anbu, how many missions in the human homeland have he secretly done? It's just that today, the bleak situation finally fell to Konoha itself. Who, 483, heavy footsteps, you finally came. Uchiha Obito can feel that once extremely familiar breath without looking back. The sword was drawn out of its sheath, and the cold blade glowed with a frightening white light under the sunlight. Root, ordered to eradicate the traitor Uchiha Obito. Hitaki Kakashi is cold and authentic. Uchiha Obito turned around and stared at the latter indifferently. Kakashi, I am very grateful to you. In order to save me, you violated the rules, and because of this, you became what you are now. Under Sharingan's vision, he can clearly see that half of Kakashi's body is occupied by a layer of super high-density strange chakra, which is the power of Senju Hashirama's wood style. Back then, half of Hitaki Kakashi's body was crushed, and he was sure to die. He also saved his life by transplanting Senju Hashirama's somatic cells. However, using such a powerful force is certainly not without risk. If this continues, sooner or later Hitaki Kakashi will be backlashed and die. I regret. I violated the rules and saved your life as a traitor. I must kill you with my own hands today. Hitaki Kakashi's eyes were extremely cold, without any emotion. You do not know anything. Uchiha Obito sighed, the 3 hooks in his pupils joined together, and opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Advertisement, forget it, it's a kind of relief for you to leave this hellish ninja world early. Whoosh, without saying a word, Hitaki Kakashi used the blinking technique, and the figure came to Uchiha Obito in an instant, and the blade in his hand mercilessly chopped at the opponent's head. White fang flow silver falling blade. The sharp silver sword glow instantly penetrated Uchiha Obito's body, splitting a deep ravine on the ground. Hitaki Kakashi's eyes widened suddenly. Uchiha Obito stood there unscathed, raised his hand and grabbed him. Hitaki Kakashi reacted quickly, and he slashed with a backhand. The sharp blade passed through the latter's arm, but at this moment, Uchiha Obito grabbed his knife wrist with a backhand. At the same time, he raised his knee and slammed into his stomach. Cough, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Hitaki Kakashi's mouth. He quickly drew a handful of kunai with his left hand, and stabbed at the opponent. Pooh! The attack pierced through the past again. Uchiha Obito's body hollowed out at this instant, passing directly through Hitaki Kakashi's body. Immediately turned around and used a roundabout kick. Leaf Hurricane. Hitaki Kakashi was kicked in the back, his figure staggered forward, and then disappeared into a puff of white smoke. Shadow Clone. At the same time, Hitaki Kakashi's hands came out from the ground, grabbed the opponent's legs, and yanked down. Earth-style heart beheading technique. Boom. Uchiha Obito's body was trapped in the package of Earth-style, leaving only one head exposed on the ground. Hitaki equals Nishi's body immediately jumped out of the soil, swung the ninja sword in his hand and slashed at the latter's head. Boom! What hit was still the ground. I saw Uchiha Obito ignoring the constraints of Earth style and directly penetrated through the soil. I see. Is this the power of your eyes? The so-called nihilistic ninja? Advertisement. Hitaki Kakashi frowned authentically. Yes, what my eyes see is this illusory world. Uchiha Obito quickly made a mudra with both hands. Hitaki Kakashi continued to slash first, but the attack still only went through the latter's body. Uchiha Obito's eyes shone with an evil red light. Fire-style blast and flurry. It's now, wood-style hell rebellion. I saw that Hitaki Kakashi waved a large number of thorns and vines, and threw them towards the opponent in a spiral shape. Puff! Uchiha Obito was cut across the waist by thorns and vines, and the sharp barbs scraped off a large piece of flesh and blood. On the other side, Hitaki Kakashi was also scorched black by this Uzumaki-like flame. Humph! Uchiha Obito couldn't help letting out a groan, stretched out his hand to cover the bleeding on his waist, and said in a deep voice, "Did you see the materialized attack during my operation? But if you attack me, it means you can't defend me as attack." Cough cough cough. Hitaki Kakashi breathed out the blue smoke, slapped away the participating sparks on his body, and gritted his teeth. "Even if both sides are hurt, I will kill you." While talking, I saw him wielding a ninja knife with one hand, and swinging a tree vine with the other hand, attacking Uchiha Obito uninterruptedly. I don't believe that your pupil technique can last for a long time. Hitaki Kakashi uses the dumbest method, but the truth is also very useful. The ability of Uchiha Obito's right eye is reduced by 4.4, which can only last for about 5 minutes at most. And Hitaki Kakashi has wood-style stamina, so it's not a problem to attack without interruption for 5 minutes. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito stepped back decisively. It really is like this. Seeing the opponent's evasive action, Hitaki Kakashi concluded that his guess was correct. Immediately chased after him, not letting the other party have a chance to breathe for a moment. With a smart brain and a keen sense of combat, a tricky opponent like you really can't show mercy. Uchiha Obito concentrated a lot of chakra to the left eye. Kamui. Distorted space Uzumaki, like the Wheel of Death. Puff. Chapter 246 Hundreds of billions of detonating symbols, 0 damage. Chapter 246 Hundreds of billion detonators, 0 damage. Puff. Accompanied by a creepy sound of flesh and bones tearing apart. Hitaki Kakashi's eyes quickly lost focus, and finally fell to the ground weakly. I saw a huge hole in the 3 forks in his chest. The flesh and bones, including the internal organs inside, were all hollowed out and disappeared without a trace strangely. Killing his former best friend with his own hands, Uchiha Obito felt quite uncomfortable in his heart, but this pain quickly turned into the motivation to improve his pupil power. It's okay, as long as I build a new world, there will be Kakashi and Lin. As if to convince himself, Uchiha Obito is justified. Finally, using time-space ninjutsu, Hitaki Kakashi's body was recovered. I need the power of wood style in him, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to use my eyes soon. Mangekyō Sharingan, the more you use it, the more you will seal yourself, and sooner or later you will step into blindness. The way to break the seal is to transplant the Mangekyō Sharingan of the same blood relative to evolve into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The conditions are very harsh. Uchiha Obito's parents died early, and he has no siblings, so this road is impossible. Another way is to counteract the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan with the help of the huge chakra. Lightning style false darkness, fire style head hard, wind style harm. Kakuzu has no other tricks. This triple high-level ninjutsu is already his strongest trump card. But this level of attack is obviously unable to have an effect on Tianming's complete body Susanoo. Red secret technique performance with 100 machines. Scorpion performed the ultimate nirvana, summoning an army of hundreds of puppets at once. It looks menacing, but in reality, for Susanoo, the full body of the behemoth, it's like scratching an itch. Ding ding dang dang, the puppet army slashed wildly, and even failed to break through his defense. Advertisement, boring toys. Tianming stood completely on Susanoo's forehead, manipulating her body to shake slightly. Kacha kacha kacha, I saw a large piece of puppets, which were torn apart by the shock and turned into a pile of tatters. Damn. Such a huge chakra body, there is no flaw at all. Scorpion was also helpless immediately. Look at my trick, C4 Garuda. I saw that Deidara swallowed a large amount of clay, and vomited out a gigantic doll. The appearance was exactly the same as himself. From the perspective of body shape, it was almost the same as Tianming's complete body Susanoo. The puppet inflated rapidly and then burst, emitting fine bomb dust invisible to the naked eye in all directions. Shenluo Tianzheng. Nagato waved his hand to release the repulsive force, and pushed all the blown explosion dust towards Tianming. However, in Tianming's eyes, this invisible bomb dust is as clear as colored mist. It's such a boring thing again. Tianming slowly raised his palm and snapped his fingers. Empty shock. The power of vibration transmitted through the air caused the airflow in the entire sky to vibrate violently. Disintegrate all the bomb dust in front of you. God's paper art. Pieces of paper flew all over the sky, surrounding the complete body Susanoo, and then pasted it, densely covering almost the whole body. This is the hundreds of billions of detonating symbols I prepared for you. Conan clasped his hands together and used all the chakra in his body in one breath. Boom 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 boom. The earth-shattering series of explosions continued for 5 minutes without interruption. However, the huge figure still stood upright amidst the billowing smoke and dust. I'm not prepared enough, Conan. If it's a trillion detonating symbols, my complete body, Susanoo, will probably be destroyed by you. Tianming's understated voice came from afar, advertisement. Hearing this, everyone felt shuddering, trillions of detonating talismans. You must know that the 100 billion detonating talisman lost most of Akatsuki's income. Of course, there is also Conan's ninjutsu characteristics. She can make detonating charms by herself, but she just buys the ones that are not enough. In the original book, Conan designed to kill Uchiha Obito, that is, he prepared 600 billion pieces of detonating charms, but unfortunately he was avoided by the latter's Izanagi. These hundreds of billions of detonating symbols will cause 0 damage to Tianming. How is this possible? Conan's face was pale, and she was panting heavily. Even though she knew that it was impossible to defeat Tianming with a numerical attack alone, she never thought that she didn't even cause any damage. It seems that you were at this level. Tianming looked down from above, scanning everyone with a look of contempt. Driving the complete body Susanoo, go back to the front 183. Just one step, it caused the earth to shake. Everyone in Shao retreated subconsciously, with expressions of horror on their faces. Damn it, is there really no other way? Scorpion said unwillingly. The strength is not in the same dimension. This guy may only be able to compete with Senju Hashirama back then. Kakuzu thought back to the fear that once dominated him. Impossible. There are still people who can despise my art. Deidara seemed a little unhinged, screaming like crazy. Nagato, it seems that the Konoha collapse plan this time is impossible to succeed, let's retreat. Conan persuaded. Shut up, I can continue to fight. Nagato gritted his teeth and said. Rinnegan stared at Tianming standing on top of the perfect body Susanoo. My eyes are the same as the legendary sage of 6 paths, I am the spokesperson of God. He. Your eyes are just lent to you by a conspirator. No matter how powerful a weapon falls into the hands of mediocrity, it won't be of much use. I'm talking about you, Nagato. Tianming clasped his palm, and saw the complete body Susanoo raise that huge sword. Severing all things with one knife. Chapter 247 CO Art Sublimation. Chapter 247 Co-Art Sublime. The earth was split into a terrible abyss, pitch black and bottomless. Puff Chi, the vascular tentacles on Kakuzu's body, like a mess of wires, were blown out of 2 hearts again, leaving only one lingering. Kacha, the puppet on the scorpion completely fell apart, and only one core remained and fell to the ground. Wow, Deidara's skin was broken all over his body, and he vomited blood, obviously suffering from extremely serious trauma. Faced with Tianming's full body, Susanoo cut him a knife, and he decisively used Earth style to sneak into the ground, but now he is standing on the ground, which means that the ground tens of meters above his head has been cut off. However, even so, he suffered very serious injuries. Ahem, Nagato, are you okay? Nagato used all his strength to protect himself and Conan at the critical moment. Seems to have barely defended, not taking fatal damage, but the blow drained a lot of the chakra in him, overusing the power of the Rinnegan. Kong made his crimson hair turn gray. Tianming has no expression on his face, and is about to drive the perfect Susanoo to give Shao a fatal blow. However, at this moment, the Mangekyō pattern on one of Tianming's eyes faded into the original 3-tomo Sharingan in vain. In the monocular state, Susanoo couldn't maintain her full body, and immediately dissipated automatically. Tianming cast his eyes on the battlefield in the distance, and muttered to himself, is there a 0 hour activated on the other side of the spring? At 0 o'clock, the eye of the sun in the sky can only be activated once. Tianming transferred and sealed the pupil technique to Uchiha Quan. After using this pupil technique, his eyes will temporarily return to the normal Sharingan state. After seeing Tianming's overwhelming perfect body, Susanoo disappeared for some reason. This made Nagato and others, who were originally in despair, couldn't help feeling a glimmer of hope. I knew you were not invincible. Nagato gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty. It's just that one big move is missing. When did you have the illusion that I'm not invincible? Tianming directly closed Sharingan. Advertisement. Deidara remained silent, pulled open the sewn mouth at the heart with one hand, and gnawed away the little clay left in the pocket. Suddenly, an astonishing chakra was brewing, and at the same time, Deidara's body also became illusory and transparent. First, the skin and flesh disappeared, and then blood vessels and chakra meridian. Burning all the strength in his body, he merged into the black devil ball at the heart. My art will leave unprecedented traces on this land. Deidara's babbled words. Tianming didn't bother to pay attention, his figure flashed. Came in front of the dying Kakuzu, with the calendar area of shock fruit wrapped in his palm. One punch shattered the last remaining heart. Kakuzu, pawn. Then used the same method to blow up the chakra core left by the scorpion. Scorpion, pawn. Kakuzu, scorpion. Nagato was so angry that his face paled, but at this moment he had no time to care about others. Because Tianming's next target is him. Whoosh. Tianming's figure instantly appeared behind Nagato. Shock punch. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom. Shock and repulsion. Destroy all attacks and bounce off all defenses. Where the two collided, terrifying shockwaves erupted in all directions. There was a wanton smile on Tianming's face, and the fists in his hands kept pushing forward. Hateful. Nagato tried his best to output Shenluo Tianjung, but he still couldn't stop the opponent's advance. The shock force emitted by the opponent's fist almost made his whole body tremble. Seeing that Nagato was in a hard fight, Conan immediately used the few remaining chakra to condense a sharp paper spear and stab Tianming from behind. Open black lens bracket observation Haki close black lens bracket you can feel Conan attacking from behind without even looking without an aim. Turning around is just one kick. Boom, advertisement. Conan was kicked upside down. However, it was precisely because she distracted Tianming's attention that Nagato felt less pressure for an instant, and immediately took a counterattack. Drink ah. Nagato let out a furious roar, outputting too much chakra, breaking a part of the chakra meridian in the body, and using the Shinra sky sign that exceeded the upper limit. Bang! The huge recoil force shocked Tianming back a few steps. This surprised Tianming unceasingly, chuckled lightly. Ouch, you've got a lot of skills, Nagato. You be asterisk 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 D, F asterisk K me. Nagato retreated again, and at the same time overdrawn chakra in his body again, and the face on his face became old and shriveled. After paying the price of shortening his life, he created a pitch-black sphere in his hand, which rose into the sky with an astonishing attraction. Planetary devastation. Ka 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 ka. I saw that the Earth was once again subjected to inhumane devastation, and was torn into countless fragments, which were attracted to the black sphere in the sky. Due to the close distance, Tianming was the first to be sucked into the sky. You don't want to escape. Nagato clasped his hands together, let out a hissing roar, his nostrils and eyes overflowed with a lot of blood, and his face looked quite hideous. Qian Hao. Boom 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 boom. I saw that Tianming's position was firmly pressed down by a large number of stones. Eventually became part of a rocky sphere, however, this process only lasted 3 seconds. Earthquake hyphenation point earth crack. I only heard the rock sphere shake violently, and immediately a large number of cracks spread all over the body. Wow, in the end, it turned into countless gravels, shattered loudly, and a rain of gravels rained down on the sky. Above the sky, Tianming's figure landed intact. Any left? Also, I said, have you forgotten something? Faced with my ultimate art, you're actually indifferent? At this time, Deidara's whole body has died, and all the power has been concentrated on the black demon ball. Art is explosion. Drink. Chapter 248 Danger is safety. Chapter 248 Danger is safety. Art is explosions. Deidara is about to explode, with a radius of 10 kilometers. The location of Tianming is almost 0 distance away. However, this is not a problem for him at all. He who owns Avalon, as long as he activates Noble Phantasm, Distant Utopia, even if it is a blow that destroys the world, it will not be able to hurt him at all. Just because he is not afraid, does not mean that other people are not afraid. With such a huge explosion range, I am afraid that even Quan, Hong, Shizune, and Lin will be implicated. Nagato, run! Conan slumped on the ground weakly, exhausted by chakra, unable to escape. Hateful. Nagato was not much better. In order to fight Tianming to the death, he threw all his strength many times. At this time he was already at the end of his strength, and he couldn't hold back even a single ninjutsu. I saw Deidara's remaining demon ball burst open, bursting out a dazzling white light, and began to spread in all directions. Are you going to die at the hands of your teammates in the end? That's fine, so I don't have to do it myself. Tianming glanced at them indifferently, then slowly raised his palm, and tapped his fingertips on his forehead to concentrate on finding the breath of 14B's target. Open black lens bracket teleport close black lens bracket Monkey King's ability from Dragon Ball does not need to go through any path, and does not take a little time to achieve the trick of moving from one place to another. The premise of using this trick is to feel the chi of the person at the target location. Drink. Deidara's last cry when his body and soul are completely annihilated. At the same time, Yin Ming's figure disappeared without warning. Brilliant white light enveloped the entire Konoha, and a trident-shaped high-energy light group rose from the ground, and spread rapidly to all directions. Everything it went would be sublimated in place and reduced to ashes. Uchiha Izumi led the 7th team, Yuihong led the 8th team, Shizune led the 3rd team, and Lin led the medical team to transport the wounded. At this time, they and their group were being surrounded by more than 1,000 ninjas from Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi, and they were trapped in a dilapidated Konoha hospital. Crescent Moon Chong. Advertisement, Puff Chi Chi. A small crescent slash, killing 2 Cloud Shinobi, 3 Rock Shinobi, and 1 Mist Shinobi on the spot. Hoo-hoo. Uchiha Izumi stuck the heavy beheading sword on the ground, panting heavily. Don't push too hard, Izumi. You just fought with 2 Ninja 7, and there are not many chakra left. While talking, Shizune put a hand on her shoulder and injected a part of chakra into the latter's body. I saw that the 100 healings mark technique on her forehead had already been activated, but after repeated fierce battles, the amount of chakra she had stored was running out. Woo! The crisp and melodious sound of the flute immediately restrained more than a dozen enemies who rushed in through the window. Hong strode forward, punching and knocking them out. No, there are too many enemies, we have to find a way. But there are still densely packed enemies outside the window, and countless shurikens are projected like a violent storm. Get down! Lin and the rest of the medical ninjas hurriedly protected the wounded. Let's help the teacher too. Although Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang is genin, but in this critical moment, he stood up bravely and brandished the shuriken that was unstoppable. Ding ding ding, but after all, Genin just stepped out of school, lacking the experience of actual combat, and soon someone died in a hurry. Puff 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 puff. Ah, my hand. Inazuka Ya was thrust into his arm by a kunai, and was writhing in pain. Aburame Shino's sunglasses were knocked off and his face, BDBE, was scratched. Haruno Sakura's long hair was chopped off by Cloud Shinobi, which frightened her to turn pale. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akamichi Choji have all just experienced the pain of losing their father. In addition, Sarutobi Asuma, who is Jonin's mentor, also looks for revenge from Cloud Shinobi and leaves them behind. They are confused and have lost their position. Li Lianhua. Li Locke opened the 5th gate in the 8 inner gates, burst into a small universe in an instant, and overthrew several Chunin one after another, but his record ended here. Advertisement. After the time passed, the side effects of the forbidden technique instantly made him kneel down and unable to move. Revolving Heaven. Hyuga Neji used absolute defense to protect his companions. Shish, launch the ninja tools on the scroll every day, take cover, and shout for help at the same time. Ems Shizune. I'll come right away, you insist on it. Shizune knocked away the enemy in front of him with a powerful punch. Naruto. Calm down. Uchiha Sasuke is waving the thunder knife in his hand, and is engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a missed shinobi Chunin. Let go of me, I'm going to save my parents. Uzumaki Naruto struggled frantically, overly agitated. Nine-Tails chakra began to overflow from his body. I'm sorry Naruto-kun. Gentle fist acupressure. Hyuga Hinata made a decisive move and blocked Chakra, who was running wild. Well done, Hinata. Seeing this, Uchiha Kwan praised the other party, and at the same time shouted loudly. Everyone work hard to persevere. The reinforcements will be here soon. In fact, she said this sentence just to boost morale. At this time, the flames of war are raging for Konoha, and it is difficult for Konoha to protect herself, and no reinforcements will be sent at all. But she believed that at the critical moment, that man would definitely appear. At this moment, Hyuga Hinata's eyes widened suddenly, and the silver-white pupils were fixedly staring at the wall, and exclaimed. What, it's coming towards us. It's an explosion, what a terrible shockwave. What? Uchiha Kwan couldn't help but her complexion changed drastically. Even without looking at it with her eyes, she could feel that terrifying energy. With the arrival of the terrible explosion shockwave, a dazzling white light shot out of the window. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, the terrifying explosion shockwave instantly swallowed up all the elimination, hidden, and rock shinobi surrounding them. Faced with this situation, Shi Hong and the others became extremely calm all of a sudden, and even breathed a sigh of relief, saying an intriguing sentence. Whenever life is in danger, it is the safest time. Chapter 249 Bakudo's 81 Splitting Void, Chapter 249. 81 of Bakudo Splitting Void, I am coming. Tianming's figure instantly appeared in front of Yuihong and the others. The explosion shockwave looming in front of them took everyone's attention even more. However, there was no panic on the faces of Shi Hong and the others, as if as long as the man in front of them was there was no need to be afraid even if the sky fell. In fact it is. I saw Tianming slowly raised his palm, his lips moved slightly and said a few words. 81 of Bakudo Splitting Void, boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion shockwave stopped on the transparent shield wall in front of him. It seemed as thin as a cicada's wing, but it actually possessed quite amazing defensive capabilities. This is one of Tianming's new ults, from Kido in Shinigami. The white light engulfed the surrounding walls, except for where they were. The sides of the hospital seemed to have been cut off, turning into a cloud of dust and disappearing. The people present couldn't help being dumbfounded, thinking that if it wasn't for this transparent shield wall, their end would have ended in ashes, right? However, after doing all this, Tianming turned around as if nothing had happened, and looked at Yu Hong and the others with concern. How? You're not hurt. HMPH, who do you think we are? Uchiha Izumi raised his head arrogantly. It always appears at such a time, and there are too many times of being handsome, right? Yuihong sighed involuntarily. Don't worry, there are two excellent medical ninjas, Lin and I, so getting injured is not a problem at all. Shizune smiled. Tianming, is the battlefield over there already over? Lin asked. I guess. Tianming nodded. Hidan, Kakuzu, and Scorpion were killed by him. Deidara was forced to explode by him. And Nagato and Konan were all beaten to the ground by him. They didn't have any chakra on them, so they couldn't escape the big explosion, right? In other words, as Hokage's mid to late stage boss Akatsuki, he completely wiped out it just like that. It's really unbeatable. He still has many new big moves, and he has no chance to show them. Regarding such a result, Tianming can only express helplessly that being invincible is really lonely. Water-style iron cannonball. Lava-style burning flame-flowing river. Advertisement: a collision of water and fire, but the latter is not an ordinary flame, but an ultra-high-temperature magma fire, which instantly evaporated the former's water-style cannon. The scorching airwaves blowing towards his face made Wen Tai croak loudly. It hurts me. Damn Four Tails. As one of the three summoning beasts of Mount Myoboku, Bunta's strength is not only that, he kicked his strong lower limbs, pulled out his sword in the air, and slammed down on Four Tails. Puff, the extremely fast jumping knife slashed heavily on Four Tails' shoulder, and a lot of blood gushed out. Roar. Four Tails roared angrily from the pain, and at the same time opened its mouth and used the huge saber-toothed fangs to bite Wentai's tail out tightly. Damn, let go, you gorilla, Wentai raised his foot angrily and kicked at the opponent, but the latter was in a state of rampage, and it was about to suffer from pain and it would bite even tighter. On the other side, Wei opened his teeth and claws and attacked To Jien. Clang cluck cluck cluck, To Jien raised the shield in his hand to block, but the opponent was too quick to move, and Guazisi bruised him. Too dull. To Jien waved the iron fork in his hand, and knocked heavily on Wei. Boom. Wei's figure flashed past swiftly, and leapt forward, knocking Homogeon into the air. It is only natural that the summoning beast will be at a disadvantage against the tailed beast. Roar. Roar. 9 tails and 8 tails, this is an evenly matched monster battle. Bang bang. Claws collided with fists. The tails of both sides are tightly intertwined like tentacles. But 9 tails has one more tail than 8 tails, wrapping around the latter's neck. Zauba. Killer Bee shouted anxiously. Cough. It's okay. 9 tails and Jinchuriki don't work as well as we do. Yow. Use your brute force. Cried 8 tails. Watch out. I saw 8 tails frantically shaking his head, and slammed into 9 tails in front of him with his sharp horns. Puff. Advertisement. The horn pierced 9 tails' chest fiercely, and it opened its mouth to scream in pain. Asking for flowers. Oh, it hurts lousy to death. Kushina, what did you do? You. Don't mess with Chakra. I can't control it. Uzumaki Kushina shouted anxiously. Because she and 9 tails couldn't cooperate tacitly, Housey became stiff in action. This is a 2-person team. 8 tails took the opportunity to tear away 9 tails' tail wrapped around its neck with one hand, and at the same time gave the latter a heavy punch on the head. Boom. 9 tails was thrown backwards. Kushina. Not far away, Namikaze Minato was in a panic, and the big explosion that affected half of Konoha just now. I don't know how many people died. Damn it. ZZZ. Reikage shone with thunder all over his body, and said coldly. Fortunately, the big explosion didn't affect our side. There is also a clone in the fierce battle. Is this really good? Golden Flash? Zero. As soon as the words fell, his figure turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Namikaze Minato. In the state of Sage Mode, Namikaze Minato's perception is quite sharp. Coupled with his supernatural metal reaction, he avoided the opponent's fist in an instant, and at the same time slammed his palm at the latter's elbow. Frog Team. Boom. Nice counterattack. Due to the impact on the elbow joint, Reikage's hand knife that swung his arm forward hit his chest instead. Peefed. Containing enormous lightning-style power, the saber in his hand was a weapon that could cut iron like mud, tearing a huge hole in his chest, and a lot of blood gushed out. Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed brightly, and he continued to take advantage of the victory to chase after the palm of his hand instantly condensed a chakra light cluster. Sage Art Rasengan. The film has lightning-style armor attached to its body, but this can be easily penetrated by Rasengan, who has added the magic chakra. Boom. Reikage was hit hard immediately, and his figure flew upside down heavily. It's still short of the last blow. Namikaze Minato locked his eyes on the inverted movie, but at this moment, he suddenly felt the chill of death coming from behind him. It just so happens that Onoki, who has been accumulating strength for a long time, shoots out the white cube condensed in his hand. Dust Escape Primary Realm Stripping Technique Knife. Chapter 253 Shadows Fall. Chapter 253 Shadows Fall. Onoki is a seasoned veteran ninja. Although his body has been weakened by the years, he has accumulated a lot of wisdom. Sure enough, Namikaze Minato hoped for a quick victory because of the critical situation of the battle, so naturally he would not miss the chance to give Reikage a fatal blow. At this time, it is the best time for him to attack from behind. Dust Escape Primary Realm Stripping Technique. Instead of releasing the enveloped cube, it emits white light. In this way, although the attack range is reduced, the speed is faster. Against the agile Namikaze Minato, it's impossible to hit him with slow ninjutsu. Shua. I saw this ray of white light hit Namikaze Minato's lower back and penetrated from his abdomen. There was not a trace of fresh blood flowing from the wound of 163, but the flesh and blood were transformed into particles below the molecular level and dissipated. This is Onoki's blood successor eliminating Dust Dungeon. Okino raised his palm, ready to drive the white light to sweep upwards. But at this moment, the figure of Namikaze Minato disappeared in place. Did you use Flying Thunder God at the critical moment? Onoki's eyes froze, and his voice was deep and authentic. At this time, he can endure the unimaginable pain of having a part of his body cut off, and calmly use time and space ninjutsu. He really deserves to be the 4th Hokage. Whoosh! The figure of Namikaze Minato appeared in front of the film that was knocked down in an instant. Sage Art Massive Rasengan. In an instant, a super-large spiral light sphere condensed in the palm of the hand, and smashed down hard on the film that was immobile on the ground for a while. Oops! Reikage's pupils constricted suddenly, and the Rasengan shot just now caused severe pain in his abdomen and damaged his internal organs. Now that this super-large one is smashed down, I am afraid it will really be over. ZZZ. Faced with the imminent death, Reikage gritted his teeth instead of retreating, gave up his defense, and concentrated all the lightning-style chakra in his body on the knife in his right hand. Lateral bolt of pain. Chop. Boom. The knife struck Massive Rasengan hard. Squeak 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 squeak. Advertisement. When the two collided, there was a deafening tearing sound immediately. Drink. Namikaze Minato opened his mouth and roared furiously, die to me. HMPH, Reikage also gave an unyielding cry. but in this peak duel between the golden flash and the blue lightning, he will eventually lose. Crack, puff puff puff. With the sound of an arm breaking, I saw that Raikage's arm was crushed abruptly by the huge Rasengan in front of him. At the same time, the huge impact force directly landed on his body, and he lost his lightning-style armor. For protection, his chest and abdomen were crushed to a bloody mess. Wow, Raikage spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widened, and his pupils gradually lost focus. Huh, finally, I killed one. Namikaze Minato was panting, and the frog eyes representing Sage Mode were gradually disappearing. What? Onoki was taken aback. He never expected that Namikaze Minato, who was shot by him and was seriously injured, not only did not run away, but also ran to give Raikage a back knife. At the same time, he is old and cunning, and he is also very clear that if he loses the speed of Raikage, he is old and weak and lacks mobility, and he is no match for Namikaze Minato one-on-one. Thinking of this, Onoki's face changed, and he immediately aimed the dust escape in his hand at Namikaze Minato. Shua, Namikaze Minato has just stepped back from Sage Mode at this time, and his perception has dropped significantly. In addition, he used a large amount of chakra just now, and his body is a little stiff. But even so, he will not sit still, exhausting all his strength. The figure jumps and turns over. Shua, the white light hit his legs. Namikaze Minato only felt a numbness in his lower body, and saw that his calves below the knees were all wiped out. Yugai, of course you can. Onoki felt a headache for the difficulty of the latter, and wanted to continue using Dust Dungeon, but the cube condensed in his hand was affected by the unstable supply of chakra, and it automatically disintegrated. Hoo, Onoki knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Although the power of Dust Dungeon is strong, it consumes too much of its own chakra. Even if I can't use Chen Dun, I still have Tien Dun. Advertisement. I saw Onoki forced a breath, and pressed his hands to the ground with seals. Earth-style Tyrone gun. Boom bang bang bang. I saw a series of sharp soil spears drilled out of the ground, and quickly hit Namikaze Minato, who had fallen to the ground. At this time, Namikaze Minato lost his left arm, his legs, and his abdomen was pierced. It can be described as a mess. Now, the only thing that can move is this hand. Snapped. He raised his arm and slapped the ground heavily, using the recoil force to make his body rise into the air quickly, avoiding the stone spear piercing from the ground. It's not over yet. Onogi's mudra changed, and by changing the quality of the stone spear, he pulled it off the ground and suspended it, and then aimed at Namikaze Minato, who was in midair and had no relay point, and shot it. Call out, at the last moment, Namikaze Minato threw a kunai at Onoki. HMPH. It's just a death throws. Huh? Onogi sighed, easily avoiding this threatening kunai. However, at this moment, 3.2 Namikaze Minato in the sky suddenly disappeared. Grasping with 5 fingers, Namikaze Minato firmly grasped the kunai who passed by Onoki. Flying Thunder God hyphenation point Dan 2. Onogi stared at him, and before he could react, he felt a sore throat. Puff. Seal the throat with a knife. Plop. Onoki fell in a pool of blood. Pawn. Plop. The one who also fell was Namikaze Minato, pawn with stone spears behind him. The bloody fight of the 3 cage-level powerhouses finally came to an end with the death of all 3 parties. Minato. Brother. At the same time, he witnessed the death of his closest relatives. As the 2 of Jinchuriki both stepped into a rampage. Chapter 251 4 Tails, 8 Tails, 9 Tails Run Away. Chapter 251 4 Tails, 8 Tails, 9 Tails Run Amok. Minato, it seems that this is the end. I'm stupid. Upon the death of the contractor, Bunta and Gamaken, who were summoning beasts, were forcibly returned to Mount Myoboku. It turned into 2 streams of white smoke and disappeared. Grandfather. Only then did Haito realize that his grandfather Onoki had been killed in battle, and instantly fell into a state of berserk. Roar. 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 All of a sudden, 4 Tails, 8 Tails, and 9 Tails went berserk at the same time. These guys. The only one who remained sane was Erway, who glanced at the broken battlefield and said in a low voice, Raikage has been killed, and the rest of the troops failed to defeat Konoha. It seems that this war has failed. In addition, Wooden Golem has not yet fully mastered the power of the tailed beast, and now it has almost reached the limit. If she continues reluctantly, she may even fall into a rampage. As a result, Wooden Golem took the initiative to remove the tailed beast, and reclosed the iron armor seal on his body. 13. Shua. The faint blue flames gradually dissipated, and Erway's huge body quickly shrank into a human shape. Wooden Golem sat slumped on the ground, his face pale and his whole body dripping with cold sweat. This is also a side effect after the end of the tailed beast. She only feels weak and weak. However, at this moment, the 8 Tails in the distance took the lead in launching an indiscriminate attack on the surroundings. Wrap the 8 Tails around the whole body in a spiral shape. Not good. This is 8 Tails Power Tail Beast Volume 8. The area around here will be razed to the ground. The complexion of Wooden Golem changed, and she was about to get up and run away, but the weakness of her body made her fall down again. I saw that the body of 8 Tails began to rotate at high speed on the spot, forming a super large storm, and rolled everything around into the sky. Not only Konoha Shinobi was affected, but also Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi were all attacked indiscriminately. Advertisement. Just as Wooden Golem was about to be hit into the sky, an extremely fast figure flashed past, grabbed her shoulder with one hand, and quickly fled the storm. By Wooden Golem. Are you alright? It was Cloud Shinobi Jonin Samui who made the shot. Samui, thank you. Wooden Golem looked up at her gratefully. As the Jinchuriki feared by everyone in Cloud Shinobi, this friend in front of me can clear up the suspicion and save her. What are you talking about? We are companions in the same class. Samuel said seriously. They were also members of the same class during Genin's time. What about the others? Said by Wooden Golem. Sorry, I can only escort a group of Genin to escape from Konoha, and the rest of the troops, I'm afraid, have been. Wooden Golem, let's retreat quickly. Samui said with a sad face. No, Bai is still here. The village has already damaged breakage. We must not lose 8 tails anymore. We must recover Jinchuriki. Serious and authentic by Wooden Golem. But, Bai has gone mad and is in a state of berserk. Who can defeat him now? Samui looked at the 8 tails who lost their minds and wreaked havoc everywhere. Let's have a look. Anyway, it's Konoha who has been ravaged here. Maybe they have some powerful characters hidden. Not sure authentic by Wooden Golem. Boom, boom, boom. 4 tails slapped the ground furiously, calling for the magma sleeping deep underground to erupt. The mountains shook for a while, and hot magma spewed out from the bottom of Konoha continuously, destroying this desolate land even more unsightly. However, the most frightening thing among them is 9 tails, which opened its mouth wide and quickly condensed a jet black high-density chakra cannon. This is really the biggest killer of Tailed Beast Bomb. I don't know if it was intentional, but the launch direction of the Tailed Beast Bomb aimed at a town group far away from the battlefield. Compared with the flames of war here, the building complex seems to be relatively well preserved, probably because the local ninjas stubbornly resisted the invasion of Kaiyan, Zhongying, and Rock Shinobi. And among the entire Konoha, the only one with strength is the Uchi faction. Boom. 9 tails blatantly launched the Tailed Beast Bomb towards the Uchiha clan's clan. Advertisement, you can feel it from a distance, that appalling and terrifying aura. Everyone in Uchiha was in chaos. Ah, not good, 9 tails is calling. Run. That's too late. Everyone watched in horror as the Tailed Beast Bomb struck from afar. Many tribesmen who have Sharingan can clearly see how much energy is contained in that Tailed Beast Bomb. This explosion can definitely blow half of the Uchiha tribe into slag. Damn it. Is there no other way? Uchiha Itachi was helpless. At the same time, he began to feel extreme hatred for his own weakness. Power. I need great power. It seems that our family is doomed, but fortunately, there is Miss Quan at Sasuke's side. 673. Uchiha Makoto is leading the tribe at this time, but unfortunately his strength is limited, and he is really unable to resist the full blow of the tailed beast. But at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, who was seriously injured and unconscious, stood up in vain. In a battle with Tsuchikage Onogi, he lost to the former by a single move. Now, facing the life and death of his clansmen, he absolutely cannot lose. Father, Fugaku, you. Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Makoto looked at the latter worriedly. Needless to say, Itachi. I'll leave Sasuke to you. Makoto, protect the Uchiha clan for me. The catastrophe was imminent, and Uchiha Fugaku didn't have time to finish his last words, and his eyes were fixed on the tailed beast bomb coming towards him. The power of the whole body was overdrawn in one breath, transformed into infinite pupil power, and Mangekyō Sharingan was forcibly activated. Golden bones, surrounding the whole body, form a bust of Susanoo. I saw Uchiha Fugaku leaping up resolutely, ready to use his body to fight the incoming tailed beast bomb. How tragic it is to sacrifice one's life for righteousness. Master Patriarch. Uchiha, everyone weeps in unison. However, no one noticed that Tianming, who appeared out of thin air, was looking at the gorgeous explosion in the sky with a speechless expression. Actually, you don't have to die. Chapter 252 Uchiha's Guiding. Chapter 252 Uchiha's Begging in the land of the Uchiha tribe. There is Tianming's house here, which can be regarded as his nest. Therefore, it is impossible for him to watch his nest be destroyed. After discovering that the tailed beast bomb launched by 9 tails might affect his home, Tianming immediately used teleportation to block the tailed beast bomb. This is not a difficult thing for him, but now a dramatic scene appeared. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward resolutely as the patriarch, in the form of overdrawing his life, launched Susanoo, and shook the tailed beast bomb with his body. How tragic is this? Boom! The tailed beast bomb erupted in the sky like a small golden sun. The terrifying shockwave energy emitted by it knocked down many houses in the Uchiha tribe, but there were no casualties. In the end, Uchiha Fugaku's golden Susanoo turned into a little light Madara, floated from the sky, and he himself was blown to nothing. Father, T5. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Makoto mourned unceasingly, with painful tears, stimulating their eyes, and the 3-hooked jade in the pupils joined together. Finally both awakened Mangekyō Sharingan. This is an interesting development. Tianming glanced at the two of them indifferently and didn't pay much attention to it. After all, for him with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the pupil power is not at the same level, but this is just one of Tianming's many big moves. The gap can be called a worldwide disparity, the other side. Seeing that his tailed beast bomb attack was blocked, 9 tails felt a huge provocation, opened his mouth without saying a word, and gathered the tailed beast bomb again. This made the 4 tails and 8 tails on the side couldn't help being attracted, and they turned their eyes to the Uchiha tribe in the distance. At this time, Konoha is full of desolate ruins everywhere, but the Uchiha tribe's land is intact, which makes the tailed beast, who has fallen into a runaway and full of destructive desires, suddenly attracts attention. Call. Call. I saw that both 4 tails and 8 tails began to condense tailed beast bomb at the same time. Advertisement 3 tailed beast bombs aimed at the Uchiha clan. The threat of death has tripled compared to before. Having just experienced the sacrifice of the patriarch's life for righteousness, he was able to escape from death, and now Uchiha is once again facing the dilemma of life and death, which makes everyone in Uchiha fall into despair. Don't come here, 3 tailed beast bombs. Is this goddamn Uchiha? Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned red, and he stood up resolutely, but was soon stopped by Uchiha Makoto. Itachi, back off. Let me do it. No, God. Uchiha Itachi shouted anxiously. Your father's will to me is to protect Uchiha, and your task is to protect your brother. Uchiha Makoto shook his head. But, 3 tailed beast bombs, what do you want, mother? Uchiha Itachi wants to argue. Don't worry, just now, I got new power. As Uchiha Makoto said, he stretched out his hand to cover the eyes exuding unprecedented pupil power. If you use this pupil technique, you can definitely block it. However, she did not say the second half of the sentence. That is the price to be paid for blocking it, which is her life. Uchiha Itachi is a smart person. Even if the other party didn't tell him, he knew that if he wanted to block 3 tailed beast bombs, even with the power of Mangekyō Sharingan, it would be impossible without paying a heavy price. Lady. Ma'am. I can't help it. The patriarch has already sacrificed. How can we let you die too? You go. Everyone in Uchiha saw hope again, but they really couldn't bear to let a woman stand in front of them and be shot, which would damage their dignity. What should I do? Uchiha Yashiro was distraught. Different from other passionate clansmen, as an elder of the Uchiha clan, he has a distinguished status. The more powerful the person, the more greedy for life and afraid of death. Advertisement. Although Uchiha Makoto stepped forward in the critical moment, he did not believe that the opponent could block the 3 tailed beast bombs. Looking around, suddenly his eyes locked on the figure standing on a certain roof. Uchiha Tianming. Everyone in Uchiha was immediately attracted by his shout, and they all expressed bewildered faces. Tianming? Who is this? I don't know. Is there such a number 1 person in the clan? Most of the younger generation know nothing about it. But there are also a few older people who have some understanding of Tianming's legendary deeds. As if seeing a savior, their faces showed surprise. Great, with him, there will be no problem. Yeah, that's the biggest monster the Uchiha clan has ever seen. Comparable to Master Uchiha Madara back then, facing the compliments from everyone, Tianming looked indifferent and ignored them. It makes them seem awkward, but out of desire to survive, they still licked their faces and kept begging Tianming. Mr. Tianming. Uchiha Makoto's figure flashed and jumped onto the roof, his eyes flickering slightly. She didn't know much about the man in front of her. Daily how, most of them are just a few words from Uchiha Fugaku. But the only thing that can be confirmed is that the opponent is very strong, stronger than everyone in Konoha. But his character is very weird, no one can figure out what he is thinking. Such a mysterious man. But now that the catastrophe is imminent, there is really no time for negotiations. The only thing Uchiha Makoto can do is to bow to each other and beg for fire. Please save Uchiha. I reject. Tianming glanced at her indifferently, and said expressionlessly, but, I want to protect my homeland, you are lucky to live near me. The attack of the tailed beast is coming, everyone in Uchiha yelled in horror. I saw 9 tails, 8 tails, 4 tails, and the tailed beast bomb, which had been stored for a long time, burst out. Chapter 253 Hado, 90 Black Coffin, Chapter 253. Hado no 90 Black Coffin. Boom. Boom. 3 tailed beast bombs came through the air, a pitch-black sphere with an incomparably thick chakra density, and traced a death trajectory in the air. Once it hits, it will definitely turn the entire Uchiha tribe into ruins, and no one can escape this terrible disaster. Everyone in Uchiha couldn't help but hold their breath. They are like ants living in the earth. Their fragile lives have always been in the hands of others. Uchiha Makoto stared intently at the 3 incoming tailed beast bombs. She has just awakened Mangekyō Sharingan, her pupil power has increased greatly, her insight has become stronger, and she can see more. However, precisely because she saw it more clearly, she understood the horror of the tailed beast bomb better than anyone else. With the power released by it, everyone in Uchiha present has absolutely no chance of surviving. Oh, except for one person. If 697 is him, there should be no problem in protecting himself. I saw Tianming slowly raised his palm, and muttered an unbelievable line on his lips. The proud son of heaven, the iron wall, the dragon's walk, the lion's roar, the tiger's roar, the wolf's run, cut off the world before it collapses. Bakudo's 81 splitting void. Boom 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 boom. The earth-shattering big explosion, 3 in a row. Everyone felt as if they were suddenly deaf. But in fact this is within the scope of the explosion. The air is drawn into a vacuum, preventing the transmission of sound. However, even if it is only a visual impact, it is enough to make one's heart jump. I saw that the ground in front of me was torn into 3 pieces, and at the same time, a giant Tianming with a diameter of several kilometers was dug out. The violent chakra energy turned into a violent shockwave, turning everything around into nothingness. Although the explosion range is not as good as the previous Deidara's self-explosion, but within a limited range, the destructive power produced is definitely higher than the former, BDAB. The surface of the ground alone was planed hundreds of meters away, and even the groundwater beneath the ground was blasted out. Advertisement, however, this hell-like scene in front of him did not affect Uchiha's clan. All because of this huge transparent shield wall that appeared in front of me, resisting all the damage. Everyone in Uchiha was stunned, looking at the tragic scene in front of them, and looking at their intact body. It seemed like a dream. Uchiha Makoto seemed to have collapsed, slumped on the ground without any image, and stretched out his hand to caress his constantly rising and falling chest. Narrowly escaped, still in shock, she raised her head subconsciously, and fixedly stared at Tianming with an upward posture. His expression couldn't help but startled, a calm face. It was as if he was not defending against the 3 outrageous attacks of the tailed beast bomb just now, but just pushed away 3 small stones. Indescribable legend. Let me use the splitting void, which is activated under full chant, and the full blow of the 3 tailed beasts. It can be regarded as passable. Tianming said calmly, okay, now the offensive and defensive battles. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki close black lens bracket the invisible heaven and earth pressure instantly suppressed 9 tails, 8 tails, and 4 tails. Even if they are in a runaway state, they can feel the unusual danger coming. For a moment, 3 pairs of huge beast pupils with copper bells fixedly stared at Tianming. However, under the unwavering gaze of the tailed beast, Tianming's figure disappeared in place. Open black lens bracket instant transfer close black lens bracket Tianming's figure instantly appeared between the 3 tailed beasts. Ordinary people are afraid to avoid tailed beasts, and there are very few people who dare to take the initiative to approach them. This made the 3 tailed beasts a little unresponsive for a while. I saw Tianming's open palm, a dark spiral twisted space appeared. 4 tails suddenly couldn't move, and saw a black cube suddenly appear from under his feet, quickly wrapping its huge body. Hado no 90 black coffin. Advertisement. The black cube enveloping 4 tails produced an astonishing torrent of gravity, which instantly crushed 4 tails' muscles and bones, and at the same time, countless black shadow blades stretched out from the periphery and inserted into it. Eventually, the black cube disappears, revealing the bloody 4 tails. Puff 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 puff, chakra of 4 tails collapsed, and the broken body quickly shrank into a human form, and finally returned to the form of Jinchuriki, and the black soil fell to the ground. Abandoning the chant, the power is only 1/3 of the original black coffin, but it still has the terrifying power to kill 4 tails in one hit. From Tianming's approach, he made an instant move again, killing 4 tails in one blow, and the process was nothing more than a blink of an eye. This made the 9 tails and 8 tails on the side startled and regained some sanity. Hey, what's going on? Is this still human? 9 tails' pupils were red and flashed, and an extremely deep voice came out. Monster. This is even scarier than Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Bye, wake up. 8 tails shouted anxiously. Next, it's your turn. Tianming has 2 hands and 1 move, 2 swords Zagetsu in hand. Whoosh. Bang bang. Accompanied by 2 loud noises, 2 black crescents were seen, respectively blasting 9 tails and 8 tails into the sky. Tianming's figure appeared in the sky again in an instant, slashing wildly at the 9 tails and 8 tails hanging in the air with his 2 knives. Oh sang 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 sang. With the sharp black blade light, each blow can leave a deep wound on the tailed beast's body, cutting 9 tails and 8 tails with cuts and bruises all over in the blink of an eye. 9 tails 8 tails roared in pain and anger. Under Tianming's brutal attack, the 2 tailed beasts who were cornered were also roused to fight back recklessly. Swish 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 swish, 8 tails stretched out its 8 octopus tentacles in an attempt to bind Tianming. Puff 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 puff, but in the end, Tianming could only cut off the 8 octopus tentacles one by one. Chapter 254 The End of the Battlefield. Chapter 254 The End of the Battlefield, Roar. 9 tails stretched out its 9 tails and turned them into tough tentacles, frantically earth coiling towards Tianming. Puff, Tianming immediately slashed with his knife, chopping off 4 tails in one go, but failed to cut off the 5th tail all at once. At first glance, he found that the blade was covered with a lot of fox fur, greatly reducing the intensity of the slashing force. Then the 2 knives were caught by the remaining 4 tails, and they were forcibly pulled out of Tianming's hands. This showmanship by 9 tails also made Tianming stunned. You be ********* human, eat the old man's claws. From the gloomy roar of 9 tails, it can be seen that 9 tails is the one who controls the body at this time. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't bear the 2 large chakra, and witnessed the death of Namikaze Minato, and fell into a state of mental breakdown. 9 tails took the opportunity to occupy consciousness. It turns out that the main body is operating, no wonder the movements have become agile. The Zangetsu in his hand was taken away. Tianming didn't care because it wasn't a big deal. Facing the giant claws of 9 tails, Tianming chose to punch him head on. Swish. Under the blessing of the extremely freezing cold, his arms were instantly covered with a set of exquisite frost gloves. Ice Devil Zero Breaking Fist. At first glance, it seemed that the 2 sides were out of proportion in terms of size, and 9 tails also had a condescending advantage, but Tianming's punch forcefully pushed the opponent's giant claws up. Boom. All I heard was a thunderous explosion in the sky. Varied. Nine-Tails' huge body was not only blown away by the huge impact, even the claw that was facing Tianming was frozen and then turned into ice shoulders and shattered into pieces. However, before Nine-Tails could breathe a sigh of relief, Tianming's figure appeared above its head in an instant. Boom. Another blow. Nine-Tails curled up the remaining 4 tails to protect its head at a critical moment. The price paid for this was that the remaining 4 tails were frozen into ice blocks and eventually shattered. Advertisement. Boom, boom. I saw the huge bodies of 8 tails and 9 tails falling from the sky, and the multiple tails that were the symbol of tailed beasts had all been chopped off by Tianming at this time. Damn. How is this possible? The severely injured tailed beasts had already been stunned by Tianming at this time, and they were completely helpless. Kacha kacha, the frost fist gloves in Tianming's hands gradually dissipated, and he grabbed the 2 hands in the distance, and through Chakra's link, he pulled back the 2 swords Zagetsu that had been thrown to the ground. This is also Zangetsu's knife chain ability, hiss, asterisk. I saw him crossing his swords and cutting off the tough fox fur wrapped around the blade, said lightly. Okay, that's the end of the warm-up, I'm going to take a serious blow next. The pitch-black chakra spewed out from Tianming's body, its thickness even surpassed the power of the tailed beast for a time. The battle just now was just a warm-up, 8 tails and 9 tails sound like a creep. Suddenly a terrible idea appeared in their brains. The man in front of him has not used his full strength yet. 9 tails, it seems we are doomed today, 8 tails sighed. Shut up. The old man hasn't given up yet. 9 tails babbled and grinned grinningly, but judging from its bald tail, there was no deterrent force at all. I saw that the pitch-black chakra began to shrink rapidly, converging on the Zangetsu on Tianming's left and right respectively. Then he raised the short sword in his left hand horizontally, and the long knife in his right hand vertically, forming a cross shape, and then swung forward at the same time. Crescent cross charge. Accompanied by the black crescent, soil, released from the blade, it overlaps and forms a cross shape. It doesn't look very ornamental, and it's not visually gorgeous enough. But this blow represents pure aesthetics of violence, which can be called a perfect coincidence. Facing the devastating slash in front of them, 9 tails and 8 tails had no choice but to lie on the ground with their heads in their arms, trying to reduce the area of damage. Advertisement. Needless to say, this nondescript defensive posture is indeed quite useful. I saw that the cross-shaped crescent, most of the slashes passed through the top of the tailed beast's head, and only a small part rubbed against their back and tore. Boom, 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 boom. The destructive power caused by this blow is far better than the tailed beast bomb issued by the 2 of them. Even though 8 tails 9 tails avoided most of the slashing attacks with such a condescending and embarrassed posture, they were inevitably severely injured when they were slashed by the sharp black crescent. In the end, due to the severe damage to the body structure, it was impossible to maintain the stable form of the tailed beast chakra body, and the huge chakra body leaked out like a perforated ball, and finally both of them faded back to the state of Jinchuriki. With the rampage of the 3 tailed beasts, they were suppressed by Tianming alone. The remaining Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi, because they no longer have core ninjas who can carry the banner, were eventually defeated by Konoha one by one. In the end, the melee involving the 5 hidden villages ended in Konoha's victory. But for this, the price Konoha paid was extremely heavy. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is killed, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is killed. Uchiha Tianming Nami Fugaku is killed. Hitaki Kakashi is dead. Ino Shikacho was killed, and the village protection barrier system was destroyed. Uchiha Obito defected and wiped out the Anbu team at the same time. Inuzuka Claw was killed in action, died by enemy beating. Aburame Joe was killed in battle, died by enemy beating. Hyuga Hiyashi was killed, died by enemy siege. Almost all the famous patriarchs of Konoha died in this war, then. The total number of ninja deaths exceeds 10,000, Konoha civilians were killed and injured countless times. Most of them died in cage-level battles or the effects of tailed beast battles. At that time, the entire Konoha was a battlefield, and as a civilian without the ability to protect himself, his wealth and life could only be resigned to fate. However, the battlefield within Konohagakure is over. But the war on the border of the Land of Fire is still going on fiercely. Chapter 255 Konoha Sannin guards the border. Chapter 255 Konoha Sannin guards the border. 3 armies of Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi broke into the border of the Land of Fire respectively. Konoha Sannin Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade led 3 groups of troops to resist. The 2 sides launched a protracted and fierce fight. In terms of the number of ninjas, the Konoha family is naturally at a disadvantage against the 3, but Sannin's strength largely makes up for the gap in combat effectiveness. Coupled with the failure of Konoha's collapse plan, Tsuchikage, Cloud Shinobi, and Mizukage, the leaders of the 3 parties, all lost contact, which greatly reduced the morale of the enemy. Orochimaru, in particular, used the sensational forbidden technique in pure world reincarnation. Using living people as sacrifices, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama were summoned. Although the 2 Hokages summoned were very watery due to the lack of accuracy of the technique, the Hokage name alone was scary enough. Defeat the Cloud Shinobi army led by Tudai. At that time, Wooden Golem, Samui and others who escaped from Konohagakure and formed the Earth platform of the annihilation of Raikage, Killer Bee and others. The latter was deeply shocked, but as Cloud Shinobi's advisor, still quickly regained his composure, abided by his duties, and led Cloud Shinobi's troops to retreat. Immediately after defeating Cloud Shinobi, Orochimaru led Unit 523 to support Jiraiya and Tsunade. Then defeated the two armies of Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi again, and won the final victory of the war. This made Orochimaru, who had been silent for more than 10 years, suddenly raised his prestige to an unprecedented height. How is this possible? The old man and Minato. After receiving the bad news from Konoha, Jiraiya almost passed out with black eyes. One is his respected teacher, the other is his close disciple, and now both of them are killed in battle. This is a huge blow to him. Damn. The crisis in the village is so urgent, why don't you let us go back to help? Tsunade gritted his teeth authentically. If we go back to support the three-way army on the border, who will resist it? Advertisement. Orochimaru said with a straight face, the Konoha collapse plan is just a surprise attack. The enemy is trying to disintegrate us from within. Naturally, there are also large army invasions from outside. After Minato encountered a surprise attack, he was in danger. He immediately ordered a Sannin to lead the army to the border. This is the only correct choice he made as Hokage. What I'm worried about now is what will happen to the village. Both Hokages have died, and Konoha has no leader to stand up and direct the battle. Jiraiya wished she could fly back to the village now. But helplessly, he and his troops had just fought a big battle with Mist Shinobi, and now everyone, including himself, was exhausted and had no energy to proceed to the next step. Don't worry, Danzo has sent me a message. The situation in the village has stabilized. Orochimaru is bland and authentic. Danzo, can you trust the old man's words? Tsunade frowned. She obviously had a great distrust towards this conspirator who did everything by any means. I've heard that Raikage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, 8 tails, 2 tails, 4 tails, even if Sand Shinobi exits halfway, there will be thousands of elite ninjas from various countries, plus the invasion of a mysterious mercenary organization, and finally Uchiha Obito's mutiny. How did the enemy lineup be so fierce? How did they win this war? Those people in the village alone are definitely not enough to fight, but don't forget, there is an unprecedented evildoer in the village. As long as he makes a move, the enemies you mentioned above will be doubled, and they will be able to fight again. How? Orochimaru sneered. It is estimated that Sand Shinobi's sudden betrayal is also because that person made a move. Is it him? So that's the case. If it's this person, he really has this ability. Tsunade suddenly realized. She also saw Tianming's strength with her own eyes. BDBJ. Losing is convincing, isn't it? Is that person really as powerful as in the legend? Jiraiya stared at the two in front of her in astonishment. Only he who has been traveling around the ninja world all year round has never personally understood Tianming's strength. But he knows Orochimaru well. Even Orochimaru, who is rebellious, admits that the strong man is probably stronger than he imagined. Advertisement. Konoha. The once prosperous large towns are now in ruins. Everywhere you look, there are ruins. The work of confining the corpse lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, but it was not fully completed. The bright red blood dyed the entire land red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood that lingered for a long time. For the current Konoha, the rubble should be cleaned up as soon as possible, and the reconstruction of the village should be carried out. This requires a convincing leader to preside over it all. To put it bluntly, the person who can preside over the overall situation is very likely to take over the position of Konoha's 5th Hokage in the future. Shimura Danzo, the Konoha high-level boss who has lived behind the scenes for a long time, came to the front desk for the first time, began to guide the operation of Konoha's various departments, and called himself Agent Hokage. Now the Uchiha clan will quit. After the battle of the Konoha collapse plan, the major families in Konoha have suffered heavy losses. Although Uchiha also suffered casualties, but after all, the family has a big business, and Uchiha Fugaku sacrificed his life to protect him. The sum of the clans. The Uchiha family continued to dominate, and even further widened the gap with other famous families. This made some ambitious fanatics in the clan jump out at once. Their strength is limited, and they know that they have no ability to be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. But there are many people who are capable. Uchiha Tianming, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Makoto, any one of them is currently the top ninja in Konoha. First they approached Tianming, and then they got rejected. Well, people are not birds at all. So everyone in Uchiha retreated to the next best thing and found Uchiha Shisui. With the great achievement of capturing Mizukage alive, not only in the Uchiha clan, but even in the entire Konoha, and Zebo Shisui has sufficient prestige. Chapter 256. Konoha is fighting again. Chapter 256. Konoha started fighting again. Sorry, seniors, I don't think I can take on this important task. Facing the recommendation of the tribe, Uchiha Shisui rejected it without thinking. Shisui, don't be humble. Now the entire Uchiha clan, besides you, who else can be our patriarch? Uchiha Yayo's eyes widened with envy and jealousy. You, Mom, next door, Lousy also wants to be the patriarch. The problem is that no one recommends it. You are a blissful guy who doesn't know how to be blessed. Everyone unanimously recommended you, but you are still moaning. And Senior Tianming, with his own power, he defeated Shao and suppressed the 3-headed and tailed beasts. In terms of strength, he is far superior to me. Uchiha Shisui deliberately shirks. You, don't mention that B************* D again. As soon as Uchiha Yeo heard this name, he felt angry inside. Think of him as one of the distinguished elders of Uchiha, who is also a man of dignity, and yesterday he humbly asked Tianming. Who knew that he didn't even step into the latter's house, so he wouldn't stay behind closed doors after eating? Didn't pay attention to him at all. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but wryly smiled, and now he probably has a certain understanding of Tianming's character. Do things as you like, do not accept the constraints and restrictions of anyone and things, and ignore all ninja rules. There is no other man in the world who is detached from things like him. But my qualifications are still inexperienced. Uchiha Shisui is still reluctant to take over as patriarch. In fact, he is not without responsibility. It's just that he knows very well that those ambitious fanatics in Uchiha, once he becomes the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he will be forced to participate in Konoha's political game. To put it bluntly, let him compete for Konoha's 5th Hokage position. What are you kidding? What time is it now, still thinking about internal fighting? Advertisement Konoha is now in ruins, countless ninjas and civilians are displaced, don't you people's hearts hurt? As if he had guessed what he was thinking, Uchiha Yadai frowned suddenly, and said in his heart, HMPH, sure enough, young people don't understand anything. Of course, those who do big things have to be careless. Besides, what's the point of the life of a mere ant? What about hanging teeth? Of course, knowing Uchiha Shisui's character, he would not say it in front of his face, so he had to persuade him tactfully. Then let me ask you, if Danzo becomes Hokage, will the people in the village be happy? Uchiha Shisui frowned immediately. He didn't have any good feelings for this conspirator who calculated others all day long. This old immortal, since the era of the 3rd generation, has been deliberately trying to usurp power, and it is the same in the era of the 4th generation. It's just that they were all overwhelmed by the 2 Hokages and couldn't react. Now that the 2 Hokages are dead, this old man jumped out immediately, wishing he could put the Hokage's cloak on himself. And more importantly, Shimura Danzo hates the Uchiha clan extremely. If this man is allowed to take power, then Uchiha will definitely have no good fruit to eat. Please, Shisui, please shoulder the honor of protecting the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yeo pressed his hands on his shoulders, speaking earnestly. Our Uchiha clan depends on you, please, puke. Shisui. The rest of the elders also persuaded one after another. Seniors. Uchiha Shisui is deeply embarrassed. On the one hand, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he has the righteousness to protect the clan, which is understandable. He was entangled in his heart. He knew that once he took this position, no matter whether he wanted to or not, the people in the clan would force him to fight against Konoha Takahashi. Loyal to the clan and loyal to Konoha, isn't it possible to have both? Uchiha Shisui closed his eyes in pain. At this moment, he is really envious of Tianming. No matter when and where, always so unrestrained. However, he does not have this ability. There is no other choice. This is the Uchiha clan who chose him, and he must respond to the clan's petition. Uchiha Shisui opened his eyes, and the fire of faith that had been burning in his eyes gradually began to go out, leaving him numb. Advertisement. Seeking flowers. 0, okay, I accept. Konoha Hokage office. Shimura Danzo, Midokado Homura, and Uchiha Ikaharu, these are the only 3 people left in the high-level Konoha. The top priority now is to elect the 5th Hokage as soon as possible. Midokado Homura said in a deep voice. What to do? Minato died, Hiruzen died too. It's just us old bones. Uchiha Ikaharu said with a sad face. Don't panic, isn't there an old man here? Shimura Danzo squinted his eyes. Unlike the 2 old men who were over half a century old, although he was also very old, but he was far superior to the previous 2 in terms of complexion and physique. During these years, he used the power in his hands to secretly support Orochi in conducting his own research on taboos. 0 By cultivating Senju Hashirama's cells and transplanting them into your own body, you can greatly increase your physical strength. In order to become a Hokage one day, Hokage, without strong strength, cannot be justified. Danzo, can you? Midokado Homura looked at the latter suspiciously. They are old acquaintances, from the time of Genin, they are the same class of ninjas. Both strength and intelligence are far inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen of the same period. Belongs to the kind of ambitious, but limited ability of a person. Let him be this Hokage. To be honest, even if he is an old friend, he is not very optimistic. I think it's okay. Surprisingly, Uchiha Ikaharu agreed. Why? Midokado Homura said in surprise. Whoever is Hokage is better than Uchiha. Uchiha Ikaharu said viciously. Those ambitious bastards. Hiruzen believed in Uchiha Obito wrongly, which led to the annihilation of Anbu who had been trained for many years, otherwise the battle would not have been so miserable. I know what you mean. But Shisui is different. I observed that he has a good character, and he was born as a descendant of our former comrade in arms Uchiha Kagami. And in this war, the capture of Mizuka alive set a new milestone. Great work. If he comes to run for the purpose of 5th generation, he really has a great chance of success. Chapter 257 Rinne Tensai, Uchiha Madara Resurrected. Chapter 257 Rinne Tensai, Uchiha Madara Resurrected. Outside the Kingdom of Fire, there is a dark underground secret room somewhere. On a stone pedestal, sat a pair of skeletons. Plop. Plop. The figures of Nagato and Konan were thrown to the ground. Ju got out from the crack in the ground, and said eerily, it's really a close call. I didn't expect Deidara's last trick to be so powerful. Obito, thanks to your Kamui, otherwise the important Rinnegan will be killed, destroyed. Don't talk nonsense, give him treatment first. Uchiha Obito said deadpan. Ju stretched out a tentacle from his body, penetrated into Nagato's body, and began to continuously deliver chakra. The internal organs have been damaged, 453, Nagato is hopeless. Really, if you confront that guy head-on, death is also expected. Uchiha Obito said coldly, let's do it while he is still breathing. But, according to Master Madara's plan, now is not the time. Absolutely some hesitation. HMPH, plan. Do you think everyone will follow the script you have prepared in advance? Uchiha Obito sneered. Well, you are right. The existence of that guy is the biggest variable, and now we can only advance the plan. When Ju was in Shao, he had been acting as the work of collecting intelligence. He will record all the information about Tianming, and he is well aware of how powerful the other party is. The reason why Shao is in such a mess now is not that they are too good, but that the enemy is really too strong. Gululu, I saw the black part of Ju's body, like black roots, slowly transplanted to Nagato's body. A burst of life-filled energy flowed into Nagato's body, activating his body that was hanging by a thread. With a painful grunt, Nagato slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Advertisement, Huh? When Nagato woke up, he immediately found something wrong with his body, half of his body was covered by that strange black substance. Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from the ear, be honest, because Yin-Yang escaped spirit possession. As the black substance began to spread throughout his body, Nagato gradually lost control over his body. Absolutely. Why? Don't understand. You are an important pawn in Master Madara's script. It's a pity that you, as a pawn, are useless now. Please give full play to your best value and contribute. While talking, Ju manipulated the elder's hands to start making seals. This seal is the power of heretics, could it be that? Nagato's pupils suddenly tightened, but at this moment, his body was reduced to a marionette, but he couldn't do anything. Obito, Madara-sama will show up soon, let those who have nothing to do disappear. Absolutely cruel and authentic. Uchiha Obito didn't talk nonsense, and Mangekyō Sharingan glared at Konan who was lying beside him. A distorted space that appeared out of nowhere sucked her in. As for where it was sent, Uchiha Obito didn't care, and set the coordinates of the space at a certain corner of the ninja world. Whether it is the sea, the desert, the deep mountains or the volcano, it is up to fate. Hateful. Nagato realized what the opponent was trying to do, and frantically tried to struggle. But how could Ju Yin-Yang escape be so easy to break free? In the end, he could only watch helplessly as he finished the last seal. Heretic Rinne Tensai technique, drink awe. I saw Nagato's hideous face, bleeding from 7 holes. Burn your own vitality and transform all power into pupil power. Ripples of Rinnegan transform into mystical power expansions. Shua, advertisement I saw that the skeleton sitting on the stone pedestal strangely transformed into life, and also glowed with flesh, internal organs, skin, and finally condensed into a complete human form. Om. Like a long sleeping dragon awakening, the huge chakra soars to the sky. Kacha kacha, boom. The ceiling was shattered, and the infinite energy blasted through the ground and erupted towards the sky. Tens of miles away, the birds in the forest were frightened and flew away in flocks. That boy Nagato, it seems that he has grown up. A deep and hoarse voice spoke from the mouth of the resurrected man. I saw that his eyes were tightly closed at this time. No, it should be said that he has no eyes now. Madara-sama, congratulations on your coming to the ninja world again. Ju abandoned Nagato's body that had been drained of the last drop of vitality, and returned to the half of the white body. Are you Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Obito stared fixedly at the imposing man in front of him. It seems to be compared with someone in the impression. Huh? This feeling of pupil power. Uchiha Madara also looked at him with non-existent eyes. Although he has no vision at this time, for a ninja of his level, perception is equivalent to eyes. Mangekyō Sharingan, and he still has the power of wood style. It seems that some people in my generation have followed the same path as me. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. If you want to advance your own goals, Power 4.0 is a must. Next, Uchiha Obito has seen the elders. Uchiha Obito is bland and authentic. Obito. Interesting, it seems that we are also like-minded. Uchiha Madara expressed his pleasure, and it couldn't be better to have such a good new chess piece available. Where is the script now? While asking about the current situation, Uchiha Madara walked up to Nagato's corpse, gouged out the latter's eyes with his bare hands, and stuffed them into his empty eye sockets. After simple chakra treatment, seamless healing and perfect transplantation. This is also because the eyes belong to him in the first place, and there is no repulsion in genetic matching. Chapter 258 Funeral, New Hokage. Chapter 258 Funeral, Electing a New Hokage. After completely repelling the enemies on the border, Konoha Sannin led the troops back to Konoha. Today, Konoha is dressed in black mourning uniforms, holding the largest funeral in history. Now, let's all give away the 4th Hokage and 3rd Hokage who sacrificed to protect Konoha. As Konoha's respected and high-ranking advisors, Mitokata Homura and Sensei Kaharu officiated at the funeral. Everyone looked at the comfort monument in front of them sadly, and bowed to show their respect. Including the Uchiha clan, even though they are arrogant by nature, they have never been willing to obey orders. But in any case, Hokages sacrificed to protect Konoha, which should be respected. Wow, woo 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 woo, Namikaze Naruto let out a heart-piercing cry. The parents who loved him since he was a child are both dead. This kind of feeling after experiencing love and losing it is really too traumatic, especially for a child who is only 13 years old. It is extremely heavy hit. Jiraiya put her hand on his head, feeling indescribably melancholy. Both the respected teacher 13 and the excellent disciple passed away. Tsunade sighed, how many lives have been lost in this war? Recalling my relatives, brother Nawaki and lover Kato Dan, all died in the war. The birth of life and the passing of life are meaningless. Only when life is eternal can we unlock all the secrets of this world. Orochimaru had no expression on his face, his cold eyes seemed to have seen through life and death. Father. Sarutobi Asuma covered his left eye with an eye patch again, since he just opened Mangekyō Sharingan, but he is not of the Uchiha family, he still has a dull pain from time to time. Damn Uchiha Obito. It's all because of this guy's betrayal. He blamed Uchiha Obito for his father's death. However, in fact, it is also expected that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is old and frail, will die together when he meets a movie with death ambitions. But he doesn't care, anyway, it's all wrong, it's all Uchiha Obito's fault. All because of Uchiha. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Asuma extended his hatred to the entire Uchiha clan, and cast his murderous eyes on Uchiha and others in the crowd. You? What kind of eyes are you looking at? Uchiha Yeo sensed the other party's gaze sensitively, and immediately jumped up. Calm down, Mr. Yidai. Uchiha Shisui held down the ladder who was about to explode, and then bowed his head to Sarutobi Asuma to apologize. But the other party didn't appreciate it at all, and the unkind eyes still didn't leave Uchiha. Lord Patriarch, he was the first. Some in Uchiha also expressed outrage. It's just that someone in your family died, and you are in a bad mood to take care of others. You must know that in this war, Uchiha also suffered a lot of casualties, everyone is in a bad mood. Seeing everyone in Uchiha fighting against each other, the murderous intent in Sarutobi Asuma's eyes became even stronger. However, at this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and he whispered to him. Finally, you also understand the danger of the Uchiha clan, but it's not the time yet, so be patient for now, Asuma. It was Shimura Danzo who spoke. He just lost a powerful subordinate Hitaki Kakashi, and now he has a Sarutobi Asuma of Mangekyō Sharingan, whose strength is close to the front line, and indeed has the value of wooing. Cut. Is it going to start again? Obviously the two Hokages are still dead. Yuhihong glanced at them with a displeased face, struggling for power and profit, greedy for profit. Shizune also sighed. Unsavory politics. Uchiha Izumi frowned. In this power struggle between Konoha executives and Uchiha, they never choose a side. Even she, who belongs to the Uchiha clan, is no exception. The funeral is over, and the next step is to cut to the chase. Konoha calls all Jonin-level ninjas together. Sorrow will always pass, and the reconstruction of the village is imminent, but before that, we need to elect a new leader. Mitokado Homura strayed to the point, directly stated the theme of the meeting. Advertisement. Hearing this, everyone present had different expressions. For them, it is undoubtedly the side of the political camp. Once the people I support become Hokage, I will naturally rise to the top. Otherwise, they will be excluded and marginalized. Kurenai Yuhi, Shizune, and Uchiha Izumi are all important figures in Jonin, but at this moment they all closed their eyes and kept quiet. I recommend Danzo-sama for 5th Hokage. Sarutobi Asuma took the lead in speaking and made his position clear. As the second son of 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma, who is also one of the elite Jonin of Wei Lai, speaks with great weight. With the first one to express his opinion, Jonin began to speak in response. I support Lord Danzo. I also support 140 Danzo-sama. Shimura Danzo was calm on the surface, but he was happy in his heart. Thinking back to when he fought openly and secretly with Sarutobi Hiruzen for decades, he did not expect that the son of the other party is now standing in his camp. This fate is really interesting. Seeing this, both Jiraiya and Tsunade could not help frowning. To be honest, they all really don't like Shimura Danzo as Hokage. I support Uchiha Shisui as 5th Hokage. It was Uchiha Itachi who spoke. Everyone couldn't help being taken aback, their expressions were a little subtle. HMPH, Itachi, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you really don't shy away from it at all. Udatane Kaharu sneered. As a first-class ninja, there are no taboos. Shisui's strength is obvious to all. When the village was in danger, he stepped forward to fight against Mizuguchi alone and captured him. Who can compare with such a record? Uchiha Itachi is concise and to the point, without too much flattery, what is stated is the truth. This, Udatane Kaharu was at a loss for words, she couldn't refute. Everyone started talking, and then supporters of Uchiha Shisui began to appear one after another. I support Senior Shisui. Yes. Since Shisui's senpai can defeat Mizuguchi, and his strength has reached cave level, he will definitely guide our Konoha to become stronger. Chapter 259 Orochimaru who broke out halfway, Chapter 259. Orochimaru who broke through. The crowd is divided into two factions, one supports Danzo and the other supports Shisui. But in terms of the number of people, there are still slightly more people who support the latter. After all, compared to an old man who has been behind the scenes all year round, the young and strong Uchiha Shisui is more attractive. Plus Uchiha Shisui is friendly and has a pretty good reputation in Jonin's circle. Shisui is really qualified to be Hokage due to his strength, but, with all due respect to this old man, the Hokage position must not be taken by someone from the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo didn't say anything, and immediately dropped a blockbuster as soon as he opened his mouth. What did you say? You're so old, how can you say we Uchiha people can't be Hokage? B asterisk 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 D old B asterisk 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 D. If you dare to slander us Uchiha, believe it or not, we will cut you off. Uchiha's people immediately exploded with all kinds of vicious words and threats. For a moment, the ninjas present couldn't help frowning. As far as Uchiha's fiery attitude is concerned, it really makes people feel unfavorable. Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt speechless, this group of pig teammates. Although I know that the younger generation is really inexperienced to be a Hokage, please be careful, Master Danzo, and don't regard the Uchiha clan as enemies. Uchiha Shisui spoke up, responding strongly to Shimura Danzo's remarks with tenderness and firmness. No, it's not that the old man is deliberately targeting the Uchiha clan. It's that you have too much black history. Before, Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha, and after that, Uchiha Obito betrayed and slaughtered his companions. It's hard to believe. As soon as Shimura Danzo finished speaking, the audience fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, secretly thinking in their hearts, this is also reasonable. There are only 2 big traitors in the Uchiha family, and there is no guarantee that there will be a third one. This stain may be difficult to wash away. Even Uchiha's people showed embarrassment at this time, unable to refute. Seeing that the wind direction of the speech was gradually leaning towards him, Shimura Danzo suddenly smiled and remained silent. Play dirty with lousy. You are still young, however. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi spoke again. Advertisement. When the village is in danger, do you know what Gen is doing? Shimura Danzo's expression changed. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately aroused everyone's speculation. By the way, if Anbu directly under Hokage is wiped out by Uchiha Obito, what about Danzo-sama's roots? That's right. When we were fighting with the enemy, it seemed that we hadn't seen root. I haven't seen it either. All of a sudden, everyone cast their delicate eyes on Shimura Danzo, trying to wait for the latter's reasonable explanation. Shimura Danzo was speechless. He wanted to preserve his strength at the time, and he also wanted to prevent Uchiha from taking the opportunity to launch a coup, so he ordered the roots of his subordinates to stand by. How to explain this? As we all know, I used to be a member of Gen, one of the team leaders. Uchiha Itachi is about to uncover the truth. Shut up. Shimura Danzo stopped in anger, and said sternly, the root operation has a strict confidentiality agreement. You can't say it, otherwise you will leak the secret, and you are the scum of the ninja. Ha ha, Uchiha Itachi sneered and didn't continue to explain. Everyone couldn't help but think about it, but they can probably guess that this matter must have been done unkindly, and they were caught. In this way, the wind direction of the fishing boat gradually turned to Uchiha Shisui's side. This made Konoha's executives and the others extremely embarrassed, but they were helpless. As heavyweights present, Jiraiya and Tsunade didn't like Shimura Danzo, but they didn't feel much dislike for Uchiha. On the contrary, they still admire Uchiha Shisui, a young and promising ninja. So they all maintained at least an attitude of not opposing. Kurenai Yuhi, Shizune, and Izumi Uchiha all looked at the power struggle on the field with cold eyes, and they did not participate anyway. It doesn't matter who you are in power, anyway, hurry up and elect Hokage, to prepare for the reconstruction of the village. Uchiha Shisui, I don't think there is anyone more suitable. Yes, if he is the target of the 5th generation, he will definitely be able to calm down the enemy, so don't provoke us, Konoha. But isn't that age a little too young? Advertisement? What kind of talk is this? If you were young, didn't the 4th generation become Hokage in their early 20s? That's right, after all, there are precedents. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another, and the support rate of Uchiha Shisui gradually exceeded half. The people of Uchiha suddenly felt ecstatic. Senior of 5th Hokage, it's safe now. It finally came true. This is the long-cherished wish of the Uchiha clan for many years. Yeah, Uchiha Shisui actually had no intention of being a Hokage, he just wanted to protect Konoha and the Uchiha clan in peace and contentment. Shisui, I believe in you. Uchiha Itachi cast a determined gaze. I have to respond to the expectations of my best friends. Uchiha Shisui nodded towards the other party. Scanning the expectant gazes of most of the people present, Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, stood up, and was about to announce that he would take over the burden. Shimura Danzo suddenly seemed to be a teenager and slumped on the seat weakly. Obviously, treatment has been given up, but just when all of this will be settled. Suddenly, a person, Wangdas, unexpectedly popped out. Hokage's acceptance speech, let's take it back, Shisui. Orochimaru suddenly stood up, staring proudly at the audience with extremely sharp eyes. Orochimaru coming. Jiraiya and Tsunade were stunned for a moment, as if they didn't understand why their silent companions suddenly jumped out. Master Orochimaru, everyone expressed surprise. This one of the famous Sannin used to have a lot of prestige in people's minds, but during the 4th generation's reign, Orochimaru was strictly restricted in his activities due to his research on the forbidden technique, and gradually began to fade out as time passed, out of people's sight. Fame and prestige are overshadowed by a new generation of excellent ninjas. To be honest, when it comes to running for 5th Hokage, Orochimaru does have the qualifications. But if you compete with Uchiha Shisui, the chances of winning are not great. Chapter 260 Impure World Reincarnation, 1st Generation, 2nd Generation. Chapter 260 Impure World Reincarnation, 1st Generation, 2nd Generation. I don't agree with you being a Hokage, Orochimaru asserted. Everyone in Uchiha immediately refused to accept it and shouted. Orochimaru, why do you say that? Exactly, don't think you're one of the Sannin and you can talk to us Uchiha like that. You are outdated, the prestige is incomparable with Shisui. Uchiha Shisui suddenly felt a headache and quickly comforted. Everyone, please calm down, don't be rude to Mr. Orochimaru. But being irritated, the Uchiha people are still chattering there. Did you see it? That's it, the ability to control people. You can't even control your own family members, so you want to control the whole Muto? Orochimaru sneered. Orochimaru is right, to be a Hokage, you must have the ability to control people. Shimura Danzo's eyes recovered and he stood up again. I saw him wink at Orochimaru, as if to say to the other party, well done, come and support me. Who knew? Orochimaru's next sentence left him speechless in an instant. Fifth Hokage, it should be me, Orochimaru's self-recommended words shocked the audience for a while. What? Shimura Danzo's face turned black, and then he realized that Orochimaru was not his helper, but a competitor. Hey, are you serious because of the snake? Jiraiya's eyes widened. You guys are also unpredictable. Tsunade shook his head, expressing that he couldn't understand each other. What? You think I'm not qualified? Orochimaru's piercing gaze scanned the room. Everyone in Konoha dare not look at him. Master Orochimaru is indeed qualified to be a Hokage. That's right, Sannin's strength is well known, but I think Shisui is stronger. There are quite a few supporters, but Uchiha Shisui always wants more. After all, most people are following the trend. Advertisement Orochimaru's prestige is only in the past tense, and now Uchiha Shisui is in full swing. It goes without saying who is more beneficial to support. Sorry, Mr. Orochimaru, I have to respond to everyone's expectations. Uchiha Shisui sighed. If Orochimaru comes to be Hokage, he thinks it is quite suitable, but the problem is that the other party does not have enough supporters, b-da. Only when everyone agrees, can one become a Hokage. Uchiha Itachi is definitely authentic. Really? Your answer is quite interesting. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Itachi appreciatively, then changed his voice. However, I have another answer. I am the most suitable and capable person to be Hokage, whether you admit it or not. Orochimaru's Haki declaration stunned the audience for a while. But soon someone expressed dissatisfaction. Although Orochimaru is strong, but not strong enough to make people shut up. But before the opponent could speak, Orochimaru clapped his palms and shouted towards the door. Come in. What's the situation? Everyone was stunned and turned their eyes to the door. At this time, the three of them, Yuhihong who had been closing their eyes to rest their minds, also opened their eyes suddenly. This breath of chakra. Uchiha Izumi frowned. Very strong, but it's strange, I don't feel a breath of a living person. As a first-class medical ninja, Shizune quickly noticed something unusual. This is impossible. Tsunade, who was sitting on the side, suddenly stood up, staring at the visitor in shock. I saw two figures, pushing the door and entering. Opal? The audience was petrified, only a small voice whispered. This. I feel like I've seen this face somewhere before, it looks so familiar. The two on Hokage's face. My lord, first generation. My lord, second generation. Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, and Udatane Kaharu are the only ones who can recognize the identity of the three at a glance. Advertisement, haha. Hello everyone, my name is Senju Hashirama. The benevolent middle-aged man greeted everyone heartily. Senju Tobarama is your second Hokage. The middle-aged man with a cold face was looking at the audience with scrutiny. Wow, I wonder if I'm dreaming. It's really the master of the first generation and the master of the second generation. How is this possible? Like a heavy bomb falling, the audience was excited. Grandpa, what's going on? Tsunade stared at Senju Hashirama in shock. Haha, she has really grown into a beautiful girl, should I say now, long time no see, please. Senju Hashirama looked at his granddaughter lovingly. Perception. I already have a certain understanding of Konoha's situation. You juniors have been beaten terribly. Senju Tobarama looked around at the crowd with cold eyes. Hearing this, everyone in Konoha couldn't help expressing their shame. The huge Konoha has now turned into ruins, and it was seen by the two ancestors, it is simply a public execution. Okay, excuse me, let's talk about the past, please talk about it later. Orochimaru said, this is forbidden technique in pure world reincarnation, I summoned the two Hokage-samas. In pure world reincarnation, is it really like this? Tsunade actually noticed something was wrong between the two from the very beginning, and there was no trace of a living person on his body. Orochimaru. You be **************** D. The fourth generation has banned you from studying this technique. Jiraiya said angrily. HMPH. Without this forbidden technique, how could the war on the border end so quickly? Orochimaru retorted. Using human sacrifices, this is really not a very good ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama said with a serious face. However, when there is an emergency, use an extraordinary method. You are doing very well, Orochimaru. Senju Tobarama agreed with Orochimaru's approach. The last time we were called out was to protect Konoha's war, so now? I hope that the two Hokage masters can support me and become fifth Hokage. Orochimaru's eyes flickered slightly, and he revealed his purpose without any concealment. Everyone in Konoha couldn't help showing a look of surprise, and instantly understood the opponent's operation. Does this count as coercion by force? Chapter 261 5th Hokage Orochimaru? Chapter 261 5th Hokage Orochimaru, this. Everyone in Uchiha was not calm at once. They never thought that Orochimaru would summon 2 Hokages to stand for him. This is unscientific. Oh, 5th Hokage, interesting. Senju Tobirama showed a meaningful smile and glanced at everyone. At the same time, the powerful perception ability also roughly inquired about the strength of everyone's chakra. Haha. It seems that there are many talents in the village. Let me tell you, who is preparing to run for Hokage now. Senju Hashirama laughed. First generation master, second generation master. Shimura Danzo was the first to stand up. Danzo. Senju Tobirama took one look at him, then looked away quickly, gaze. Uchiha Shisui was neither humble nor overbearing, and made a junior salute to the 2 of them. Huh? Your appearance reminds me of an old friend. Who is Uchiha Kagami to you? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Shisui steadfastly. It is the grandfather of the younger generation. Uchiha Shisui is definitely authentic. The corner of Senju Tobirama's mouth raised up rarely, and he smiled lightly. So that's how it is. As expected of that guy's offspring, his temperament is not the same as the rest of the Uchiha Xiaoxiao. Hearing this, everyone in Uchiha couldn't help but look embarrassed. However, when the other party praised their patriarch, it was difficult for them to refute. Don't dare. Uchiha Shisui again expressed humility. Senju Tobirama shifted his gaze again and finally landed on Orochimaru. I believe that the 2 masters of first generation and second generation will make wise choices. Orochimaru looked confident. A disciple taught by Sarutobi Hiruzen? It's really excellent. Senju Hashirama nodded. Advertisement. Everyone in Konoha held their breath at this moment. Compared with the wishes of the public, the opinions of these 2 Hokages are more convincing. Shimura Danzo feels hopeful right now. The reason is that Senju Tobirama is his mentor. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer in the way, who else is more suitable to be Hokage? Uchiha Shisui remained silent. No matter who the opponent chose, he would agree with the result. Orochimaru smiled without saying a word, as steady as a dog. It's a bit embarrassing. Everyone is excellent. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Brother, let me tell you. Senju Tobirama Haki authentic. Senju Hashirama suddenly stepped aside to draw circles, as if his heart had been hurt. Everyone was dumbfounded. I thought to myself that the legendary god of ninjas is acting like a coward? Danzo. When Senju Tobirama called out the name. Shimura Danzo's face was full of surprises, but the next sentence from the other party made him fall to the bottom in an instant. You're not fit to be a Hokage. Senju Tobirama stared at the latter. I remember this sentence I told you a long time ago, right? You are scheming and well versed in trickery, which is also one of the talents of a ninja. But as Hokage it wasn't enough. So I chose Sarutobi Hiruzen instead of you. My lord, second generation. Shimura Danzo's face was pale, and he lost his ideal of life in an instant. Shisui. Senju Tobirama's next target fell on Uchiha Shisui. You have the talent to become a Hokage. Your strength is also very good. I heard that you stepped forward and defeated Mizukage in this Konoha collapse plan. You are really young and promising. Thank you, second generation, for your compliment. Uchiha Shisui said respectfully. If it was a peaceful era, the 5th Hokage position would be yours. Advertisement. Senju Tobirama is no nonsense. On the surface, it is a word of praise, but the meaning contained in it is already very clear. The premise is that it is an era of peace. Uchiha Itachi had nothing to say. Originally, he thought that the other party would discriminate against the Uchiha clan as an excuse, but he didn't expect the other party to fully affirm Shisui's ability. Yes, it's a troubled time now. The 4 hidden villages attacked Konoha. This can be said to be a new round of ninja war. Asking for flowers. Senju Tobirama nodded indifferently. To survive in this troubled world, Konoha needs a leader with great courage and skill. Shisui, I think your character is the same as that of your ancestor Uchiha Kagami back then. A kind person who treats people generously. Unfortunately, such advantages do not meet the needs of troubled times. Do you understand? I understand, Lord Second Generation. Uchiha Shisui bowed to the opponent's god and fully accepted the opponent's call. Do it well, young man. I see infinite possibilities in you. Your future must surpass that of your predecessors. Senju Hashirama also spoke highly of him. Now, everyone in Uchiha has nothing to say. That's right, their patriarch has a generous and friendly personality. 0. To put it bluntly, it is too friendly, not deterrent enough. Orochimaru. To be honest, I don't like you very much. Senju Tobirama fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. Really? I respect you very much, Master Second Generation. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then smiled lightly. You have too many desires, and they are all inflated. It can be seen that you are a person who will do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. Senju Tobirama said coldly. However, there is no denying your talent. Leading the troops and defeating the army of Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi in succession on the border, you can see Madara. Thank you, Second Generation, for your recognition. Orochimaru smiled. Here, you are not the best, but so far, among the present, you are the most suitable person to be the 5th Hokage. Senju Tobirama draws conclusions. I support you too, Orochimaru. On the surface, Senju Hashirama is simple and honest, but in fact he is very wise and foolish. He said meaningfully, however, for this reason, I would like to give you some advice here. Everything should be done in moderation. Too much self will only lead to loss of the heart, and forcibly pursuing those who do not belong. I'm afraid I won't get anything for my own things in the end. Everyone heard these words in a blur, only Orochimaru nodded with a serious expression. I will remember the teachings of Master First Generation. It is said in the mouth, but what is in the heart, it is unknown. Chapter 262 Two Hokages visit Tianming. Chapter 262 Two Hokages visit Tianming in this way. With the support of Impure World Reincarnation's First Generation Project and Second Hokage, Orochimaru successfully climbed to the throne of Fifth Hokage. For ordinary people, there is general surprise that Orochimaru has become their new leader, but there are not many opinions. After all, Sannin's name still has a lingering prestige. Advertisement anyway, who will be the Hokage is also a matter for the upper-level Konoha shinobi to decide, and it is not their turn to speak. However, in order to avoid causing an uproar on the fishing boat, the resurrection of the two Hokages must be kept secret. Orochimaru, as the caster, did not restrict the freedom of movement of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, as the latter two are also his supporters for now. Currently, they are staying in the real world as Anbu, 723. Because Konoha is now in ruins, with internal and external troubles, as ancestors, they are really worried about Konoha. The biggest monster in Konoha's history, Uchiha Tianming, I am very interested in him. There was a strange coldness in Senju Tobirama's eyes. Yeah, I heard that he has made great contributions to the Third Ninja World War in the past, as well as the recent Konoha collapse plan. What an outstanding talent. Senju Hashirama smiled. The strength is very strong, but it is also unrestrained. Senju Tobirama expressed his dissatisfaction. If he really has such powerful power as rumored, but he is careless and causes Konoha to suffer heavy losses, it is a great crime. Don't be so harsh, Tobirama. I'm still a young man, isn't it normal to have a personality? Senju Hashirama persuaded. HMPH, as a Konoha shinobi, this is what he has to do. That's why I said that unnecessary emotions should be restrained, and ninjas must obey the rules. Senju Tobirama is cold and authentic. Okay, you're right. Senju Hashirama expressed his inability to argue with his younger brother. At the same time, it is undeniable that he is far inferior to the latter in terms of management. Even when he was first Hokage, many of Konoha's decisions were conceived by the other party. Tobirama, what are we going to do now? Senju Hashirama asked while walking on the rubble-filled streets of Konoha. Go to Uchiha's family land. I want to meet this legendary evildoer in person. Advertisement Senju Tobirama said in a deep voice. Oh, it's fine to visit the younger generation, but don't make trouble. Senju Hashirama is somewhat worried and authentic. I have my own measure. Senju Tobirama looked cold and authentic. Under the soft moonlight, Tianming was sitting in the back garden of his home, holding a glass of sake in his hand, drinking to himself. Orochimaru actually became fifth Hokage, mumbling casually. For Orochimaru's coming to the stage, Tianming was really surprised, but it's the news of the Entertainment 8 trigrams, so it's good to know about it. He didn't have any particular ideas either. Anyway, whoever becomes Hokage has nothing to do with him. His free and unfettered life will not change in any way. Holding the wine glass with his fingers, he paused slightly. Open black lens bracket observation Haki close black lens bracket Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed. It's been so many years since I've appeared? This short-sighted little boy. Tisk, an unidentified intruder was found, but he didn't take any action, just drinking a small drink by himself. The other side. Senju Tobirama jumped onto the fence of Tianming's house. Hey, Tobirama, isn't it good to break into someone's house? Senju Hashirama persuaded from below. Brother, shut up first. I saw Senju Tobirama looked around for a while, then closed his eyes and concentrated. Perception. After a while, Senju Tobirama opened his eyes, frowned and said, there is no barrier in this house, and there are only two people in the family. One is an ordinary woman, and the other can feel the reaction of chakra, but can't perceive too much. You still use perception, isn't that too rude? If you're visiting a junior, you can knock on the door openly. Senju Hashirama is speechless and authentic. Advertisement. Brother, you are so naive. He is not an ordinary person, since he is a ninja, then we should use the ninja way of communication. Senju Tobirama disapproves authentically, the way ninjas communicate. Senju Hashirama's mouth twitched. Isn't it obvious that something is going to happen? No matter how you look at it, dignified Hokage sneakily went to test a junior, it's unreasonable. However, Senju Tobirama's style of acting has always been informal and vigorous. Said to visit Tianming tonight, act now. If his strength is really as rumored, he should have noticed us at this time. Why didn't he react? Senju Tobirama frowned, expressing puzzlement. Perhaps they are resting. Who would keep vigilant about nothing? Senju Hashirama explained. No, keep vigilant at all times. This is a good habit for a good ninja to develop. Let's go, let's meet this guy for a while. Senju Tobirama said seriously. Hey, Senju Hashirama wanted to say something, but seeing that the other party had already climbed over the wall, he had no choice but to keep up. The two of them were quietly approaching the back garden where Tianming was. Senju Tobirama observed the various facilities in the courtyard all the way, and was a little stunned at 2.7. Hot springs, swimming pools, beaches, national forests, gardens, and this luxuriously decorated house. Is this a place where ninjas live? It really doesn't look like it, it's similar to the place where the daimyo I've seen before. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but complain. The unique and comfortable house has greatly refreshed the cognition of the two of them. This is completely different from the first-class ninja life in their impression. A powerful ninja means a daily boring training career, the scratches left by practicing shuriken, and the potholes bombed by ninjutsu. These information are all traceable. But at this time they wandered around Tianming's house, but saw nothing. This is really intriguing. Doesn't this guy need to practice every day? Chapter 263 Haki crushes Impure World Reincarnation. Chapter 263 Haki crushes Impure World Reincarnation. Hey, Tobarama, did we go through the wrong door? Senju Hashirama said suspiciously. How is it possible? This address was given by the 5th generation. Besides, I also sensed a rather unusual chakra aura just now, it must be him. Senju Tobarama spoke firmly. But, this doesn't look like a place where ninjas live. Senju Hashirama pointed to an open-air barbecue site in front of him, and there were some charcoal and wine bottles that hadn't been cleaned up. Mom is too good at enjoying it, right? Senju Tobarama was silent for a while, and said uncertainly. Perhaps because he is complacent about his strength and thinks that he doesn't need to practice anymore? This is not allowed. If you don't advance, you will fall back. Even if I become a Hokage, I still maintain the habit of practicing hard every day. Otherwise, I will be surpassed by Madara. 1013 Hands Hashirama is serious and authentic. HMPH. You will know when you see it. Senju Tobarama did not delve too deeply into this issue, and continued to move in the direction of Tianming. Now, the two of them came to a garden. Colorful flowers are in full bloom, and the air is filled with a refreshing fragrance. Fireflies shuttle among the flowers, like beautiful elves. However, Senju Tobarama has no interest in these beautiful scenes. His sharp eyes are now locked on the figure sitting on the grass. Oh, I'm drinking. I want to have a drink too. Senju Hashirama looked at the wine glass in Tianming's hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He is also a good drinker. Senju Tobarama's pupils tightened suddenly, and with close perception, he was finally able to catch a glimpse of Tianming's aura. Although it's just a regular leopard, the huge chakra is really hard palpitating. This chakra. Senju Tobarama reflexively, all the hairs on his body are tight. After noticing his body's reaction, he himself was shocked. So far, he has only had such a reaction to the chakra of two people. Advertisement: the first is my elder brother Senju Hashirama, and the second is Uchiha Madara. Now there is a third person. Senju Hashirama is not as good as his younger brother in the ability of the perception department, so he didn't feel much, and walked towards Tianming on his own while extending his hand to greet him heartily. Good evening, I'm sorry to bother you. Please believe us, we are not hostile. Maybe you will feel that our breath is weird, but please don't worry, we are. Stand still, filthy reincarnation. Tianming turned his back to them, holding the wine glass in his hand and shaking it gently, intending to fully release the breath of alcohol. Dirty things? It seems a bit exaggerated. Senju Hashirama pouted, with a resentful expression on his face. As first Hokage, the ancestor who created Konoha is so scorned by Konoha's descendants, it's a bit uncomfortable. But with a generous personality, he would not blame the other party. After all, those who do not know are not guilty. Senju Hashirama tidied up his language, ready to reveal his identity first. I am Konoha's first. Shut up, I don't care who you are. Tianming sensed from the very beginning that there was no aura of a living person on the other party, and it could be inferred that it was impure world reincarnation. As for who it was, he was not interested in knowing. As for talking or something, there is no need. What is there to say to a dead man? Forehead. Senju Hashirama was blocked by a sentence and felt very depressed immediately. Don't even look at him, the other party is too arrogant. But he still held back, good temper, Senju Hashirama was about to explain again, but this time, Tianming didn't say a word and didn't give him a chance to speak. The extremely terrifying momentum erupted silently and in vain like this. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki close black lens bracket. The invisible fluctuation swept Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama in an instant. Advertisement: the faces of the two of them changed drastically, and their bodies involuntarily took a few steps back as if they had been hit hard. Ka. The body of impure world reincarnation was shaking with cracks all over the place. Damn it. Senju Tobarama immediately mobilized the chakra in his body to fight, but at this moment, he was like a solitary boat in the huge waves. The world was so small, he was powerless to resist. This Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation is not accurate enough. Senju Hashirama looked at the flakes of dust mustard gradually flying off his hands. He had exhausted all the chakra in this body, but still can't resist Tianming's imposing crush. Impure world reincarnation suffers physical damage, and it will be repaired automatically. I didn't expect that there is such a cracking method. Senju Tobarama said with a shocked face. Haha, there is no absolutely perfect ninjutsu in the world, isn't it? As the saying goes, one force can defeat 10 times. This young man in front of me is using a domineering and unparalleled aura. It really opened my eyes. Senju Hashirama had a 150-degree mentality. Seeing that he couldn't resist, he simply chose to sit and wait for death. He's dead anyway. I didn't even have the process of fighting, and I was crushed with aura. This way of dying is really aggrieved. Senju Tobarama had super upset written all over his face. But this cannot be exempted. At this time the body is gradually collapsing. Uchiha Tianming. I will firmly remember this name. Although I don't like the ninjutsu of Impure World reincarnation very much, if there is a chance in the future, I hope to have a dignified duel with you. What? Senju Hashirama put away his smile silently, and stared at Tianming with burning eyes. The figure in the eyes overlapped with the former opponent Uchiha Madara. HMPH, even more annoying than Uchiha Madara back then. Senju Tobirama glared at him viciously. However, the piercing eyes of the two did not impress Tianming. He didn't even turn his head to take a look. In this way, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama finally turned into dust and drifted around with infinite resentment and regret. Call, where did the garbage come from? Tianming let out a contemptuous smile and continued to drink the wine. He didn't know what he had killed. Chapter 264 Reshuffling of the 5 Great Hidden Villages. Chapter 264 Reshuffling of the 5 Great Hidden Villages. Orochimaru paused. As the caster of Impure World reincarnation, he could feel the disappearance of the target of the contract. That's right. Both the first generation and second generation projects were killed. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth raised a subtle arc. It's the same as I planned. The incomplete Impure World reincarnation, even if it's the first generation and second generation projects, it will only be completely abused against that guy. In fact, he deliberately told Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama about Tianming's information, and the purpose was to induce them to find Tianming's trouble. However, people who trouble Tianming often have only one result: death. The first time the 2 Hokages were summoned, it was to defeat the enemy forces on the frontier. The second time they are called, it is to support him as the 5th Hokage. Now that the use value of the 2 of them is gone, I'm afraid they will monitor his 5th Hokage's actions and get in the way, so it's better to find a way to get rid of them. As the caster, Orochimaru can take the initiative to cancel the Impure World reincarnation, but he considers that this forbidden technique was created by Senju Tobirama after all. Not good. Orochimaru, the 5th Hokage, hasn't fully settled down yet. In case Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama turn their backs and think that he has sinister intentions and turn to support other Hokage candidates, they can definitely pull him down. Orochimaru doesn't want to see this kind of failure happen, so be careful in everything. So the safest way is to use Tianming's hand to get rid of the 2 of them. Now his wishful thinking has succeeded. But just because the plan went so smoothly, the fear of facing Tianming in my heart is even deeper. The monitoring of the Uchiha clan land did not detect much movement. In other words, Tianming defeated the 2 Hokages in an instant, and there was almost no fighting process. Thinking of this, Orochimaru suddenly shuddered. Even if it is Impure World reincarnation, the 2 Hokages with incomplete strength are still Hokages. Advertisement: one is the god of ninja and the other is the master of forbidden technique. Even Orochimaru, who is in full strength, is not absolutely sure that he can win these 2. It feels like the gap is bigger than it was back then. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. In the past 10 years, he has been studying various forbidden techniques, and his own strength has also been greatly improved. But compared with Tianming, the gap has not decreased but increased, and now there is a world of difference. As a ninja who advocates science, he couldn't understand how Tianming's powerful strength was obtained. It is obvious that the other party has not undergone any harsh training. Could it be that in this world, are there really human beings who are born to become stronger? Orochimaru's eyes sparkle with a strong desire to explore the unknown sea. One day, I will unlock the secrets of you, Tianming-kun. Now that I have become a Hokage, I can make good use of Konoha's resources. Cloud Shinobi Village. Because Raikage and his son died in battle, 8 Tails Jinchuriki died in battle, and the elites of Cloud Shinobi's famous families also suffered heavy losses in the battle of Konoha's collapse plan. In this situation of internal and external difficulties, Cloud Shinobi urgently needs a new leader. Cloud Shinobi Jonin Samui, although the famous family to which it belongs is not considered a big family in Cloud Shinobi, but has the 2-tailed Jinchuriki openly supported by Wooden Golem. In this way, Samui successfully climbed to the top and became the first female movie in the history of Kaian Village, 5th Raikage. Diplomatically changed the policy of confrontation with Konoha, and sent envoy Mabui to Konoha to discuss the alliance agreement. To put it bluntly, he bowed his head to Konoha and begged for mercy. Kirigakure. 4th Mizukage Yagura was captured by Konoha, and the Mist Shinobi authorities once offered to Konoha to send Mizukage back, but under Orochimaru's regime, it is obviously impossible to agree to this peace request. The body of a cage-level strong man, coupled with the 3 tails in his body, this is a rare and wonderful experimental body for Orochimaru. Kirigakure, who lost his shadow, soon fell into a civil strife. Terumi Mei, who has a dual identity as a blood successor, led a team of blood successor limit ninjas, defeated the rebellion in one fell swoop, and became 5th Mizukage. Advertisement: Terumi Mei carried out a series of reforms on Mist Shinobi, first of all, to stop the reign of terror in the Blood Mist Village during the 4th generation era, that is, to lift the oppression of the blood successor boundary family, so that Kimimaro, Bai and other descendants of the blood succession boundary can be properly resettled. Withdraw the original killing order against 6 Tails Jinchuriki Yu Gao who defected from the ninja, and at the same time shout to him that as long as he is willing to return to the village, the betrayal of the village can be forgotten. Under a series of easing policies adopted by Terumi Mei, Li Yin recovered to a certain extent. There was also a small episode in which, as one of Mist Shinobi's high-level executives, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost colluded with the enemy and treason, was assassinated by his subordinate Kisame, and took away the sword muscle in his hand. I seem to have made a mistake in writing a bug earlier. When Kisame hit Konoha, he still hadn't got the shark skin yet. Still negotiating hard with Konoha, Iwagakure. Third Tsuchikage Onoki died in battle, and Kuroda, the grandson of Tianming, who was also Four Tails Jinchuriki, was detained by Konoha. The whole Iwagakure is almost in a state of collapse. It is said that it was also invaded by unidentified foreign forces, and the border of the land of Earth was completely sealed off, completely losing contact with the outside world. Sanagakure. It can be said that in this war involving the 5 hidden villages, the only winner with the biggest profit. After realizing Tianming's attack, Jaluluo thought that the latter was invincible, so he decisively announced his withdrawal, led all Sand Shinobi to leave Konoha, and ordered the troops on the border to retreat immediately. This makes the Sand Shinobi ninja hardly suffer any losses in this war. Sand Shinobi escaped unscathed and kept his strength. This is in sharp contrast to the heavy losses suffered by the other 5 hidden villages. The balance of great powers has ushered in a new reshuffle. First of all, although Konoha has suffered heavy losses, its comprehensive strength is still the best. But Sand Shinobi, who was originally a league little brother, has become a true equal relationship. And Cloud Shinobi, who had previously fought against Konoha, automatically took on the identity of alliance little brother. Mist Shinobi's forces have shrunk in an all-round way, and they dare not compete with Konoha anymore. Rock Shinobi was the worst, reduced to the point where the village was captured by external forces, and the identities of the 5 hidden villages existed in name only. Chapter 266. The Hunted-Tailed Beast. Chapter 266. The Hunted-Tailed Beast. In the endless prairie, 5 Tails strolls leisurely. Since the Third Ninja World War, 5 Tails broke away from the ninja's control and lived a free life. This rare freedom will come to an end on this day. This Chakra. 5 Tails, who was resting on the lawn, suddenly opened its blue eyes and stood up vigilantly. I saw a figure slowly walking towards the focus of the line of sight in front of me. To actually live in seclusion in such a place, after all, he is still a beast. Uchiha Madara sneered wantonly as soon as he came up. What did you say, human, you want to die? 5 Tails was furious immediately, but it didn't act rashly, because it clearly felt that the chakra emanating from the other party was far superior to it. In this world, people with big fists are more confident when speaking. The situation was not good enough, so 5 Tails had no choice but to draw back with his tail between his legs, and said in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you?" "Your master." The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth were raised, filled with a wanton smile. B************* D human. 5 Tails was so angry that he didn't care about it, and stepped on 917 first. On Uchiha Madara's body, a huge blue chakra emerged instantly. Boom. 5 Tails only felt that its foot was stepping on an iron lump, it was extremely hard. Afterwards, I saw that huge chakra quickly took shape, and finally formed a huge warrior shape that was no less than it. What? 5 Tails expressed shock, and before it could react, the other party swiped with a sword. Puff! The terrifying slashing cut off its 3 tails in an instant, and at the same time blasted it into the air. The huge slashing wave lifted up the lawn within several kilometers. 5 Tails endured the severe pain of tail docking, opened his bloody mouth, and quickly condensed a high-density chakra. Tailed Beast Bomb. The wild barking of animals is nothing but vulnerable. Uchiha Madara's eyes were fixed, driving the perfect body Susanoo, slashing at the attacking tailed Beast Bomb head-on. Advertisement, boom. It is also composed of high-density chakra, and the sword flew out the tailed Beast Bomb, and finally landed on the ground and exploded a huge crater. This guy is the same as that human. 5 Tails was so scared that his face turned ashen, so Joe headed back and ran away. You say I'm the same as that guy? You really said something interesting. Uchiha Madara raised her eyebrows, and fixed her gaze on the running back of 5 Tails. Also, who allowed you to escape in front of my eyes? Both hands formed the mudra, and at the same time Susanoo's 4 arms also received different mudras respectively. 3 prints superimpose, Tengai Shinsei, swish. I saw above the clouds were washed away by the huge airflow, and what was revealed was a huge meteorite. When 5 Tails looked up, his face changed drastically, and he was about to take faster steps, trying to get out of the bombing range of the meteorite, but at this moment, more than a dozen black sticks shot from behind were precisely nailed to the ground, on its limbs and tail. This is the power of yin-yang done. 5 Tails couldn't move at once, and could only watch the huge meteorite above his head crash heavily on his body. Boom, 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 all I heard was a huge earthquake that shook the ground. 5 Tails was crushed heavily by the meteorite, unable to move. Now, do you still say that I am similar to that person? Uchiha Madara sneered. Human. You are indeed very strong, but if you want to say that you are better than that person, you are not necessarily. 5 Tails looked weak and authentic. Then let's wait and see, you will have the opportunity to witness all this, and become my slave. Uchiha Madara hands in mudra. Summoning technique Ghetto statue. I saw a huge and ugly stone statue drilled out from the bottom of the ground, opened its mouth, spit out a purple chain, quickly tied 5 Tails, and then sucked it into its mouth. In the sea, a deserted island. Come back, Udaka. Now the village's 5th Mizukage, Lord Terumi Mei is in power, and the order to kill you has been revoked. Mist Shinobi Anbu, is that so? Can I really go back? Yu Gao's eyes flickered slightly. At the beginning, he was deeply persecuted by the village of Blood Mist and left Kirigakure. Advertisement, but after all, it is the homeland where he has lived for more than 20 years, and there are still deep thoughts in his heart. Okay, I'll go back with you. Yu Gao thought over and over again, and finally chose to believe in the newly appointed Mizukage. However, the moment he turned around, an accident happened. Without warning, Mist Shinobi Anbu stabbed kunai at him. As an excellent ninja, Yu Gao remained calm in the face of danger, reacted quickly, grabbed the opponent's kunai with his backhand, and then stabbed into the latter's body. Why? Yu Gao's eyes turned red, as if he had been betrayed again. His heart was filled with deep anger. I saw Mist Shinobi Anbu in front of me, spitting out blood, his eyes flashed a strange scarlet, his lips moved, quick, run away. What? Yu Gao couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. Wood-style insert rod technique, puff, Yu Gao couldn't reach the defense, and was backstabbed. You were careless, Ino Jinchuriki, this is the cruelty of reality. The assailant who backstabbed was Uchiha Obito. Yu Gao turned his head abruptly, looked at the other party's eyes glowing with evil scarlet, and said in a deep voice. Pupil art. So that's it, is Mist Shinobi's Anbu controlled by you? Uchiha Obito used illusion to manipulate Mist Shinobi Anbu to induce an attack to attract Yu Gao's attention, and Uchiha Obito took the opportunity to attack from behind. It's easy to understand, but it's over, Uchiha Obito said coldly. UB ******** D. Yu Gao was furious, and desperately released the tail beast chakra in his body. So, it's too late. Uchiha Obito hands not mudra. Puff puff puff, I saw that the branch inserted behind Yu Gao's back grew rapidly. The extended branches penetrated into Yugo's internal organs from the inside. All of a sudden, the tail beast chakra on Yugo's body gradually faded away. The power of wood style can suppress chakra of tailed beast very well. Uchiha Obito's figure flashed, and he came to the opponent, grabbed the latter's neck with one hand, and lifted it up. Eyes facing each other. Mangekyō Sharingan, Chapter 266 Absolute Infiltration. Chapter 266 Infiltrate Konoha Hokage Building. Report to the 5th Generation Master, the urgent situation. Uchiha Itachi came to report the situation. By the way, after Shimura Danzo expelled him from the route for disobeying the order of his superiors, Orochimaru incorporated him into Anbu directly under Hokage, and took over the position of Dark Force Commander who was previously in charge of Uchiha Obito. Orochimaru's operation really surprised Uchiha, and he reciprocated. He gave him full support in his work, which made 5th Hokage's position quickly consolidated. Uchiha Itachi, as a ninja with a family and country in mind, doesn't have so many tricks, he just serves Konoha anyway. I got the news from the black market intelligence merchant that the 5 tails who lived in seclusion in the prairie were captured by a mysterious organization, and the 6 tails who defected from Mist Shinobi and the 7 tails from Longyan village were all captured. In a concise summary, Orochimaru, who was processing the documents, immediately put down his work and said in surprise. Oh, I was able to capture 3-tailed beasts at the same time. It seems that some incredible characters have appeared in the ninja world recently. Do you have any information about the attacker? No, but according to the current information, that mysterious organization should not belong to the strength of the 5 hidden villages. Because in the Battle of Konoha's collapse plan, the hidden villages suffered heavy losses, and they were not able to do such a thing at all. Uchiha Itachi analyzed. Good analysis. Orochimaru glanced at him with admiration, and continued. I have some clues about this mysterious organization. Do you still remember the mercenary organization that broke into Konoha in the Konoha collapse plan? I remember, it should be called Shao, Uchiha Itachi said thoughtfully. This group of people has a lot of background. According to the information Shisui asked from Mizukage, that Akatsuki, who cooperated with the major hidden villages before, and the Konoha collapse plan, is this group of people who are fueling the flames, and every member, it's a guy with extraordinary strength, if it wasn't for that guy who made the move at that time. Konoha would be finished, Orochimaru said blankly. Since that guy made the move, Akatsuki must either die or be disabled. Uchiha Itachi said with a sure face. However, there may be survivors. In addition, based on the information collected so far, it is very likely that Uchiha Obito joined Akatsuki. Orochimaru said pointedly. What does 5th generation want to say? Uchiha Itachi stared fixedly at the other party, and he was smart enough to know that the other party must have something for him to do. Advertisement, it's refreshing to talk to smart people. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction, and said in a deep voice. Itachi, I believe in your ability. I hope you can track Uchiha Obito's movements, and kill him if you can, that would be the best. The other party once served in Konoha Anbu, you have a lot of confidential information about the village, you should understand the benefits of it, right? I understand. Uchiha Itachi nodded seriously, and said at the same time, he is also a traitor of our Uchiha clan, and we should clean up the house. But here, I need a companion. Who? Orochimaru asked. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi replied. The instant Shisui. It's reasonable for you to choose him as a co-worker, and I approve. Orochimaru thought for a while, then acquiesced to the other party's request. After all, both sides have Mangekyō Sharingan, and Uchiha Itachi may not be able to beat the other side. If it is 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, then it can form an absolute advantage. Of order. By the way, Lord 5th Generation, how is my brother doing? Uchiha Itachi suddenly changed his voice and started talking about Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. He's a very good seedling. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, with a strange light shining. Originally out of appeasing the Uchiha clan, he accepted Uchiha Sasuke as his personal disciple, but after getting in touch with him, he found that the latter had a good talent, and his character was very suitable for him. More importantly, as the young body of the Uchiha clan, it is simply an excellent experimental subject. By the way, Jirai, who is also one of the Sannin, has already accepted Namikaze Naruto as his disciple, and Tsunade has accepted Hyuga Hinata as his disciple. This can be regarded as a rivalry between their old buddies. Therefore, Orochimaru will give Uchiha Sasuke his all, whether in public or private. Asking for flowers. Really? Thank you, Master 5th Generation, for your cultivation. A gratified smile appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face, and he bowed respectfully towards the other party. Okay, you go down. Orochimaru sent the opponent away. Advertisement. Leaf Dungeon. This is a place dedicated to imprisoning ninjas with special identities. The prison is not only made of fine steel, but the most important thing is that the detainees have a powerful seal on their bodies. 4th Mizukage Yugura, who used to be aloof, is now a prisoner. Damn Uchiha Shisui. Didn't expect to have that goddamn pupil art. At this time, Yugura's limbs were imprisoned by the thick iron chains, unable to move. What an embarrassment, Yugura. The three tails inside were sneering and sarcastic. You be asterisk 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 D, don't you think of a way? Yugura said angrily. It's useless. The spell on your body has a sealing technique that specifically suppresses the tailed beast chakra, and you already have the Jinchuriki sealing technique on your body, so my chakra can't be passed on to you at all. Three Tails said coldly. Hateful. Yugura struggled frantically, but in vain. HMPH. If you want to blame it, blame you for not trusting me at the beginning. If you unlocked the sealing technique earlier and turned into a tailed beast completely, how could you be controlled by that kind of pupil technique? Three Tails also complained bitterly about the former. The best way to remove the illusion is to inject chakra disturbance from the outside. If Yugura and Three Tails cooperate with each other, they can completely remove each other's illusion. Yugura's carelessness, or he had scruples about Three Tails, hesitated for a while. However, as the saying goes, hesitation will lead to defeat. Uchiha Shisui saw the right moment and stepped in, activated distinguished heavenly gods with both eyes, and subdued both of them. The duel ended at this moment. Yugura felt extremely regretful about this, but it was a pity that everything was a foregone conclusion, and there was no chance of a comeback. Just when he was about to give up struggling, there was a sudden movement from the ground. I saw a white figure emerging from the ground strangely. Phew, it's really hard to find. Mizukage-sama 7. Chapter 267 Imprisonment Talisman, Mizukage being used. Chapter 267 Imprisonment Talisman, Mizukage being used. Are you Akatsuki? Yugura stared at the latter with wide eyes. As the main participant in Konoha's collapse plan, he is no stranger to Akatsuki's existence. HMPH. Thanks to the fact that you still say that you are safe, no one will ignore you when the war starts. Yugura said viciously. There is no other way, but we met that monstrous evildoer and suffered heavy losses. White Zetsu replied, now is not the time to talk about this, let me help you unlock the sealing spell first. While talking, I saw White Zetsu reached out and pressed on the sealing spell, injected the power of wood style, and disintegrated the sealing formula above. Seeing this scene, Yugura was taken aback for a moment, and glanced at the latter slightly unexpectedly. Then, White Zetsu stretched his other hand towards Yugura's chest. 460. Why? Don't be nervous, Mizukage-sama, I'm here to restore chakra for you. As the palm was attached to the latter's chest, a large amount of chakra flowed into the opponent's body continuously. Yugura let out a quick breath, and the originally pale complexion also recovered a little rosy. Interesting. Shao. Thank you, Mizukage-sama, I'm a non-combat ninja. White Zetsu smiled strangely. Yugura took a deep look at him, didn't say much, his hands trembled, and the iron chain rattled. Without the constraints of the sealing talisman, it is impossible to restrain the cage-level powerhouse with just physical chains. Bang. 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 I saw fierce chakra erupting from Yugura's whole body, which forcibly shattered the iron chains on his limbs. Finally unlocked, Yugura moved his stiff hands and feet. This place is not suitable to stay for long, Mizukage-sama, please run away with me. White Zetsu urged. I don't need you to tell me. Yugura formed seals with his hands, and quickly condensed a water blade from his palms. Water-style water blade, hiss, advertisement. The high-pressure water blade, which cuts iron like mud, easily cut through the hard steel cage. What sound? There is movement in prison number 1, go and have a look. Yugura violently broke out of the prison, and the momentum caused by it was particularly loud in the silent dungeon, which immediately alarmed the Konoha shinobi who was in charge of guarding. In a short while, there were dense footsteps in the dungeon. However, how can these ninjas who don't even have a chance to show their faces be the opponents of Yugura? Puff 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 puff. Yugura rampaged all the way, leaving a pile of Konoha shinobi corpses wherever he went. This way, Mizukage-sama White Zetsu acted as a guide along the way. Boom. Yugura finally kicked open the door of Konoha dungeon. However, what was waiting for him was Konoha Sannin. Yugura's complexion couldn't help but change, his eyes fixed on Ijung in front of him. It can be clearly felt that the powerful chakra emanating from the other party is not inferior to him. Hey, how did you lead the way? Yugura was about to turn around and scold White Zetsu, but found that White Zetsu had disappeared. Damn it, as expected of you, Mizukage-sama, it really won't be so easy to sit and wait for death. Orochimaru sneered. How did he unlock the sealing charm? Even if I am imprisoned, I can't move. Jiraiya said with a puzzled look. No matter what the reason is, we'll just K him up again. Tsunade is gearing up for the real thing. Yugura frowned, as if he was evaluating the current situation in his heart. First of all, the strength of everyone in front of him is not inferior to him. Secondly, although White Zetsu restored part of chakra to him, his strength has not been fully restored at this time. 1-on-1 may not necessarily win, 1-on-3 is sure to lose. That being the case, then fighting is nothing but self-defeating. Thinking of this, Yugura simply raised his hands, signaling himself to give up resistance. Cut, you guys won. Seeing that the opponent surrendered so easily, the three of Orochimaru couldn't help being taken aback. Advertisement, unexpectedly, he is very knowledgeable. Hey, thank you Orochimaru, if we weren't all here, you'd be in trouble. Indeed, you have sent Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui who can suppress tailed beasts. What if Mizukage turns into a tailed beast? Yugura waved his hands helplessly, and said in a deep voice. Is it that easy for you to become a tailed beast? The violent chakra will seriously erode the body. With my current physical strength, the tailed beast is equivalent to suicide. Hearing this, Orochimaru and others also nodded in agreement. The more powerful the power to control, the greater the risk. Tailed beasts are the ultimate weapon for the balance of great powers, and of course they cannot be used easily. However, at this moment, a scene that everyone did not expect happened. I saw a large number of high-density tailed beast chakra began to emerge from Yugura's body. What? This is a tailed beast. You be ********D, you actually cheated. Everyone be careful, Orochimaru-sama immediately became vigilant. What's going on? I obviously didn't. At this moment, even Yugura himself was stupefied, feeling the huge tailed beast chakra impacting on his frail body, his whole body was aching. Looking down, he suddenly found that there was a strange pattern on his chest at some point. Imprisonment Talisman. A powerful spell from Uchiha Madara, implanted in the target's body, able to manipulate it from a distance through the chakra. This curse seal. Is that guy Akatsuki? Yugura just recalled at this time that White Zetsu touched his chest in the name of transporting chakra, and at the same time as chakra transported, quietly entered the spell into his body. Damn it, I was calculated. 1.8 Yugura immediately felt extremely angry, but seeing the tailed beast seal completely released in his body, it was too late. I saw that his weak body rapidly swelled into a giant. 3 tails. W-O-O-O-O-O. The deafening neigh shook the entire Konoha. Is this guy Mizukage desperate? As a top medical ninja, Tsunade saw Yugura's weakness at a glance. At this time, she completely turned into a tailed beast. After the end, the latter will die. Maybe he wants to maintain Mizukage's dignity and doesn't want to continue being a prisoner. Jiraiya expressed unsure authenticity. I always feel that behind this, someone is manipulating everything, why on earth? Orochimaru frowned, as he was thinking about it. Chapter 268 Three Tails blew himself up. Chapter 268. Three Tails blew himself up. Don't think too much, let's deal with the big guy in front of you first. Jiraiya put his thumb to his mouth and bit it. That's right, fortunately, the prison is located in the outskirts, and it must not be allowed to approach the village. Advertisement Tsunade also bit his thumb. Orochimaru remained silent, facing the fierce-tailed beast in front of him. He had to stop thinking and reached out to bite it. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Man Snake, Bunta, Katsuyu, 3 summoning beasts appear. HMPH. Call me out this late at night, you have thought about the price you will pay, Orochimaru. Wan Snake said viciously. Jiraiya, you called me out to fight the tail beast again. Wentai said helplessly. Master Tsunade, this is a strong enemy. Katsuyu said cautiously. Haha, I'm still 13 arrogant as usual, but don't worry, I have developed a new transformation medicine for you, which can enhance the toughness of your snakeskin. Is that okay? Orochimaru smiled. It's been a long time since the 3 of us have had a big fight. Jiraiya said excitedly. Then, let's go together. Tsunade gears up. Boom, 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 boom. 3 Tails opened his mouth and immediately launched a series of giant water cannon attacks. Boom, 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 boom. Wentai is also good at water style, launching a water cannon attack. But from chakra, it is obvious that the former is stronger. Wentai used 2 rounds respectively to offset the opponent's 1 round. The remaining 2 giant water cannons blasted towards them. Wan Snake immediately used earth style to sneak into the ground. Bunta jumped with his strong hind legs, and Katsuyu moved slowly and was blown over by the water cannon, but the countless Katsuyu split into countless Katsuyu reunited and were immune to physical damage. Advertisement, Shua, the body of 10,000 snakes emerged from under 3 Tails' feet, and quickly entangled them. Look at my uncle strangling you to death, ka 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 ka. However, 3 Tails has an extremely hard shell, and the entanglement of 10,000 snakes failed to cause too much damage to it. Instead, it was bitten by the opponent's mouth and the snake's body was bloody. Get out of the way, the tongue and teeth are sour. I saw Katsuyu spit out a large amount of strong acid solution from his mouth. Wand Snake immediately broke away from Three Tails. Shish! Three Tails was splashed by the strong acid solution, and the hard tortoise shell on his body began to be corroded and rusted Madara. In the end, Wen Tai, who descended from the sky, slashed heavily on the latter's body with a sword in his hand. Catch! The turtle shell on Three Tails' back was cracked and a lot of blood oozed out. Woo! However, the huge pain further aroused the fierceness of Three Tails, which annoyed Yagura, who was still trying to control Three Tails. You nasty Konoha shinobi, I'm giving it my all today. I saw Three Tails' limbs retracted into the turtle shell, and then turned into a round of chariots at a high speed, crazily colliding at an astonishing speed, knocking Wen Tai away with one face to face. Wand Snake opened his bloody mouth and lost his bite, but he couldn't open his mouth, and was beaten to the point of bleeding. On the other hand, facing the high-speed moving Three Tails, Katsuyu's acid attack was also unable to concentrate. HMPH. As expected of a tailed beast, it looks like it's got some tricks. The figure of Orochimaru jumped out from 10,000 Snake's body, forming mudras with both hands. Summoning technique ! Triple Rashomon. I saw 3 gates of hell rising from the ground. After Three Tails smashed through the first door, the impact force was greatly reduced. When the second door was smashed, the impact force was almost exhausted. Stop at the door. At this time, Jiraiya's figure instantly appeared above Three Tails' head, holding a super large blue light ball in the palm of his hand. Massive Rasengan. Boom, it's not over yet. I saw Tsunade holding up Bunta's super big sword with both hands, and using the blessing of strange force, he heavily inserted into Three Tails' body. Boom. Suffering the double blow of ninjutsu and taijutsu at the same time, the tortoise shell on Three Tails' body was overwhelmed and cracked all over, and he was severely injured. It's now, let's go together. Bunta, Wansha, and Katsuyu, the 3 summoning beasts, came out together, launching a series of crazy beatings against the suppressed Three Tails. Advertisement, back to Jongman. Yagura felt that his body was getting weaker and weaker, and he resented Konoha in his heart, and at the same time resented Akatsuki's betrayal. If he guessed correctly, the purpose of that self-proclaimed Jew to save him was to attract Konoha's firepower, and use that powerful spell to forcibly transform himself into a tailed beast. Go to die with Konoha. He is being used, but it doesn't make sense to say that now. Today's forced-tailed beast has already caused irreparable damage to his already weak body. No matter whether he wins this battle or not, he will die. Don't you just want to take the 3 tails from me? I won't let you get them. Yagura's eyes turned red, and with all his strength, he began to condense the high-density chakra. Tailed beast bomb? Orochimaru was taken aback immediately, because at this moment, being held down by Bunta, Wansha, and Katsuyu, Three Tails, who was unable to move, released tailed beast bomb at 0 distance. This is the rhythm of blowing himself up together. Not good, come back soon, Mrs. Wen, Jiraiya yelled. 420, back quickly. Tsunade backed up hastily while talking. Only a loud bang was heard, centered around Three Tails, explode in place. Bunta, Wand Snake, and Katsuyu who are retreating will be blown to pieces by the terrifying blast. Jiraiya was swept by the aftermath of the explosion, spitting blood and flying backwards. Ahem, Orochimaru and Tsunade also suffered injuries of varying degrees. 100 healings mark solution. Ninja art, meiotic regeneration. Tsunade immediately untied the huge amount of chakra stored on his forehead, and performed medical ninjutsu recovery. It's really tragic. Since Katsuyu's body is a part of the supergiant Katsuyu of the Wet Bone Forest, it's okay to die. But Wand Snake and Wen Tai really died. This is a huge loss for both Orochimaru and Jiraiya. On the outskirts of Konoha, a great battle finally came to an end. After the battle, Orochimaru started thinking about the original question. Someone assisted Mizukage in escaping. Who the hell? What's their real purpose? However, just when he was puzzled, suddenly an Anbu ran over with a look of haste. Big. The big thing is not good, my lord. 5th generation, 4 tails, 9 tails Jinchuriki, have been robbed. Chapter 269 The Fourth Ninja World War. Chapter 269. The Fourth Ninja War. In Konoha's collapse plan battle, due to Uzumaki Kushina's rampage, 9 tails caused serious losses to Konoha, so she was convicted and imprisoned. Haidu, who was also the defeated party, was also imprisoned. Akatsuki induces Yagura to escape from prison in the name of rescue, and then manipulates Yagura into a tailed beast with the spell seal technique. The purpose is to attract Konoha's firepower, and then take the opportunity to rob both 9 tails and 4 tails Jinchuriki. Advertisement. Konoha fell into a great panic for a moment. As the ultimate chakra weapon to maintain the balance of great powers, being taken away means that the strategic threat has been seriously damaged. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato split 9 tails chakra into 2, Yin 9 tails was sealed in Uzumaki Kushina's body, and Yang 9 tails fell into the body of his son Namikaze Naruto. Konoha is not in a predicament where there are no tailed beasts at all. However, when Namikaze Naruto learned that his mother was kidnapped, his emotions became extremely crazy. Master 5th generation, please issue a mission, I want to find my mother. Namikaze Naruto gritted his teeth authentically. Calm down, Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke tries to persuade him. Shut up, what do you know about me? Namikaze Naruto's eyes turned red, and he roared angrily. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but startled. This was the first time Namikaze Naruto had yelled at him like this since he knew Namikaze Naruto. Namikaze Naruto grew up healthy and loved by his parents since he was a child. Now, in less than a month, first he lost his father to his death in battle, and then his mother disappeared. The double pain, the loss of his loved one, stimulated his mood to change drastically. In contrast, although Uchiha Sasuke also lost his father, his mother is still alive and still loves him. So Uchiha Sasuke is still living surrounded by happiness. Hyuga Hinata on the side was silent. In the Battle of Konoha's collapse, her father Hyuga Heihachi also died in battle, and uncle Hyuga Hizashi took over the position of the head of the Hyuga clan instead. And she was reduced to a branch house, and was even required by the elders of the clan to be marked with the curse of caged bird. Fortunately, under the protection of teacher Uchiha Izumi and Master Tsunade, curse mark, caged bird was not planted. Okay, Naruto, stop yelling too. Advertisement. Orochimaru said blankly, let me tell you the truth. The plan to rescue your mother is impossible. First of all, we are currently short of information on Akatsuki. The second village has just experienced a war, and everyone is still in pain, not just you alone. But, Namikaze Naruto wanted to refute something. But Jiraiya held his shoulders by the side, with a sad expression on his face. Naruto, I understand how you feel, but I'm sorry. Seeing that even his own master couldn't help him, Namikaze Naruto was immediately discouraged. At the same time, he was disheartened, and at the same time, there was a faint hatred in his heart. Power. Why'd I have no power? Orochimaru didn't want to talk nonsense with a little fur kid here, so he waved his hand and said lightly, Jiraiya, take him away. I'm going to take him to Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya spoke up. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then nodded earnestly, it's better to leave the village, so that he doesn't cause trouble. Let's all go down, I still have a lot of things to deal with. Just removed Namikaze Naruto et al. Anbu will come forward to report the emergency soon. Emergency, Lord 5th Generation. The Alliance Cloud Shinobi sent a distress letter. What? Cloud Shinobi? Help, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment. Since the first battle of Konoha's collapse plan, Cloud Shinobi lost 2 generations of Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki. The loss was extremely heavy. He knew that he could no longer be an enemy of Konoha, so he had to bow down to Konoha. The two parties signed an alliance, but this is just an alliance on the surface. Orochimaru knows very well that Cloud Shinobi's move is just a reckless attempt. It's just that Konoha also continued to stabilize and restore the environment, so it also acquiesced in Cloud Shinobi's alliance. It never occurred to me that within a month of signing the alliance, Cloud Shinobi sent a distress letter. What kind of thing is this? Orochimaru took the encrypted letter from Anbu, opened it, and saw something that surprised him again. Rock Shinobi suddenly dispatched a large number of ninja troops to break into the territory of Cloud Shinobi. What's going on? Advertisement. Orochimaru was stunned. To say that in the battle of Konoha's collapse plan, the biggest loss is Iwagakure. Tsuchikage died in battle, Jinchuriki was lost, and became one of the 5 hidden villages without shadows or tailed beasts. It is said that it was captured by a mysterious organization not long ago. Shouldn't it be in civil strife right now? Why did they somehow organize troops and start a war abroad? Mysterious organization. Could it be Akatsuki? Orochimaru thought to himself, in less than a month, not only captured Iwagakure, but also wanted to swallow Cloud Shinobi. The appetite is too big. There is always a delay in delivering messages. The real situation is more critical. Kill. Thousands of Rock Shinobi ninjas are fighting towards the last level of the sheltered Cloud Shinobi village, Yunlei Gorge. Damn. Are these guys crazy? Furious by Wooden Golem, wanting to go to war. But was stopped by the earthen platform at the side, and said in a deep voice, as the only Jinchuriki left, with good money, in Cloud Shinobi village, you must not go out easily. However, the enemy has come to attack, voiced urgently by Wooden Golem. Without powerful ninjas, Rock Shinobi is just a mob. The problem lies in the mastermind behind the scenes. Samui wears the cloak of 5th Raikage and commands. With cyan eyes, he fixedly stared at the figure in the front of Rock Shinobi, who was dressed in a red cloud and black robe and was carrying a big knife. Master 5th Generation, the identity of the enemy striker has been identified. Azabui arrived at a document that had been sorted out. Hoshigaki Kisame, the former captain of the Mist Shinobi intelligence unit, killed his boss Suiguyama Fubuki, and took the big sword Samahata, defected from Mist Shinobi, and now joins the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki leads Rock Shinobi. Does that mean Rock Shinobi has been captured? Chapter 270 Samui vs Kisame. Chapter 270 Samui vs Kisame, Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Hoshigaki Kisame spit out a huge amount of water enough to form Wangyang in one breath, submerging and dispersing a large area of Cloud Shinobi in front of him. Stepping on the water to perform water-style instant body, Kisame waved the shark muzzle in his hand, killing Cloud Shinobi. This made Samui, who is the 5th Raikage, absolutely unable to tolerate the wanton slaughter of the other party. Without further ado, the figure turned into a shadow passing by at high speed, charging towards the opponent. Whoosh, my lord, 5th Generation, don't. Tudai wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Hoshigaki Kisame felt a whistling sound coming from behind him, and immediately turned around and swung his knife to block it. I saw that Samui poured chakra into the Teidao, and slashed heavily on the opponent's Samahata. Crack, 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 as Samahata squirmed, chakra on the Tachi was devoured. What? Samuel's face changed suddenly. Yo, I didn't expect to catch a big fish as soon as I came up, fifth rakeage? Dried persimmon ghost shark sneered. Don't underestimate people. Samuel 910's eyes froze, and he raised his foot and kicked the opponent's lower abdomen violently. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't budge, he raised his knee and bumped forward. Boom. Head-to-head melee combat, both sides retreated backwards. At the same time, the two sides quickly formed fingerprints. Lightning style. Walk. Water style water shark bomb. Using the conduction of the water under his feet flexibly, the lightning style was quickly passed to Kisame Kisame's feet, but it was a pity that they were all absorbed by Samahata in the opponent's hand. On the other side, Samui was bitten by a shark flying up from the water, but her figure immediately turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. Advertisement. Hoshigaki Kisame was taken aback for a moment. Samuel's figure instantly circled behind the opponent, and quickly swung the knife to cut at the back of the opponent's neck. Wow, however, the shaved figure turned into a spray of water and scattered. Water body. Samuel's expression changed. It's late, water-style water prison technique. The figure of dried persimmon ghost appeared from behind her, BDI, opened his palm and released a large water ball to envelop the ladder, and the strong water pressure squeezed the ladder so that he could not move. You can't move now. Kisame grabbed Samahata with his other hand, ready to give him the final blow. Who knew that Samuel decisively took out a detonating talisman? What? Boom! There was only a loud explosion, and the shock wave of the detonating talisman instantly shattered the water prison, and at the same time, it exploded until the dried persimmons and ghosts were drenched with blood. In the zero-distance explosion, Samuel suffered the same damage and spit out blood. What a ruthless woman, to use such a style of fighting that hurts both sides. Kisame stood up, clasped 5 fingers, and passed chakra through Samahata in his hands, and the wounds on his body gradually began to heal. However, it's really a pity. In terms of protracted battles, you are definitely not my opponent. I am called a tailless beast. Ahem. Samuel wiped the blood overflowing from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes never wavered. Seeing that his best friend was injured, Yushu who was beside him couldn't hold back any longer. People! Tutai shouted loudly. Master Tutai, you can stay in command of the troops, I will help the 5th generation project. But that didn't stop the latter from rushing out. Fire-style rat-tail ball jade. I saw multiple blue mouse-shaped flames condensed from wooden golem's hands. Using fire style to deal with my water style ninja is going to suffer. Dried persimmon Kisame smiled contemptuously and made seals with both hands. Water style water barrier. Using the water flow under their feet, a thick wall of water flow was quickly raised. However, the mouse-shaped flame turned automatically, deftly bypassed the water flow wall, and attacked the opponent from both sides. Advertisement. What? Dried persimmon ghost shark was taken aback. He suffered a few shots and suffered burns, but immediately dived his body to the bottom of the water to avoid the remaining attacks. With one move, Kisame was forced back, and wooden golem quickly came to Samui's side, tore off a piece of his sleeve, and quickly bandaged the latter's wound with his hands and feet. Samui, are you alright? Also, there's no need to say anything, today we join forces to fight against the enemy. Alright. Samuel opened his mouth, and after seeing the other party's stubborn eyes, he could only acquiesce in the other party's actions in the end. You were able to hurt me with fire style. It seems that you are Cloud Shinobi's second tail Jinchuriki by wooden golem. The figure of dried persimmon ghost shark emerged from the water, and the burns on his body were quickly healed under the chakra delivered by the shark muscle. Shao. You were the ones who encouraged us to besiege Konoha, now you have captured Rock Shinobi, and you are attacking our Cloud Shinobi, what are you trying to do? Samuel frowned. For what? Isn't that obvious? Kisame sneered, the 4th Ninja World War has already begun. The 4th Ninja War? Are you serious? Samuel's face was ugly, and he said in a deep voice. What big talk? Is it up to you? By wooden golem with a look of disdain and authenticity. While talking, the violent tail beast chakra began to emerge from his body. Of course I can't, but our boss can. Hoshigaki Kisame makes mudra with both hands. Akatsuki's leader? Isn't it Nagato? I heard he's dead? Samuel was puzzled. Now our leader of Akatsuki is Uchiha Madara. Hoshigaki Kisame's words fell like a heavy bomb. What are you talking about? It's impossible. Samuel opened his mouth wide in shock. As long as it is a ninja, there will be no one who does not know this once legendary name. No matter how old it is, this name still has a strong deterrent effect. Are you kidding me? That's a character from more than half a century ago, so he's already dead by now. Disbelief expressed by wooden golem. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, Lord Madara is already on his way to Kirigakure, and he can conquer a hidden village by himself. Feel the despair. In this hypocritical world. Dried persimmon Kisame folded his hands together, and extracted a large amount of chakra in one breath. Water-style water prison shark jump. 8OU Chapter 271 Uchiha Madara captures Kirigakure. Chapter 271 Uchiha Madara captures Kirigakure. Kirigakure. Boom, boom, boom. Full body Susanoo, cut through landslides and cracks. Fire style extinguish fire. The dense housing complex turned into a sea of flames. It's really boring. Are the 5 hidden villages of this era only at this level? Uchiha Madara stood on top of the giant samurai, overlooking the devastated land. Damn. Water style water column. Terumi Mei casts a large water style, extinguishing part of the flame. No, Mizukage-sama, please retreat quickly. Ching led Anbu's remnant troops and stood by the opponent's side. Retreat? Do you mean that I leave Kirigakure's companions and escape alone? Terumi Mei said angrily. Not to escape, but to retreat strategically in order to save the seeds of Kirigakure. I have ordered a force to escort the younger generation of ninjas from the village to leave by boat. Kirigakure has lost the tail beast, and there must be no more Mizukage. Ching said with a sad face. Leaving the village, where else can we, Miss Shinobi, escape? Terumi Mei retorted. Go to Konoha. Now is not the time to compete for one village and one country, but the moment that concerns the life and death of the entire ninja world. Uchiha Madara's resurrection. Ready to conquer the 5 hidden villages by force, Rock Shinobi has fallen. Cloud Shinobi has also been captured at the same time attacked. We Mist Shinobi won't last long. Ching's face was ugly and authentic. Can Konoha resist? In the past history, only first Hokage Senju Hashirama can compete with Uchiha Madara. Terumi Mei's brows are full of grayness. Although she doesn't want to admit it, as a Mizukage, her strength is not in the same dimension as Uchiha Madara's. No. Konoha still has one person now. Go find that guy. To defeat a monster, you must be a monster that surpasses mortals. Ching gritted his teeth authentically. No, as the 5th Mizukage, I die in the village and die together. Advertisement Terumi Mei was stubborn and authentic, staring at Uchiha Madara in the distance with a pair of angry eyes. Master Mizukage. Ching beat her chest and stamped her feet. Stop talking, Ching asked her people to cover me. Terumi Mei formed seals with both hands, and a strange chakra emerged from her body. The blood inherits the power of limit. Tabs. Ninja Law. Azure Dragon's hand. An unexpected scene happened. I saw Ching hit Terumi Mei's back with a palm from behind, using a special palm technique to stimulate Chakra's acupoints, which immediately made Terumi Mei's body stiff when she was brewing the power of lava style. Consciousness gradually dimmed. I'm sorry, Mizukage-sama. I have to do this to keep you alive and for the future of Kirigakure. Ching ordered one of his men to take away Terumi Mei, who was knocked unconscious. All the remaining Mist Shinobi ninjas obey the order, and then we will charge towards this invincible monster in front of us. There is no doubt. We will all die, but Master Mizukage and the young people of the village can live go down. Kill Although under the administration of Terumi Mei, the village of Blood Mist has been stopped, but the brainwashing education that lasted for more than 10 years has been stamped on most Mist Shinobi like ideological stamps. As long as it is an order, even if it is a suicide attack, there will be no hesitation. A group of tiny ants. Uchiha Madara looked down at Mist Shinobi, who formed a dense formation below and rushed towards him with a look of contempt on his face. Thousands of Mist Shinobi, unleashing various ninjutsu together, and throwing a lot of ninja tools. But this level of attack can't hurt even a single hair of Uchiha Madara. Manipulating the full body, Susanoo raised her big foot and stomped on the ground. Boom! Dozens of Mist Shinobi were trampled into meat sauce. Boom! Another kick, and scarlet blood flowers bloomed on the ground. One person attacked a village, and with overwhelming force, he ruthlessly trampled everything here. The Battle of Yunlei Gorge. Cloud Shinobi and the Rock Shinobi army led by Akatsuki will have a fierce fight. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Roar. Completely turned into a tail beast by Wooden Golem, incarnated as 2 tails. But at this time, Hoshigaki Kisame had already summoned a super large water prison with a radius of 10 kilometers, enveloping her way and Samui in it. The me now is geographically far different from you. Water-style 1,000 food dumplings. Hoshigaki Kisame summoned thousands of sharks in one breath, and rushed towards her way like locusts crossing the border. Go away. Erway wiped out a large number of sharks with one slap. Lightning-style emotion wave. Samui formed seals with both hands, releasing a powerful lightning shockwave, and wiped out the remaining sharks. It's really a bit difficult, but how long can you hold on? Hoshigaki Kisame has fused with shark muscles at this time, and has become a murloc. Not only can he breathe in the water with his gills, but he can also continuously absorb the chakra flowing in the water through his skin. A typical way of fighting to support war. No, we are no match for him in the water. Let's retreat temporarily. Samui quickly recognized the reality in front of him. Damn dead fish eyes. Since Wooden Golem and Erway both belong to the fire-style system, their abilities are tightly restrained by the opponent. If they launch the tailed beast bomb, I am afraid that the Cloud Shinobi in this area will also be involved, and they will not be able to fight at all. Ever since, the two decisively chose to retreat. Oh, are you going to run away so soon? It's outrageous. Dried Persimmon Ghost sneered. HMPH, if you have the guts, catch up. Turning his head back, Wooden Golem said viciously. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned, thinking that with his moving speed in the water, it would be no problem to catch up to the opponent, but if the battle line left Yunlei Gorge and went to an open place, the opponent's tailed beast could attack unscrupulously. The situation is likely to be reversed. The task I received is to disintegrate Cloud Shinobi's army. As for Reikage and Jinchuriki, wait for others to solve it. Kisame gave up the pursuit and instead shifted the target of the attack to the rest of the Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Chapter 272 Go find Uchiha Tianming. Chapter 272 Go find Uchiha Tianming. The leader behind the Akatsuki organization is Uchiha Madara, who declared war on the 5 hidden villages at the same time, launching the 4th Ninja World War. At present, Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi have fallen one after another. Raikage and Mizukage led the remaining troops and retreated to Konoha. On the other side, Sanagakure has not been invaded because it is located in a remote desert, but they also know very well that it is impossible to resist Akatsuki with their strength alone. After some deliberation, Kasuke Garura decided to lead all Sand Shinobi to Muang. In name it is to fight against the enemy with the alliance, but in fact it also has the meaning of disaster. The meaning is to tell Akatsuki that all of us are concentrated in Konoha. If you want to fight, come to Konoha, don't mess with us. Sanagakure cleverly shifted the battlefield to Konoha, 743. In this regard, Konoha is also very clear about Sand Shinobi's calculations. But they can't refuse Sand Shinobi's support. After all, they are also very clear about Uchiha Madara's goal, and they will definitely not let Konoha go. Therefore, Konoha not only accepted Sand Shinobi's presence, but also accepted the remnants of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Hokage building, hold a meeting of 4 shadows. Everyone is here, so let's start the meeting. Orochimaru got straight to the point, without any nonsense, and directly took out a stack of materials. Wait a moment, Lord Hokage. Terumi Mei interrupted the other party's opening remarks, and said with a serious face, I think there should be an additional seat here. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. You are all here, so there is no need to beat around the bush. Orochimaru is bland and authentic. Uchiha Tianming. With all due respect, the reason why Sand Shinobi is on Konoha's side is because of this person. Ja Luluo also made no secret of it and made his position clear. Konoha's real reliance is only this one person. Samui also expressed the same feeling. Orochimaru frowned. He thought that the people present came to join them because of the strength of Konoha, but now it seems that things are a little different from what he imagined. None of you have really seen the power of Uchiha Madara. We Yuanyan have experienced it firsthand. Terumi Mei said with a deadpan expression, we have wiped out Kirigakure on our own. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. Advertisement. No one laughed at what happened to Mist Shinobi, because they knew that since Uchiha Madara can easily destroy Kirigakure, he can also easily crush them. Is that Uchiha Madara really that powerful? Garuro frowned. Not only Uchiha Madara, Akatsuki's members are also very powerful ninjas. Samuel said quietly. In the Battle of Yunlei Gorge, they encountered Gonshi Guixie. Because of attribute restraint, he was severely beaten. And that Uchiha Obito, 6 Tails Jinchuriki of our Mist Shinobi, was captured by him. Terumi Mei added. Having said that, she also gave Orochimaru a bad look. All the people here are smart people, and they instantly understood her subtext. Both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito are traitors from Konoha. That is to say, Konoha is still responsible for the 4th Ninja World War. I know what you guys mean, but it's pointless to discuss the issue of responsibility now. The most urgent task is to form an allied ninja army to fight Akatsuki. Orochimaru did not deny Konoha's fault, but at the same time stated the main thing to do now. Regarding this attitude, everyone has nothing to say. It is necessary to form a ninja coalition, but the important combat power must also be confirmed. Terumi Mei still said unrelentingly. This was Qing's last words that she had repeatedly warned her before she died. To deal with monsters, you must be evildoers. I agree with Mizukage Dono. Please Hokage Dono summon Uchiha Tianming to attend the meeting. Garura said with a serious face. Although she has never seen how powerful Uchiha Madara is, she has seen how powerful Uchiha Tianming is. In her opinion, Wuming is definitely the #1 ninja in the ninja world today. And Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are also recognized as the #1 ninja. #1 can only be dealt with by #1. This will be a peak duel across the ages. Advertisement. Orochimaru was silent and seemed a bit embarrassed. What's the problem with Mr. Hokage? Could it be that that person is not in Konoha? Samuel said with a puzzled look. No, he is in the village now. At this time, he should be at home. Orochimaru looked strange and authentic. Then call him over. Terumi Mei said anxiously. Sorry, I can't summon him. Orochimaru's face showed embarrassment for the first time. As a Hokage, he couldn't call out a Konoha shinobi. This is a slap in the face for his supreme authority. So that's the case, it's exactly as it was said in the rumors. Ja Luluo's eyes flickered slightly, as if he had expected this. An absolute power that is not governed, that stands above earthly power? Samui sighed. If he doesn't come, then we'll go. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and said firmly. Your Excellency Mizukage, you have to think about it. That guy's temper is not so easy to get along with. Orochimaru looked serious and authentic. We just need to treat each other with courtesy. As long as we are human beings, we will always have their own desires. We just do what we like. Garo thought. Your Majesty Fengying is right. A strong man has the pride of a strong man. It is too naive to ask him to fight for us without paying 0.8. There was a strange light in Samuel's eyes. He thought to himself. It seems that although Tianming is a Konoha shinobi in name, in fact even Hokage can't control him. It can be seen that the other party does not have too deep feelings for Konoha. So, can their Cloud Shinobi win him over? Terumi Mei on the side also had the same idea. Today's Kirigakure has nothing to lose. If Tianming's support can be won, Mist Shinobi's future reconstruction may not be a dream. Seeing that everyone was thinking of poaching the wall, Orochimaru couldn't help crying and laughing. Are you sure you can pay this price? Chapter 273 Hokage stays, 3 shadows enter. Chapter 273 Hokage stays, Sankage enters Orochimaru, Garura, Terumi Mei, Samui, and 4 shadows came to Tianming's house together. The 4 of them stopped at the same time, and then looked at each other, and finally the eyes of the 3 focused on Orochimaru. Okay, let me do it. As the host of Konoha, he is also duty-bound. However, just as he was about to knock on the door, suddenly there was a shout from the house. There is no need to knock on the door. Kazekage, Mizukage, Reikage come in directly, Hokage stay. Orochimaru's face froze. Garura, Terumi Mei, and Samui were speechless. What's going on? The other party enthusiastically invited Kazekage, Mizukage, and Reikage, but Hokage was the only one who was rejected. What a confusing honey operation. Sure enough, as described in the rumors, with an unpredictable personality, 13. Garura sighed. Isn't that great? 4 shadows invited 3 shadows, at least he doesn't reject us. There was joy in Terumi Mei's eyes. I also have a lot of confidence in the meaning of wooing the other party in my heart. A guy with a personality. The corners of Samuel's mouth rose slightly. There is only one person in the world who dares to despise Hokage so much. S*T. Orochimaru looked at the 3 shadows in front of him seriously, his eyes swept over their faces and figures, and finally came to a conclusion. Looking at the house in front of him, Orochimaru had a weird smile on his face, and muttered to himself. You have such an idea. The degree of your audacity is far beyond my imagination. Hearing this, the 3 women all showed a look of thought, as if they didn't quite understand what Orochimaru meant by being unclear. As the saying goes, people with high skills are bold, and the strong have their own unique ideas, don't they? Garura said with a gentle expression on his face. Yeah, it seems Mr. Tianming values us more, don't be angry, Your Excellency Hokage. Advertisement. Terumi Mei squinted her eyes, her words were full of provocation. Don't worry, Your Excellency Hokage. After we go in and discuss with Mr. Tianming, we will inform you of the plan. Samuel has already decided, she will find a way to win the favor of the other party later, at all costs. Please, Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. Although there is no guard in charge here, Tianming said that only the 3 of them can enter, which is an insurmountable rule. This is also the majesty that the strong cannot offend. Just like that, Garura, Terumi Mei, and Samui walked into Tianming's house, leaving only Orochimaru standing still. This place is different from what I imagined. Yes, how can the number 1 ninja in the contemporary ninja world live in such luxury? Are we sure we didn't go to the garden of the daimyo noble? Looking at the exquisite and beautiful surroundings, the 3 said the words that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama lamented before. As a water-style ninja, Terumi Mei keenly senses the warmth and humidity of the surrounding air. This is spa. Ja Luluo gave the answer on behalf of the other party, and stared blankly at an open-air hot spring pool in the garden in front of him. The hot steam made the surrounding mist linger like a fairyland. Impossible. From the plains where Konoha is located, there shouldn't be any favorable geographical conditions for natural hot springs. Samai was puzzled. Not naturally generated. I saw Terumi Mei bent down, pressed her palms on the ground, and carefully felt the surge of the energy platform in the ground. Shake the solid rock formation until it shatters, and then induce the water source deep in the formation to surge up. Using human power to transform nature, Garura opened her mouth in surprise. Under the extravagant appearance, is there actually hidden magic skills of changing heaven and earth? Samuel's blue eyes were full of emotion. According to one's own preferences, changing the shape of the earth at will is as simple as a god holding mud. This is the legendary evil ninja, wow, advertisement. In the hot spring, there was a figure churning. The 3 of them stared blankly, then looked at each other. The other party is taking a bath. What, why don't you come? There was a chuckle in the hot spring. I have no idea what you're thinking. Invite the 3 shadows in, but go to the hot spring by yourself. What kind of inexplicable brain circuit is this? Garura took a deep breath, and then took the lead to step forward. Terumi Mei and Samui looked strange, but they finally followed. The 3 of them came to the edge of the hot spring. Although they were surrounded by water vapor, they could still vaguely see the naked man in the water. Both Terumi Mei and Samui are young women, unmarried, and because they are too good, there are no men who dare to pursue in their hidden village. It's a bit embarrassing to look at a naked man at close range now. But Ja Luluo is different. She is a wife. 2 children are G mothers. What have you not seen before? Mr. Tianming, are you talking to us like this? Why not? Tianming shook his wet hair, stretched out his hand and lifted Lu Hai, who was in front of him, with his head turned back confidently. We are shadows after all, it's too disrespectful for you to do this. Terumi Mei's expression was a little unnatural. If you don't respect it, you won't be able to enter my house. Tianming smiled lightly. The 3 women couldn't help but think of Hokage who was rejected, and thought that it seemed to be the meaning. No, it's inappropriate for you to talk to us just naked, no matter how you look at it. Samuel was almost detoured, and said with a look of resentment. That's right. The corner of Tianming's mouth raised a happy arc, and his eyes fixed on the 3 of them. Well then, for the sake of fairness, we should be honest with each other. Frankly relative. Terumi Mei and Sam Yi were taken aback for a moment, as if they hadn't realized what they meant. But Ja Luluo on the side seemed to understand the meaning in seconds, and frowned. Chapter 274 King's Treasure, 3 Bikinis, Chapter 274. King's treasure, 3 bikinis, are you serious? Ja Luluo frowned, and his tone suddenly became cold. Yes. The smile on Tianming's face didn't diminish. Wait. Your Excellency Feng Ying, what are you talking about? Terumi Mei was stunned. Let's be honest. Sam Yi recited these words silently, and then his eyes fell on Tianming's naked and frank body. Suddenly, she suddenly understood. His face flushed involuntarily, and he said angrily. Uchiha Tianming, okay, I was just teasing you just now, as the shadow of a village, why is your mentality so fragile? While talking, Tianming slowly raised his palm. On the palm of his hand, a distorted space appeared, with golden ripples. Open black lens bracket. The King's treasure. Close black lens bracket. This is the noble phantasm of Gilgamesh, the hero king of the Fate series. It is connected to the space of the treasure house, which stores countless props and can also be used as a storage space. Tianming put his usual double sword Zangetsu and some daily necessities in it. Time and space ninjutsu? Terumi Mei was taken aback. However, although time and space ninjutsu is a very rare ninjutsu in the ninja world, it is not surprising that Tianming, who is omnipotent, seems to have mastered it. You are. Ja Luluo and Samui couldn't help but looked at him vigilantly, as if they were guarding against the other party's sudden attack. But if you think about it carefully, it is meaningless whether they are on guard or not. If the man in front of him had murderous intentions towards them, he could crush them in an instant. There is no second possibility, not even a chance to escape. Well, I found it, this is what I specially prepared for you. Tianming made a move with his palm, and saw a few pieces of cloth-like things falling inside the golden ripples. Due to the problem of light, it was impossible to see what they were. Swish. I saw Tianming pointed the things in his hand towards the 3 of Rudoluo. The other party subconsciously caught it. Advertisement. 3 blank faces. Brain crash. What is this? Looks bright in color, feels soft and silky, very economical fabric. Isn't he a swimsuit? And it's still sexy, try it on. Tianming's eyes flashed with intense interest. Clam? I have no idea what you're thinking. The other party actually asked Tang Kazekage, Mizukage, and Reikage to put on swimsuits. Why? Karora asked the first question. Aren't you shy? After wearing it, can we take a hot spring together? Tianming is serious and authentic, so I said, why, we want to take a hot spring with you. Terumi Mei held back her anger, gritted her teeth and said. Because you want something from me, Tianming said calmly. Huh, what do you mean? We have to wear this shameless attire and go to the hot spring with you, so you're willing to talk to us? Samui's cheeks turned a liver color. Now she can't wait to blow up the hot spring with lightning style. But she dare not, it's mad. Correct answer. How is it? I'm a good talker, right? Tianming said kindly, just taking a bath together, you can win my favor. This is a huge bargain. This is also your advantage as a beautiful woman. Hokage doesn't even have a door. Don't be kidding. We came all the way to Konoha, not to hear you say such unreasonable things. Terumi Mei's face was full of anger, and a series of words came out. Do you know what is happening in the ninja world now? Uchiha Madara is resurrected. The 4th ninja war was launched, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and our Kirigakure all it has been captured, and the next target is Konoha. After listening to the other party's sensual and expressive description, Tianming was completely unmoved, and just said it indifferently. What does this have to do with me? The ninja world will be destroyed. What does this have to do with me? Advertisement. Facing Tianming's watertightness, Terumi Mei was at a loss immediately. Mr. Tianming, haven't you heard the saying that with great power comes great responsibility? Garo stared at him intently. It's a pity, I'm not a partner of justice. Tianming shook his head. Are you just standing by and watching? Samuel yelled anxiously. Put on AS*X. Sensual by.key.ni, and you are qualified to talk to me. Tianming said solemnly. Terumi Mei's face became angry. Get out of here if you don't wear it, Tianming said with a deadpan expression. The 3 women suddenly turned pale with anger. They have never seen such a brazen negotiating request. Oh, please, do you know what your situation is? Tianming explained earnestly. The village was destroyed, and they fled to Konoha in embarrassment. They begged for my protection. How could they not pay a price? Who do you think you are? You just want to convince me to do it for you with your mouth. Are you fighting? How arrogant and stupid. Trample without mercy. The contempt between the lines is like a pair of sharp knives severely tearing their dignity as shadows. But, got it well. The words are rough and the rationale is not rough. Yes. They are all just lost dogs who have lost their hidden village and come to hug their thighs for shelter. In this case, not to mention letting them dress up and bathe together, even if they are going to bed naked. Thinking of this, the woman's resentful face gradually turned into embarrassment. Ahem, with a stern face, Garura forced himself to act calmly. This made Terumi Mei and Sam Yi on the side stupefied, and they looked at each other. Really? Do you want to do this? No way, to this wicked man? Then, as if resigned to their fate, the 2 acted coyly. Tianming was lying on the edge of the hot spring pool, quietly admiring the carcass surrounded by the holy light. Chapter 275 Battle Plan? Non-existent. Chapter 275 Battle Plan? Non-existent? HMPH, I didn't expect that the man known as the #1 ninja in the ninja world would be such a wicked man. Terumi Mei hugged her basketball with both hands, with a look of shame and anger on her brows. So, are you finally satisfied? Samai was also holding her own watermelon, her squinted blue eyes seemed to reveal endless accusations. Okay, now that the suit is on, we will also leave your hot spring. All unreasonable requests will be handled by you. Now we should be able to discuss business matters, right? Jia Luluo put on a straight face, pretending to be calm and authentic. Tianming carefully looked at the humiliated expressions of the three women in front of him, the corners of his mouth crazily raised. Not bad, it's such a pleasant expression, pooh. I saw Terumi sucked in her mouth and lips, and spit out. She shot a slender water arrow. It contained a powerful water-style chakra, and the water arrow hit Tianming like a sharp ray, and almost brushed his head close to his cheek. You better not take it too far, hey, facing the angry face of the other party, Tianming didn't take it seriously at all. It seems to be just treating a little female cat who barks its teeth and claws at its owner to act like a spoiled child. Mr. Tianming, please keep your promise, Samuel said with a serious face. Okay, seeing that 220 is so serious, I can't help being teasing. Tianming still maintained a grinning attitude. Akatsuki's leader is the strongest ninja of the last era, Uchiha Madara. Currently, he has occupied the towns of Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi, and captured 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails and half of 9 tails. Jia Luluo began to explain the current situation on his own, and said in a deep voice, Please advise, Mr. Tianming, how should we win this war? What? You made it so serious, and finally asked me such a silly question. Tianming said with a relaxed face, Boring, question? Terumi Mei's eyes widened, and she said indignantly, Do you regard life and death in the ninja world as a child's play? Advertisement. No, I didn't say that. Tianming shook his head and said calmly, I'm just saying that discussing battle plans and so on are nothing but children's pranks. Don't you know that in the face of absolute strength, all strategies are meaningless? Quote. Ruthlessly exposed the brutal reality. Hearing this, the three of them fell into silence one after another. It seems that what Tianming said makes sense, but for some reason they always feel that something is wrong. But at least he got one thing right. Tianming expressed his approval. What? The three women expressed doubts. Beg for refuge from me. Tianming smiled. Can you, mother, speak? With the dignity of shadows, they would never recognize the word, begging? But actually, the three of them looked at their clothes. How shameless is this? We are all fallen. Both Terumi Mei and Samai couldn't help but have a sore nose and wanted to cry. Only Jia Luluo still kept a restrained mentality and said in a deep voice, It doesn't matter if you beg or plan. In a word, as long as you can cope with the upcoming war. Then let's put it another way. Tianming, what are you going to do? How to deal with the enemy? Wait here, the enemy comes to challenge. Tianming expressed his thoughts concisely and concisely. What? What kind of strategy is this? Terumi Mei said with a speechless expression. Konoha is the last line of defense in the entire ninja world. Once the enemy takes down here, the ninja will become history. Samai's eyes froze, he stared at Tianming closely, and said in a low voice, Are you sure you want to fight Xiaoyi here? Yes, it's too troublesome to fight back and forth in the ninja world war. It's better to wait for them all to gather, BDDI, and then I will catch them all. Tianming lightly described the ninja war as if it were an ordinary thing. Hearing this, the three women couldn't help showing expressions of shock. This guy is not kidding. Advertisement wait for the enemy to concentrate all their strength, and then take action to destroy them in one fell swoop. The incomparable self-confidence and arrogance revealed between the lines. What a crazy idea. The Akatsuki command is currently located in Tango country. Geographically, it can be connected to the land of earth, the land of thunder, and the land of water. After conquering the 3 hidden villages, Uchiha Madara adopted a brutal policy of prospering those who obey and those who oppose them perish. Kill all the disobedient ones, and gather the obedient ones to form the cannon fodder troops of the 3 hidden villages. Judging from the number of ninjas alone, it is indeed a bit scary. A total of 50,000 ninjas. There is also an army of 100,000 white Zetsu that has been prepared for a long time. Unlike Konoha, Uchiha Madara did not easily attack alone. Instead, they used strategies to gather all available chess pieces together. The reason is not that Konoha is so strong, nor is it because of the existence of sighing. The only real fear of Uchiha Madara is one person. Although they have not met directly, they have never fought head to head. But since the Third Ninja World War, he has gained a full understanding of Tianming through the information collected from various sources. This person is definitely the strongest ninja of this era. Just like in the Sengoku era, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are on the same level. Now that Uchiha Madara has been revived again, and has the power of Rinnegan and Wood Style at the same time, his strength has surpassed the heyday of that year. Even if Senju Hashirama is resurrected, he is confident that the other party will not be his opponent. Only Tianming. This is a formidable foe that must be treated with caution. Uchiha Madara believes that this will also be the biggest opponent he has faced in his 2 lifetimes. All the troops of the 3 armies have been assembled. Shall we start now? Uchiha Obito reports. No, the current combat power has not been collected yet. Wait a minute. Uchiha Madara said firmly, wait until I subdue 3 tails and 8 tails. 3 tails and 8 tails. Didn't they die in Konoha? It should be a while before Chakra's resurrection after reorganization. Uchiha Obito wondered. No, my Rinnegan can track these scattered chakra, just collect them, and the tailed beast can be revived in advance. Chapter 276. The Overbearing CEO's Tune. Chapter 276. The tone of the domineering president. So that's the case, so Mr. Tianming has long intended to participate in the war. Garuro said with a surprised face. Yes, for a strong man like me, no matter how he hides, he can't hide his sharpness. Tianming expressed his helplessness and spread his hand. Terumi Mei remained silent, faintly feeling something was wrong. Huh? Samuel opened his mouth wide, and said with a puzzled expression, then the question is, since you have already decided to go to war, why do you still say that we must do such a humiliating thing? Are you willing to talk? Alas, Watson, you have discovered your blind spot. In an instant, the eyes of the three girls became extremely sharp. I fooled you. Tianming smiled slightly, without making any concealment, and directly admitted the fact that he had lied to the other party. Sorry, my patience has reached its limit. Rage max. A powerful chakra erupted from Garora's body, separating the surrounding hot spring water into a vacuum. I can't take it anymore, just let me take a sip. Just a sip of lava style. Rage max. Terumi Mei took a deep breath, and also because of the strong chakra reaction, stirred the hot spring water into waves. Although I know it's impossible to win, if I don't make a move, I really can't swallow this bad breath. Samuel's figure leapt up, stepped on the water with his clean feet, and his body began to glow with lightning. Rage max. Are you angry? The frivolous smile on Tianming's face did not decrease at all, even seeing the woman in front of him was on the verge of erupting. If you don't accept it, hold it back for me. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki close black lens bracket. With Tianming himself as the center, an invisible aura emanated, forming sections of ripples along the surface of the hot spring water. Advertisement with 1-on-3, the confrontation between the two sides lasted only a second. Wow, the water flow stretched around Jialuluo gathered again. The turbulence caused by Terumi Mei was instantly smoothed away. Samuel slipped and fell into the water. The anger overflowing in my heart is emptied to zero at this moment. The three women fell into a strange silence again. Everything goes without saying. The two parties happily reached an agreement. In the end, Garura, Terumi Mei, and Samuel walked out of Tianming's house in a wonderful gesture of being out of their minds. The conversation lasted all night. It seems that your negotiations this time are not fruitless. Surprisingly, Orochimaru was very dedicated and kept guarding the door. Originally, in his guess, there were two possibilities for the three of Jialuluo. The first was being kicked out immediately by Tianming. The second is that the negotiations between the two sides failed, and then a fight broke out. According to Orochimaru's calculations, the second possibility should be the majority. It's just that what he never expected was that after the three of Jialuluo entered Tianming's house, there was silence, and there was no major movement. During this period, I only faintly felt strong chakra fluctuations, but they disappeared quickly. What the hell happened? Orochimaru was curious, so he stayed and waited bitterly at the door all night. Fire. Your Excellency Hokage, so you are still there. Garora's words were flashing and authentic. Orochimaru looked at the latter suspiciously. Why did Garura, who had always maintained a good demeanor in the past, become flustered all of a sudden? I can't get married anymore. Terumi Mei couldn't help but cover her face, with a hint of strangeness in her annoyance. What kind of expression is this? Advertisement. Orochimaru looked confused, asking for flowers. It doesn't matter. Just treat it as a reward for entrusting him to save the ninja world. Samui pretended to be calm and authentic. Seeing the strange appearance of the three women in front of him, Orochimaru looked strange. Ahem, don't worry about these details, the point is that the negotiation has already come to fruition. Karora forcibly changed the subject. How? Although Orochimaru felt a little concerned, he was more concerned with business. Uchiha Tianming will play Uchiha Madara. Garora's tone was positive. Although they are both from the Uchiha clan, the strength of both sides has far exceeded the limitation of the blood of the same clan. 0.0. It can be said that a person is a world. The world that Tianming dominates is still the world that Madara dominates. As expected, Orochimaru said with a smile on his face, these two represent the past and the present respectively, the pinnacle ninjas of the two eras, and one day they will have a battle, and it will be a matter of life and death. Then what should we do? Garura sighed. I always feel an inexplicable sense of powerlessness, as if I am an insignificant role in the Fourth Ninja World War in the future. Just prepare for the battle with all your strength. Tianming's opponent is Madara, so let's just eliminate the rest of the enemies. We must not let other factors affect Tianming's performance. Terumi Mei said seriously, it's really thoughtful, Your Excellency Mizukage. Samui looked at the latter with a strange face. Why does the other party sound like a good wife? HMPH, I just don't want to see the ninja world destroyed. Kirigakure's great revenge can't be avenged. I'm not worried about Tianming. Terumi Mei is serious and authentic. Damn, this woman is surprisingly innocent. Samuel seemed to have discovered a new world, and his gaze at the other party became more and more playful. Chapter 277. 3 years later, war begins. Chapter 277. 3 years later, let's go to war. Xiao Xiao wiped out 3 great powers in the first battle. What arrogance. Konoha is also nervously preparing for the battle. But surprisingly, Akatsuki did not take advantage of the power of victory to launch an attack on Konoha. Instead, the pace of aggression was postponed, and the Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Cheyenne who bowed their heads and surrendered were integrated and included. However, this rectification work lasted for 3 full years. During this period, Uchiha Madara also relied on Rinnegan's ability to recollect the dead and scattered tail beast Chakra, which prompted the early resurrection of 3 tails and 8 tails, and captured them in the first battle. Plus the previously captured 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 9 tails, yin. Of the 9-tailed beasts, Akatsuki occupied 6.5. Konoha only has 9 tails, yang, and Sand Shinobi's 1 tail, which is the hidden way of 2 times. The tailed beast was once a strategic deterrent weapon that affected the balance of great powers, but now this balance has been completely destroyed by Shao. It's finally time for the decisive battle, Madara-sama. Dried persimmon ghost shark said excitedly. Facing this world full of hypocrisy and lies, he wished to destroy it immediately. He is also the most loyal supporter of Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara. We have been preparing for this battle for 3 years. Uchiha Madara sighed authentically. I think back then when I fought against Senju Hashirama, I attacked Konoha alone. This time is different. In order to realize Project Tsuki no Mi, I will use all means. Have you decided on your route? Uchiha Obito said deadpan. The plan is ready, but before it can be implemented, those 2 annoying followers must be dealt with. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed dangerously, and his eyes finally locked on Obito. This is the information you leaked, and the matter should be resolved by yourself. Is there no problem? Of course. I leaked the information on purpose to let them follow. Advertisement. Uchiha Obito's eyes instantly changed to Mangekyō Sharingan. I'll take care of them. As soon as the words fell, Uzumaki saw a distorted space in front of him, and he sucked it into it.
Is it Kamui? It's a good pupil technique. Uchiha Madara nodded approvingly.
We can't get any closer, Itachi. Uchiha Shisui said solemnly. This is already very close to Akatsuki's headquarters, and they will notice if they are not careful. Fighting the rebel Uchiha Obito and collecting information about Akatsuki are our tasks. Now 3 years have passed, and the war is imminent, but we have not achieved any real results.
Uchiha Itachi said with a heavy heart. No way. Uchiha Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan, the ability is a time-space ninjutsu that can jump space at will. His whereabouts are erratic, and it is really difficult for us to track his exact location. Uchiha Shisui said it was impossible. Damn guy. They are all members of our Uchiha clan, but they shame the clan in the village.
Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth authentically. Sigh, I don't understand that guy either. I have worked with him for a while, but I have never been able to understand his inner thoughts. The clan, the village, what is he guarding? Uchiha Shisui expressed confusion. Nothing, a ninja named Void. But no matter what he thinks, now he has only one identity, and that is the enemy of Konoha and Uchiha, our enemy. Uchiha Itachi said with a firm expression. That's right, I am your enemy. The cold and ruthless voice suddenly appeared, like a bell ringing in the middle of the night, shaking the 2 of them to the highest level of vigilance for a moment. Have chakra waves. Here, Uchiha Shisui subconsciously opened the Mangekyō Sharingan, focusing his gaze straight ahead. In the empty place, a distorted space appeared. Uzumaki spit out a figure. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi stared, and immediately opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. You have been looking for me for a long time, right? You don't need to look for it now, I am right in front of your eyes. Advertisement. Uchiha Obito said contemptuously. The 2 sides were 50 meters apart and stood face to face. For ninjas of their level, this distance is just an instant of effort. But at this moment, neither Uchiha Itachi nor Uchiha Shisui took any action. The appearance is here, but the body is not. Is this the power of your eyes? Uchiha Shisui said in a deep voice. All your attacks are ineffective against me.
Uchiha Obito walked towards them as he spoke. Don't try to scare people. I now have the same eyes as yours, and I can see through you. In this state, our attacks are ineffective, so your attacks are also ineffective.
Uchiha Itachi is definitely authentic. Not only Shisui, but Itachi also has Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Obito gave him a slightly surprised look. No wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out that you have 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. But it's still not as good as me, I still have wood. Calendar. Is that why you killed Kakashi-senpai? I heard him say that you were his best friend. Uchiha Itachi said angrily. As a member of Gen, he also knows the power of wood style in Kakashi. Although the 2 of them didn't communicate much, at least they had a tacit understanding in dealing with tasks, and the relationship was not bad. Friends, relatives are all right. In this hellish world, what's the point? I will build a new world so that everyone can live in a dream. Uchiha Obito said with a serious face. Dream world? What the hell are you talking about?
Uchiha Shisui couldn't understand the other party's philosophy.
You don't need to know that for the new world, you should contribute these eyes and then die.
I saw the figure of Uchiha Obito, passing Uchiha Shisui directly. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened, and his eyes never left the figure of the other party from the beginning to the end. However, at this very moment, Uchiha Obito's figure materialized, holding a kunai and paddling towards the back of Uchiha Shisui's neck. Chapter 278 Obito's Shisui, Itachi. Chapter 278. Obito vs Shisui, Itachi. Uchiha Itachi moved quickly, and his figure came to the 2 of them in an instant. Both hands restrained Uchiha Obito's wrists. Oh, the action is not bad. Uchiha Obito is bland and authentic. Uchiha Shisui immediately turned around, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Obito in front of him. Illusion. Shua. I saw the restrained Uchiha Obito, whose figure turned into a wooden statue. What? Can you blindfold me, wood-style avatar? The two were taken aback. The normal shadow clone could not escape their Mangekyō Sharingan, but Uchiha Obito used the wood-style clone from Senju Hashirama. Not only that, but countless vine tentacles stretched out from the wood-style avatar, tying up Uchiha Itachi who couldn't be defended. Uchiha Shisui exclaimed, but there was a sharp sound of breaking wind in his ears. Shish. I saw the figure of Uchiha Obito flickering a few times, throwing a lot of shurikens while moving at high speed, shooting towards him from all directions. 13 Uchiha Shisui pulled out the ninja sword behind him with one hand, and completed Chakra's nature transformation in an instant. A layer of flame surged up on the blade, and the moment he swung the sword, he released a flame slash. Uchiha Flow Sword Leap Flame. Bang 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 bang. The blast wave blows away all incoming shurikens. Whoosh. The figure of Uchiha Obito appeared from behind, stabbing with a branch in his hand. Wood-style insert rod technique. Hiss. At the critical moment, Uchiha Shisui dodged short, the branch scratched his cheek, and instantly changed Chakra's nature transformation in his hand. The flame on the blade suddenly turned into a whirlwind, sending out at a faster cutting speed. Uchiha Flow Blaster Sword. Boom. Advertisement. The extremely fast slash with the wind blade cut off the opponent's branch in an instant. But at the moment of cutting Uchiha Obito, the opponent's body has entered hollow. Damn it. My distinguished heavenly gods won't work either if I can't lock onto the other party's entity. Uchiha Shisui grieved secretly. I saw Uchiha Obito rushing towards him. Hollow's body penetrated directly, and the moment his back was turned away, his body immediately materialized. Uchiha Shisui was about to turn around and attack, but found that an iron chain was put on his body at some point. Uchiha Obito didn't turn around at this time. This was also to avoid staring at each other. The cloak behind him fluttered, and immediately drilled out a huge thorny tree vine, and grabbed Uchiha Shisui like a devil's giant claw. Wood-style Hell Chaos. Susanoo. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were fixed, and a green chakra emerged from his body, instantly forming a green giant skeleton, which broke the chains on his body, and at the same time waved his hand to block the attacking opponents. Susanoo. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi also resorted to the same method, condensing an orange chakra skeleton giant, breaking through the opponent's wood-style shackles. Oh, are you guys going to use this too? Interesting. I saw that Uchiha Obito did not back down, and a cyan chakra emerged from his body, forming a chakra giant. Susanoo. Drink Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi respectively controlled Susanoo and punched each other with fists. Bang bang. Uchiha Obito controls Susanoo, catching the opponent's punch with both hands. Even with the same power, our caravans are so different. Uchiha Obito sneered. Susanoo swung his hands and threw Susanoo of the latter two out. Boom. Boom. Susanoo. The two of them fell hard to the ground. Itachi, are you alright? I'm fine. As that guy said, there is a huge difference in chakra between the enemy and us. The protracted war is overwhelmingly unfavorable to us. The battle must end as soon as possible. Uchiha Itachi's breathing was slightly rapid. Advertisement. For him who is not born with much chakra, using Susanoo's power will cause him a huge burden. Okay, then I'll come first, you watch the timing. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, and his eyes burst out with more powerful pupil power, and saw the green skeleton giant on his body, covered with a layer of armor, cloth holding a spiral-shaped giant sword. The strength of the second state. For your chakra, it will last for 2 or 3 minutes at most. Uchiha Obito sneered. At the same time, he also released stronger pupil power. The cyan giant skeleton on his body was covered with a thick layer of armor, and he was holding a handful of black in his hand. Fuma Shuriken. Uchiha Shisui manipulated Susanoo and rushed towards him. Kamui Shuriken. Uchiha Obito manipulated Susanoo to throw the black Fuma Shuriken in his hand. Uchiha Itachi saw the right moment, and from Susanoo's hand condensed a ball of light made up of 3 linked jades. Gobama of Yusaka. After Mangekyō Sharingan 50's insight and prediction, Yusaka's giyu hit the Kamui Shuriken accurately. Shua. I saw that when the two touched, a huge twisted Uzumaki was produced, and both of them sucked in it and disappeared. Did this guy attach the pupil technique of time and space to his weapon? Uchiha Shisui was very vigilant. If he was hit by this thing, he might be doomed. Fortunately, there are powerful teammates to assist. Uchiha Shisui sped forward, and Susanoo swung the spiral sword in his hand and stabbed him hard. Clang. Hiss la 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 la. This sword hit the opponent Susanoo's chest, bursting out dazzling sparks and ear-piercing loud noises, and under the strong penetrating power of the spiral sword, it was bit by bit piercing through the latter's armor. Good penetration. Uchiha Obito maneuvered Susanoo to hold the opponent's sword with both hands, immobilizing. Then his eyes were firmly locked on his right chest. Kamui. Uchiha Shisui's complexion changed, he was keenly aware of the danger, and immediately shifted his body. Distorted space Uzumaki, like the wheel of hell, tore apart the spiral sword and even the right half of Susanoo's body in an instant. Uchiha Shisui, who was in it, couldn't dodge in time, and his right hand was also involved in the minister. Chapter 279 Ten-Fist Sword, Yada Mirror. Chapter 279. Ten-Fist Sword, Yada Mirror. HMPH. Uchiha Shisui lost his arm, and the intense pain caused him chakra to become weak all of a sudden. Susanoo's armor suddenly disintegrated, leaving only a skeleton looming. Hehe, this is the gap between you and me. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes, and immediately continued to pursue the victory, and Susanoo condensed multiple Kamui shurikens in his hand. Shisui. Uchiha Itachi exclaimed and rushed over. Shish. Kamui sent out a shuriken, drawing death trails in midair, tearing apart the space. At this time, Shiyu Zebo Itachi had to use all his strength to drive pupil power, Susanoo covered with armor, and at the same time a crimson shield appeared on his left hand. Yada mirror. Dang 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 dang. I saw the incoming Kamui shuriken. After hitting the shield, it was immediately bounced off by a mysterious force. Huh. The spiritual shield that can bounce back all attacks, the legendary artifact of the Uchiha clan, the Yada mirror. I didn't expect it to be inherited by you. Uchiha Obito said with a surprised face. Ahem. Uchiha Itachi's face turned pale, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. In an instant, half of Susanoo's armor disappeared, and the rest of it was also faintly visible, which seemed particularly unstable. This is the price of taboo pupil art. When Susanoo uses it, she will consume her own chakra intensely. She is the patron saint of the user and also the Shinigami that devours the user. Uchiha Obito made 2 mudras with both hands, and Susanoo also made different mudras. I saw a large number of thorns and vines growing on Susanoo's body, covering the sky and covering the sun, like a group of demons dancing wildly. Be careful Itachi. If you use Susanoo skillfully, you can increase the strength of ninjutsu. Uchiha Shisui said with a weak face. I see, then I also. Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi makes a mudra with both hands, Susanoo also makes a mudra.
Fire style great fireball. It's just a normal fire style, but from Susanoo, it's a gigantic fireball.
Boom 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 boom. BDBH. The giant fireball blasted on the giant tree, turning the surrounding into a sea of flames. Wood-style insert rod technique. I saw Susanoo of Uchiha Obito waved his hand, and fired a giant wooden stake like a spear from his palm. Clang. Uchiha Itachi used the Yada mirror to block. Although the physical damage was resisted, the subsequent impact force pushed him back tens of meters. I saw a flame-like spiritual body spit out from the gourd at Susanoo's waist, holding it with his right hand. It was a sword in the shape of a spiritual body. 10-fist sword. Boom. A sword cut through the giant wooden pile, and immediately stabbed Uchiha Obito straight. Uchiha Obito was keenly aware of the danger of the sword, and even under Susanoo's protection, he immediately moved to avoid the sharp edge of the blade. PFF'd. Sure enough, the 10-fist sword pierced straight through Susanoo's sturdy armor and pierced it through. Then Uchiha Obito's expression changed, and suddenly he realized that he was losing control of Susanoo. I saw the flame-like blade turned into a giant hand and grabbed his Susanoo, then stripped it from Uchiha Obito's body, and was finally put into Uchiha Itachi Susanoo's gourd. So that's how it is. Is this the legendary sword of sealing? The left hand is the Yada mirror that deflects all physical attacks, and the right hand holds the 10-fist sword that can kill with one sword. In theory, it is almost invincible. Woolen cloth. Uchiha Obito looked amazed, then changed his tone, looked at Uchiha Itachi who was panting and knelt on one knee, and said coldly, with such a powerful force, can your body support it? Wow. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chakra weakened again, Susanoo lost his armor and flesh, 10-fist sword and Yada mirror disappeared, leaving only the illusory skeleton. Itachi. Don't be too aggressive, Uchiha Shisui said in a deep voice. Advertisement. I can hold on, I have already sealed his Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi forcefully supported his tired body, stood up, and said in a low voice, today, we must take down Obito. Whether it is for the mission or the execution of Uchiha's traitors, we must. Seeing the determination in the opponent's eyes, Uchiha Shisui also understood something. Regardless of the blood flowing from the cut of his right arm, he stood up tenaciously. Oh, Uchiha Obito, who lost Susanoo, fell to the ground, facing the 2 chakra giants in front of him, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Huh, it's just a bluff. My eyes can see the chakra on your body. It's about to reach the limit. It's just overdrawing your life. Then let's do our best. Uchiha Obito shouted, and immediately manipulated Susanoo to open the ribs in the chest, and fired countless arrowheads.
Susanoo hyphenation .99. Boom 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 boom.
The powerful arrowhead pierced the place where Uchiha Obito was standing. However, the figure of the other party walked out of it unscathed. You guys should know my abilities, right? What's the point of this kind of attack? My eyes are invincible. Uchiha Obito sneered. There is no absolutely invincible ability in this world, as long as it is ninjutsu, it must have weaknesses.
Uchiha Itachi said sharply, we will continue to attack you in the future. Once your pupil technique fails, you will die. Oh, are you going to spend it with me? Uchiha Obito smiled without saying a word.
With the power of wood style, he has never worried that he does not have enough chakra, and even the side effects of Mangekyō Sharingan can be largely avoided. In this way, after a minute of uninterrupted attacks, Uchiha Shisui couldn't hold it any longer, his eyes Mangekyō Sharingan faded, Susanoo disappeared, and fell to the ground exhausted. I'll leave it to you from now on. Itachi. While he was down, Uchiha Itachi took over and continued his uninterrupted attack.
Drive Susanoo, attacking wildly with massive skeletal hands. Chapter 280 Fall Short. Chapter 280 Fall Short. Wow. Uchiha Itachi spat out a mouthful of blood again, and there was a burning sting in his eyes, and finally Susanoo was overwhelmed and the only remaining skeleton state disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito's hollow time was capped. I saw the Mangekyō Sharingan in his right eye, which automatically degenerated into an ordinary 3-go jade state.
As the pupil power of the right eye exhausted, Uchiha Obito closed his right eye, because the difference in the pupil power of the two eyes will affect the vision, and the left eye still maintains the state of Mangekyō Sharingan. Shish. Uchiha Itachi struggled to throw a few kunai.
Ding ding ding. Uchiha Obito took out a twig with a wave and knocked it down. Hateful. Uchiha Itachi collapsed on the ground with weak limbs, and the vision of his eyes gradually became blurred. Have you reached the limit? You have also seen the stone tablet on the Nanga shrine? The more you use the Mangekyō Sharingan, the more you will seal yourself. The final result is blindness. Only by taking the eyes of your loved ones and transplanting them will new ones be bred Hitomi power, breaking the seal restriction at the same time.
This is the ugly history of the Uchiha clan. While Uchiha Obito was talking, the figure came to the other party in an instant.
Boom. Uchiha Itachi was kicked and flew out, which made him fall to the ground, who was already exhausted. Uchiha Shisui, who was lying on the side, raised his head with difficulty and looked at him with a weak face. Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes slightly. You have overused your pupil power, and now you can no longer activate the pupil technique. It seems that this is the end. Uchiha Obito walked over to Uchiha Itachi, who was still struggling, grabbed his neck with one hand, and lifted him up.
Shisui's pupil art, distinguished heavenly gods, does have the ability to subdue me with one blow. But facing me in the hollow state, I can't do anything. So the order of your battles is wrong. Itachi, you should do it, it's right to lead. Ahem, such a simple battle, how could you not have thought of? Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi struggled limply with his hands and feet in the air. That's right, this is the battle of the pupil practitioners. I can see through your moves, and you can also see through my abilities. Therefore, there is no strategy at all, and everything can only be fought head-on. It's over.
Uchiha Obito picked up the sharp branch and prepared to deliver the final blow. However, at this moment, Uchiha Itachi's left eye suddenly widened, and the three-hooked jade instantly condensed together to form the pattern of Mangekyō. Illusion. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Obito can judge the type of ninjutsu that the opponent is about to launch from the color of chakra flowing in the opponent's eyes. Seeing that it was an illusion, he calmed down. Although Tsukuyomi is very strong, but for him with Mangekyō Sharingan, it is no problem to carry a wave hard. At most he will be a little bit depressed. No. This eye. Uchiha Obito's face suddenly changed. He found that the pupils reflected in Shiyu Zebo Itachi's eyes were not the latter's own Mangekyō shape, but Uchiha Shisui's shape. Transfer seal. Distinguished heavenly gods. Uchiha Itachi gave a loud shout. Certainly. Uchiha Obito fell into the illusion for an instant, and his body fell into a state of rigidity. Distinguished heavenly gods. Hit. Uchiha Shisui breathed a sigh of relief.
Plop. Uchiha Itachi also fell from the opponent's palm and fell to the ground.
Exhausted, he closed his eyes. The opponent is very afraid of Shisui's ability, so he will be extra defensive against you. It is really too difficult to let the opponent hit the distinguished heavenly gods head-on. So Shisui set the pupil technique of distinguished heavenly gods on me through the sealing technique in advance. In the eyes of Uchiha Itachi gasped heavily. Successful, your mind is indeed very flexible, and such a plan made you think of it. Uchiha Shisui raised his hand tremblingly, giving him a thumbs up. Closer, we both don't have any chakra left now. Uchiha Itachi tried to stand up, but was so drained that he couldn't move a finger. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Relax, my distinguished heavenly gods, are ordering the target to kill himself. There is no need for us to give him the final blow. Uchiha Shisui is bland and authentic. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Obito raised his palm stiffly, inserted the branch in his hand into his heart fiercely, and formed a seal. Wood-style insert rod technique. I saw branches growing from its body, piercing the internal organs, and bursting out from the skin of the body. Uchiha Obito's body lost its vitality. After confirming each other's death with their own eyes, the two finally felt relieved. However, what they didn't notice was that, in Uchiha Obito's right eye, the pupil lost focus and became a blind gray. Immediately, Uchiha Obito's corpse disappeared into nothingness. Varied. Before the two of them could react, they just felt a numbness behind them. Puff, puff, holding a branch in one hand, piercing the hearts of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui respectively. The bloody figure of Uchiha Obito appeared in front of their eyes. Transfer seal, Izanagi. The highest taboo pupil art of the Uchiha family, which enables the caster to freely shuttle between dreams and reality, and transform reality including death into dreams. The ultimate illusion. You too, really this is an eye-opener for me. As expected of the leader of the current Uchiha generation, he actually forced me to this point. Fortunately, I saved a hand and set this forbidden technique on the right eye in advance. We'll start automatically. I didn't expect that you even practiced the forbidden technique, which is expressly prohibited by a family. For this forbidden technique, Uchiha Water actually has some understanding. But as an orthodox ninja and also the new patriarch of the current Uchiha clan, he certainly would not go against the clan rules to practice this devious way. Falling short. Uchiha Itachi's face was full of unwillingness. Izanagi he won't, but he will have another restrained forbidden technique Izanami. It's a pity that there is no chance to activate it now, a loss. Chapter 281 Akatsuki attacks Konoha. Chapter 281 Akatsuki attacks Konoha. Uchiha triple-double Mangekyō Sharingan's duel ended with Uchiha Obito double kill. For this, he also paid a very heavy price. Susanoo was sealed and permanently blinded in her right eye. Of course, the two pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan as spoils for killing Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui more than make up for all the losses. Shao Organization Headquarters. Space Uzumaki reappeared, and everyone was accustomed to this signature move in front of them. But Uchiha Madara, who is a top pupil practitioner, has been keenly aware of the clues. The speed of space transfer has slowed down. It seems that you have paid a lot, Obito. Uchiha Madara smiled meaningfully. I saw Uchiha Obito, 260, with a bandage covering his right eye. His right arm was also wrapped with a special iron material, and his chakra breath was also full of strangeness. He said blankly, the surveillance tail has been removed, and troops can be dispatched. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't think too much, and said excitedly, is it finally possible to have a big fight? Last time I lost to that woman, this time I must take revenge. In the first battle of the Konoha collapse plan, Hoshigaki Kisame had not yet obtained the big sword Samahata, and together with the ghost full moon, he became the defeat of Uchiha Izumi. This made him so angry. In this regard, Uchiha Madara also has the same feeling. Since his resurrection 3 years ago, he has been working on accumulating strength. Having learned the lesson of the failed attack on Konoha by one person, now he has Akatsuki, 100,000 white Zetsu, and commanding tens of thousands of puppet troops, from Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi. It is enough to form an overwhelming absolute advantage against Konoha. Command all the troops, let's go, Goal, stepping down Wong. Uchiha Madara gave the order to go out. On the other hand, Konoha also received the news that both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were killed. Orochimaru was shocked by this. In his opinion, both Itachi and Shisui belonged to the top high-end combat power in Konoha. Advertisement for the mission of crusading Uchiha Obito, I may not be fully sure, but at least self-protection should be no problem. Now that both of them are defeated, it is beyond his expectation. The high-level leaders, headed by Shimura Danzo, were still gloating about their misfortune, thinking that the Uchiha clan, which was in full swing, lost two powerful ninjas at once, which was something to be thankful for. But this is undoubtedly tragic news for the Uchiha family. Losing two clansmen with Mangekyō Sharingan in one fell swoop is an immeasurably serious loss. Among them, Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother, is undoubtedly devastated.
It even started the Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru Akatsuki revenge.
Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth authentically. Fifth generation, I also want to find my mother. Namikaze Naruto, returned from Mount Myoboku a few days ago after a 3-year retreat.
The breath of the whole person is different. Calm down first. With a calm voice, Orochimaru unleashed his powerful chakra, trying to bring the latter two to their knees. My brother was killed, how can I calm down? Uchiha Sasuke is not afraid at all, and he also exudes amazing chakra, which is equal to him. A well-known genius ninja since he was a child, he studied under Orochimaru, coupled with the elite education of the Uchiha clan, now his strength is already better than blue. I'm not the same as I was 3 years ago, Namikaze Naruto said with a firm expression. He enjoyed the education of the son of Hokage since he was a child, and later learned from Jiraiya, his strength has reached the first-class level. Tisk, what a headache. Seeing that he couldn't convince them with chakra, Orochimaru suddenly had to reason. You are going to find trouble with Akatsuki now, you are undoubtedly looking for a dead end. Besides, there is no need for you to take the initiative to look for it, Akatsuki will attack soon. HMPH. It's just in time, my eyes now, will definitely let them taste what terror is. Uchiha Sasuke was overwhelmed with emotion, and his eyes showed the pattern of six-pointed star kaleidoscopic eyes.
Advertisement it does look pretty imposing, too. Orochimaru couldn't help shaking his head secretly.
What do you know, dumbass? Your brother and Shisui own the Mangekyō Sharingan, which is not a failure in the end.
I will definitely save my mother too. Namikaze Naruto vowed to be authentic, and the surrounding natural energy faintly gathered on him. In this regard, Orochimaru also saw the details with a sharp eye. Sage mode. It is indeed a good power, but it is a pity that it is far from enough now. 5th generation master, Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama have arrived. Hyuga Hinata walked into the Hokage office. The first daughter of the main family of the Hyuga clan was originally limited by talent, and was rejected and discriminated against. After the death of her father Hyuga Hiyashi, the identity of the main family was taken away by Hyuga Hizashi. Thanks to the shelter of teacher Uchiha Izumi and later master Tsunade, the tragedy of being marked as curse mark. Caged bird by the Hyuga clan was avoided. After 3 years of unremitting efforts, his strength has also grown a lot, and he has become one of the outstanding Jonin of Konoha's younger generation. But that's not the point. It is said that Hyuga Hinata used to follow Uchiha Izumi back home, and for some reason got some advice from Tianming. Since then, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and now he is no less than Namikaze 3.7 Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the latter in surprise. With his sharp pupils, he can naturally detect the unusual chakra on the opponent. What a strong chakra! Namikaze Naruto also widened his eyes in surprise. Although they are members of the same class, they don't work together on weekdays because they each learn from Sannin, so they don't know each other well. Besides, he has always regarded Uchiha Sasuke as a competitor in the past, and never put Hyuga Hinata in his eyes. Now it seems that things have exceeded his expectations. Hey, Orochimaru, long time no see. How about it, the disciples I teach are no worse than yours, right? Tsunade walked into Hokage's office. Chapter 282 All the girls of the Tianming family gather. Chapter 282 All the daughters of the Tianming family gather. Tsunade, what percentage of the reason why your disciples have the power they have today is because of you? Don't you have any points in your heart? Orochimaru speaks volumes. Well, Hyuga Hinata didn't know what to think of, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she didn't make a sound. Hey, the charm of a woman is also a kind of strength, don't you understand such a simple truth? Tsunade took it for granted. Uchiha Sasuke and Namikaze Naruto were suddenly confused. They are indeed very interested in the improvement of Hyuga Hinata's strength, and if possible, they hope that the other party can share the method that can make them stronger. According to the previous few words, this seems to be related to Tianming. So can they also. As if aware of the inner calculations of the two, Tsunade squinted and said, "You two brats, forget it. That guy is only interested in beautiful women. It's a man's nature to like beautiful women." I saw Jiraiya walked into Hokage's office, looked at Tsunade with a subtle look, and said in a deep voice, 13 Tsunade, you didn't follow that man too, did you? Huh? What are you talking about, Toad? Tsunade had blue veins on his forehead, rolled up his sleeves and was about to punch him. Forehead, Jiraiya faltered immediately, and quickly waved her hands to indicate that she was joking. Looking at the two live treasures in front of him, Orochimaru couldn't help but hold his forehead, sighed, and said in a deep voice. Okay, it's almost enough if you're bored. I'm calling you guys here today, and I'm playing tricks. HMPH. Why don't you call us to discuss such an important battle? 5th Hokage, are you not paying attention to us old seniors now? I saw Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, and Udatane Kaharu, 3 Konoha senior veterans, walked into the Hokage office together. Tisk, even if I don't call, you will come by yourself, won't you? Orochimaru felt a headache when he saw these 3 immortals, and waved towards the 3 young men in front of him. Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata, step down first. War will come after all, and I don't know how many people will die by then. Lin said with a sad face. Advertisement, 3 years of peace, today is finally coming to an end. Shizune sighed. What should come will always come, and with our strength, why should we be afraid? Hong held his head high, his face full of confidence. There are problems, but the ones who are really worried are the juniors. Uchiha Izumi said seriously, you are really not nervous at all. Terumi Mei said speechless. That's right, as long as you stay by his side, even if the world is destroyed, you don't have to worry. Samuel smiled, with a happy smile on his face. It's better to be cautious, after all, this is a matter of life and death in the ninja world. Karora said with a serious face. Do I want to avoid it? Hyuga Hinata timidly glanced around at all the female ninjas of considerable status. I don't, I'm different from you. I just represent the Uchiha clan and come here to discuss. Uchiha Makoto forced himself to be calm and authentic. Hey, I said, what did you do? Have you all become that guy's RBQ? By wooden golem knocking on the table with his fingernails, with an unhappy expression on his face. RBQ's statement, isn't it too much? I just came to see Master Raikage. Mabui looked weird and authentic. Scary, he really deserves to be a legendary man. I was dumbfounded every day. The handsome guy who teased me turned out to be a big carrot. Yamanaka Ino expressed outrage. What are you talking about? I just came to play with my sister and brother-in-law. Hyuga Hanabi is still a child and doesn't understand anything. Good evening, everyone. Hey, it seems that everyone hasn't arrived yet. Open black lens bracket instant transfer close black lens bracket advertisement. I saw Tianming brought a woman and appeared in front of the women out of thin air. Meet you, new member, Conan. The girls were speechless. Unbeknownst to me, I actually provoked so many stealing cats. Her red cheeks twitched, and she could no longer express her heart in words. Hey, Mr. Tianming, although I know that I can't monopolize a man like you, but isn't it too much for you to step on a boat? It's like a tight boat. Lin's face was complicated, but she looked helpless towards him. From big to small, because Ming, your hunting range is too wide. Shizune covered his face helplessly. Where is this place? You guys. Case Cage? Mizukage? Movie? Konoha Shinobi? Conan looked confused. She had just come from the hermit country of TNG, and was forcibly brought here by Tianming. Seeing a group of female ninjas with different identities in front of him, his brain also fell into a rocky state. Don't worry, this is my home. Tianming patted her on the shoulder, signaling her not to panic. However, Conan was like a frightened deer, quickly stepped back a few steps, staring at him with horror and anger. You are the most dangerous. It was you, Uchiha Tianming, who killed my companion. No, you can't foul people's innocence. It's obviously your companion. But Deidara blew himself up and beat up your teammates. How can you blame me? Tianming quickly denied it. Conan was taken aback for a moment, and what he said was true. But you forced this too. If you hadn't seriously injured Nagato, how could he not be able to stop Deidara from blowing himself up? Conan pointed at him and complained. I just sparred with him, who knew he was so unbeatable. Also, you have to figure out that Nagato's final blow was giyu. After he was possessed, he forced to use Rinne Tensai and revived Uchiha Madara, and took away his Rinnegan. If you have a head, you have a head, and your enemy should be led by Tezebo Madara. Tianming is serious and authentic. It was Uchiha Madara who killed Nagato. Conan was in a trance, as if he had found the object of revenge, and his eyes began to sparkle. Yes. So, I am your friend, and we are partners. While talking, Tianming put his palm on her shoulder to show kindness. In a few words, another fool. Chapter 283. Akatsuki vs. Konoha. Chapter 283 Akatsuki vs. Konoha. Mr. Tianming, you called all of us here today, not just to show off your scumbag attributes? Samuel frowned. A scumbag is someone who secretly associates with many women behind their backs, and I am straightforward, and I always flirt with girls openly and fairly, so how can I be considered a scumbag? Tianming is serious and authentic. As soon as these words came out, all the girls present were shocked and had nothing to say. God's logic. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Akatsuki will call soon, do you have any ideas? Terumi Mei asked. I have an idea, of course I have, that's why I called everyone here today. Tianming regained his composure, and his face also turned serious. Seeing this, the girls also stared at him intently, as if waiting for him to make some important remarks. Are you guys interested in traveling to a new world? The girls were taken aback for a moment, then looked at each other in blank dismay. What is this guy talking about? New world? The red eyes flickered slightly, as if he had known about this for a long time. Wherever Mr. Tianming goes, I will go there, Lin said seriously. I am also very interested in the new world, which is completely different from the ninja world. Shizune smiled. Big brother, is it okay to mention this now? Uchiha Kwan said helplessly. As Tianming's closest four women, they obviously have a certain understanding of the new world mentioned by Tianming. The rest are completely ignorant. That, Mr. Tianming, can you be more specific? Garuro asked. Cross the boundary of the dimension, from the ninja world to another world. Tianming spoke concisely and clearly. Huh, what another world, the meaning is unknown, I don't understand what you are talking about at all. By Wooden Golem with an uneasy face. Traveling from one world to another, it sounds unbelievable, but is it really possible? Uchiha Makoto expressed doubts. Okay, I can do anything. Tianming patted his chest, speaking confidently. Advertisement. Wait. New world question. Talk about it later. Is this the time to discuss these strange things? Conan, who had been silent all this time, finally stood up and shouted. The Fourth Ninja World War. The focus is how to deal with Akatsuki, how to deal with Uchiha Madara. Yes, all the women expressed their approval of Conan's serious remarks. However, regarding this, Tianming smiled casually and said indifferently. Haha, what is a mere ninja war? If I get serious, I can end this war in one day. Since the outcome has already been determined, let's think about the future after the war. What's the problem? The girls were speechless. Master Tianming, you are amazing. Hyuga Hinata nodded her little finger and said shyly. Ah, sorry, I'm just an ordinary female ninja, and I can't keep up with the brain circuit of your god tier. Tien let out a long sigh. I don't know what you're talking about, but I always feel so handsome. There was a nympho twinkle in Yamanaka Ino's eyes. Still, before the war started, thinking about what will happen after the victory, isn't that too arrogant? Mabui was tongue-tied. From now on, Akatsuki officially declares war on Konoha. Uchiha Madara personally led Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi 60,000 ninjas, and 100,000 White Zetsu, a total of 160,000 troops, marching towards Konohagakure. Konoha Orochimaru has summoned 20,000 ninjas, Sand Shinobi Garura has summoned 15,000, plus 5,000 remnant ninja troops led by Samui and Terumi Mei, for a total of about 40,000 ninjas. 160,000 versus 40,000, just judging from the number of people participating in the battle, there is a desperate gap. This battle will determine the future direction of the entire ninja world. To live or die, it all depends on the war. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Orochimaru showed a fervent grin on his face. After years of research, I have mastered this forbidden technique perfectly, and the materials needed for the experiment are also well prepared. See. Summoning technique and pure world reincarnation. Hundreds of coffins were summoned in one breath. First Hokage Senju Hashirama. I came to this world again, it seems that a new round of war has appeared again. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama, Orochimaru. The accuracy of the impure world reincarnation this time is good, and our Chakra was summoned close to his death. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the end what happened? Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. How is the village now? How are you all? Second Tsuchikage Nun. Advertisement. This is Konoha. Why do you still have the breath of various hidden villages? Third Tsuchikage Onobi. Konoha's collapse plan, it seems that it has completely failed. Third Reikage I. What's going on? My memory stays when I died with third Hokage. Fourth Reikage I. Old man, we Cloud Shinobi lost the war. I don't know who is Reikage now. Second Mizukage Ghost Moon. Oh, it seems very interesting. Fourth Mizukage Yagura. Damn Konoha, you won't let me go even if you die, are you going to use my power? Fourth Casecage Rosa. This Chakra Jiruo, it's like this. You became Casecage and married someone else. Former Anbu Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Obito. Former Anbu Uchiha Itachi. This is the purpose of the 5th generation forbidden technique. It seems that we are alive. Former Uchiha Patriarch Uchiha Shisui. If I'm not mistaken, Obito will take my eyes, I must stop him. Former Uchiha Patriarch Uchiha Fugaku. By Li Zhao, Shisui, Itachi. Are you all dead? Is Uchiha okay now? Before Shouty Dara. Art is reborn. It seems that God wants me to create another great explosion. Former Akatsuki Kakuzu. HMPH. Being reduced to someone else's pawn, it seems like you have to fight even if you don't have money. Former Shao Scorpion. I didn't expect that I would become a puppet pulled by people, gee. Former Akatsuki Nagato. The ugly ninja world, is there really going to be a new ninja war? The former ninja swordsman 7 people, Loquat Juzo, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Chestnut Kushimaru, Wooly Jinhachi, Sukusa Yebaran, Black Ho Thundertooth. Former 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han, former 4 Tails Jinchuriki Lao Z. Former 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, Explosion Style Satoshi, Seal Art Winya, son of Tsuchikage Wangtu, Magnet Style Troy, etc. Every 10 of them have left a reputation in the ninja world's first-class ninja. Lines slightly. Chapter 284 Impure World Reincarnation All-Stars. Chapter 284 Impure World Reincarnation All-Stars. Impure World Reincarnation. I remember that this requires human sacrifices, right? You have summoned so many, Orochimaru. How many living people have you captured? Jiraiya said with a face full of shock. Orochimaru, you have fallen into evil. Tsunade also sternly reprimanded. As a medical ninja, I absolutely cannot agree with the other party's cruel method of using human sacrifices. HMPH. You are still so naive. Now it is a life and death battle for the survival of the world. Although I am not interested in the war itself, if the world destroys me. My experiment can no longer continue. Orochimaru said with a look of disdain. Orochimaru. I didn't expect you to become a 5th generation item. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a complex and authentic face. In the past, he also trained Orochimaru as his successor, but the latter thought was too independent and out of control, so he had no choice but to abandon him and choose to support Namikaze Minato. But in the end, the latter was also the master of disobedience. It can only be said that he was a failure in life. In this regard, Orochimaru just sneered and didn't even look at him. Impure World Reincarnation, this is really not a good ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama is tactful and authentic. No, you should use the extraordinary method when it is very 300. 5th generation, you are doing well. On the contrary, Senju Tobarama supported Orochimaru's approach. With his first-class perception ability, he had already noticed the Akatsuki army thousands of miles away, and his expression changed involuntarily. What a huge army of ninjas, and that creepy Chakra. Can't be wrong, it's Uchiha Madara. It seems that an old friend has appeared. Senju Hashirama has also felt this familiar atmosphere. Let's talk about the old days, let's talk about it later. Orochimaru turned to the rest of the Impure World Reincarnation and shouted loudly. Uchiha Madara. I believe everyone is familiar with this name, and now he has been fully resurrected, currently eliminated Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and is heading towards Konoha. The purpose of killing here is to prepare to destroy all ninjas and end this world. All of you here were famous ninjas during your lifetime, and I summon you here in the hope that you can help me. HMPH. What are you kidding? Why does Lousy help you? Advertisement Onogi said with a displeased face. Our village has been wiped out, and you still want to help Konoha defend the team? Raikage put on an incooperative gesture. That's right, you know that we were Konoha's sworn enemies before we were alive, so it's fine if we don't stab you in the back. How can we help you? Everyone shouted, wanting to make this group of rebellious guys obey orders. It is not possible to do it in a few words. Orochimaru had already expected this, and made seals with both hands. A burst of amazing chakra coming out of the body. Everyone in Impure World Reincarnation was stiff and unable to move. This guy from 5th generation. If you look carefully, his body is almost full of elder brother cells, and mixed with a variety of blood successors to limit the power. Senju Tobarama frowned, although he also likes to study the forbidden technique, but as Orochimaru did so extreme, the number of experiments that need to be carried out is simply inestimable, and the experiments on living people are probably indispensable. Especially when he becomes the 5th Hokage, using the resources of the entire Konoha to conduct experiments, it is unimaginable. Ha 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 ha, 5th generation, you were amazing. Senju Hashirama was the only one in the audience who was completely unaffected. He laughed. Thank you, God of Ninjas, for your praise. Alright, everyone, do you recognize my strength now? Orochimaru smirked. HMPH, don't play rough in front of Lousy. It's not enough to make me submit. Although Third Raikage was suppressed and couldn't move, but he has an aloof personality, and he must not bow his head. At this moment, a figure appeared in a flash. Master 3rd Generation, BDAF, please help us. This battle is about the survival of the entire ninja world. It was Samuel who came, and she was wearing Raikage's cloak. Are you, Samui? Are you the 5th Raikage? 3rd Raikage said with a surprised face. 2nd Generation Master and 4th Generation Master, please forgive the juniors for their incompetence and failure to protect Kirigakure. Terumi Mei also appeared from the other side, expressing shame to the 2 Mizukages, Ghost Lantern and Yagura. Terumi Mei, after I died, it was you who became the... Advertisement. Yagura said he was not surprised. Oh, Are you the current Mizukage? The two blood successors are limited, and Chakra is not weak. After observing her for a while, Ghost Lantern Wanyue praised her. Luo Sha, you also once became the case cage of San Shinobi. I don't need to say more about it, do I? Garura looked at him indifferently. Luo Sha looked complicated. This is his former fiancé, married in politics, boarded Fengyin. He originally had a script to be a winner in life. What about our Iwagakure? Isn't there a new Tsuchikage? Onogi glanced around and looked at the tunnel in the sunshine. I'm sorry, you rock shinobi suffered heavy losses during the battle of the Konoha Collapse project. The first one was wiped out by Uchiha Madara. None of them escaped. Orochimaru said blankly. Kr. Onoki was furious. If he was still alive, his back would hurt again. Forget it, Onoki. It seems that our rock shinobi is over. But the history of the ninja world cannot end yet. None stated their position. Akatsuki was on his way to march into Konoha. Huh? This Chakra. Hashirama. So nostalgic. An excited smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. It's probably impure world reincarnation. That be ********** D. Orochimaru seems to have fully mastered this forbidden technique. Uchiha Obito looked indifferent and authentic. There's new information. Ju came out from the ground and said in a deep voice, Orochimaru used impure world reincarnation to summon hundreds of famous ninjas from the past. Interesting, to actually abuse the forbidden technique so much, it seems that this generation of Hokage is very good at planning. A strange light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes, and he said coldly, it's just that, with such a big game, what will happen if the traitor changes? Chapter 285 We are invincible in front of us. Chapter 285 In front of us, there is no opponent. Konoha Faction, Summit, Supreme Commander Orochimaru, Chief of Staff Garura, Coalition Commander Samui, leading the battle, Daimyo Guard, Chief Terumi Mei. Deputy Staff Officer, responsible for making suggestions, Shimura Danzo, turning Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, Chiopopo, Azabui. Intelligence Troops, responsible for receiving and conveying intelligence from various departments. Captain. Jiraiya members, Midarashi Anko, Yamashiro Aoba, Yamanaka Ino, Mori no Ibiki. Lead the Sentient Ninja Several. Reconnaissance Troop, responsible for reconnaissance of Akatsuki's movements. Captain. Konan members, Hyuga Hizashi, Aburame Moten, Sai, Bai. Lead a number of ninja squads raiders, probing the enemy. Captain. Gara members, Omoi, Tamari, Kimimaro, Violet, Ghost Light Water Moon. Leading 1,000 ninja allied forces, Daimyo Guard, a special unit formed to protect Daimyo. Captain. Terumi Mei members, Hakura, Shiranui Genma, Hiroshito, Tatami Ivashi, Flying Thunder God Team. Lead the ninja squad several. The first troop, the mid-range joint army unit, the main force is ninjas who are good at hidden weapons and weapons. Captain. Uchiha Izumi members, Tianshin, Akamichi Choji, Karui, Kodzuki Izumo. Leading an allied ninja army of 10,000. The second unit, melee joint army unit, mainly engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy, fighting at the front line. Captain. Sarutobi Asuma members, Uchiha Sasuke, Lee Locke, Hyuga Neji, Azu. Leading an allied force of ninjas with 10,000. The third unit, combat short-range joint army unit responsible for protracted warfare. Captain. Shizune members, Namikaze Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Iroha, Shiraichi, Tozen, Takemaru. Leading the ninja army 5,000. Fourth army, long-distance combat joint army unit, responsible for supporting frontline and rear troops at the same time. Advertisement Captain. By Wooden Golem members, Amino Uruka, Akamichi Maruden, Akamichi Shido, Nara Vermilion Bird, Dimi. Leading the ninja army of 5,000. The 5th unit, combat special unit, a unit composed of ninjas who are good at restricting targets and special fighting methods. Captain. Yuri Hong members, Aburame Shino, Kiba Inuzuka, Mato Inuzuka, Hana Inuzuka, Hino, Brimstone. Leading the ninja troop 5,000. Medical logistics unit, responsible for rescuing the wounded. Captain. Tsunade members, Rin Nohara, Yakushi Kabuto, Azuki Yuyan, Yukata, Shusuke, Satokaku. Leading 3,000 guard ninjas. Impure World Reincarnation Team 1, Hokage Division, Senju Hashirama, Senju Toburama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato. Impure World Reincarnation 2nd Team, Tsuchikage Film Team, Onoki, 3rd Raikage, 4th Raikage, none. Impure World Reincarnation 3 Teams, Mizukage Casecage Group, Ghost Lantern, Yagura, Rasa. Impure World Reincarnation Team 4, Pupil Division, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Nagato, Uchiha Fugaku. Impure World Reincarnation Team 5, Akatsuki, Kakuzu, Scorpion, Deidara. Impure World Reincarnation Team 6, Jinchuriki Team, Killer Bee, Laozi, Han. Impure World Reincarnation Team 7, Ninja Sword 7, Loquat Juzo, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Chestnut Fern Kushimaru, Sukusa Yebaden, Muna Jinhachi, Black Horaya, Ghost Lantern Moon. Impure World Reincarnation, Mixed Combination, Hitaki Kakashi, Shin, Hanzo, Keri, Troy, Wunya, Wangtu, Darui, Shi, Moonlight Hayate, Baki. Tisk tisk, it's really spectacular. This should be the war with the largest number of people and the largest scale in ninja history, right? A rare excited smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. But I thought in my heart that war means death, and countless ninja corpses can be legally obtained as materials for experiments. Konoha's ambition to unify the ninja world is about to come true. Shimura Danzo was preoccupied with how to claim victory in this war. Is this? Not very good. What I hope is that the five great powers will live in peace. Senju Hashirama said with a troubled face. Senju Tobirama frowned, although he agreed with Shimura Danzo's thoughts, but the question is how can you say it so honestly? You can't do it secretly behind your back. Idiot who doesn't understand tactics. Danzo, you are as tough as ever, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Hey, I hope this war can end as soon as possible. Namikaze Minato said with a sad face. Having personally experienced the tragedy of the Third Ninja World War, he clearly knows the pain of war. Asking for flowers. Konoha root, what you say is hegemony. Garuro frowned. Advertisement, although we Cloud Shinobi can no longer compete with Konoha, we will rebuild the village after the war. Samuel was determined. We, Miss Shinobi, only want to rebuild the village. Terumi Maid took a stand. Akatsuki Camp, Head, Uchiha Madara. Puppet Army Team 1, mainly composed of Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. Captain. Uchiha Obito lead Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi Puppet Army 40,000. Puppet Army Second Team, mainly composed of Mist Shinobi. Captain. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark leading the Mist Shinobi Puppet Army of 20,000. White Zetsu Corps 0. Captain. A Fae leading 100,000 White Zetsu. Let's go. We're in front of us, and we are absolutely invincible. Uchiha Madara gave the order to go out. Master Madara, long live. The puppet soldiers of Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi cheered wildly. The morale of this group of humble puppet troops is much higher than when they were attacked. Dried Persimmon Ghost sneered. Worshipping the strong is the axiom of the ninja world. Although Akatsuki was the brutal conqueror who destroyed their homeland. But in the face of the legendary godman in front of them, Uchiha Madara, as small people, they quickly bowed down at each other's feet. Willing to be Uchiha Madara's pawn. At the same time, I also have a grudge against Konoha who has not been conquered. They were all beaten to the ground like dogs, why are you still standing? If everyone knelt down to be a dog together, then I wouldn't be ashamed, wouldn't I? Distorted Space Uzumaki. Uchiha Obito stepped out of it, this time he brought a woman. Is this Chakra Mito's clan? Uchiha Madara gave the red-haired woman a slightly surprised look. Okay. So many scary chakra. Boo, Shanglin was so frightened that Warong turned pale. This woman has the best perception ability in the ninja world. If you don't want to die, just obediently act as the eyes of our Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito's eyes were cold and authentic. Chapter 286 Wood-Style Multiple Shadow Clone. Chapter 286 Wood-Style Multiple Shadow Clone. The war is on, although I really want to participate in this peerless battle in person, but as the caster of Impure World Reincarnation, I have to find a place to keep secret. The frontal battlefield will be over, here you go. After Orochimaru finished speaking, the figure turned into countless little snakes and disappeared in all directions. As the commander-in-chief of the coalition army, Samuel is in charge of the dispatch of troops. Your Excellency Mizukage, please go to the House of Fire Nation to protect the daimyos of all countries. Intelligence troops, reconnaissance troops, and surprise attack troops go first. The remaining 5 main forces slowly follow. The Evil Field Reincarnation troops are on standby. Yo, long time no see, Conan, you have really become a good woman. Jiraiya exchanged pleasantries with Conan who was traveling with her. Teacher Jiraiya. Everything has passed on May 17th, my former partners are gone, now I have only one purpose, to avenge Nagato and Yahiko. Conan said with a sad face. The captain of the reconnaissance unit, I remember that she used to be a member of Akatsuki, right? Is this arrangement really okay? Hyuga Hizashi looked a little embarrassed. Now, as the new head of the Hyuga clan, he originally thought that the captain of the scouting force must belong to him, but he didn't expect to be ridden on the head by a woman, and he was really depressed. Omoi demurred. Since the arrangement is made by the superior, we just follow orders. Gaara said blankly. Haha, you can have a big fight. Tamari said excitedly. Master Tamari, please act carefully, you are an important Jinchuriki of our Sanagakure. Violet followed closely behind. Is there any mistake? I was taking the lead. Ghost Lantern Shuei was dejected. Kirigakure has been destroyed, now this is the only home for us and all ninjas, we must not lose. Kimimaro said seriously. As long as someone needs my strength, I still have the value of existence. Bai's expression was indifferent and authentic. We're going to scatter, see you on the battlefield, Conan, and Sanagakure's Iron Sand Imp. Jiraiya waved his hand, and then led his troops in the other direction. Sai of Konoha, air cover. Advertisement Conan commanded. As ordered. As a member of Root, Sai also has the meaning of monitoring Conan. Like a machine, he followed the instructions, took out the scroll, and used secret techniques to outline a few big birds. Let's go this way. Gaara led his troops and marched in different directions. Ninja Kagura Hard Eye, 20 kilometers away, there are multiple chakra reactions, in the 3 directions of east, south, and west, and the number of ninjas is about 2,000. The specific chakra intensity requires close perception. Xianglin was kidnapped by Uchiha Obito. Under the coercion of force, she had to act as a radar for Akatsuki. It's interesting, just judging from the perception ability, it is not inferior to Senju Tobirama back then. Uchiha Madara gave her a slightly surprised look. Obito, you found a good piece. It's only 2,000 people, this is just Konoha's forward force. Uchiha Obito is bland and authentic. How about it? Want me to lead the charge? Hoshigaki Kisame looked eager to try. No, I want to fight in the first battle myself. Let them experience the real terror. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth are raised wildly, and his hands are in mudra. Wood-style multiple shadow clone. I saw branches growing out of his body, and then gathered into a silhouette. There are a total of 30, Xianglin was dumbfounded, and tremblingly said. No, impossible. It's just a clone. Chakra is also terrifyingly strong. HMPH. What a boring, wicked taste. Uchiha Obito is bland and authentic. Whoosh whoosh, Uchiha Madara said that he played in person, but in fact the main body did not act, and only sent wood-style clones. These 30 wood-style avatars are divided into 3 groups of 10 people, and they come back to Konoha's main force respectively. The first thing you encounter is the reconnaissance unit that Konan belongs to. I found the enemy's trace. Right in front of the target, there are 10 shadows, rushing towards us. Sai rides on a bird and is the first to spot the enemy when looking down from the sky. Advertisement, blind eyes. Hyuga Hizashi rolled his eyes for the first time, and was taken aback for a moment, then asked in surprise, the same face as Shadow Clone? Konan frowned, and pondered. That means there is only one enemy, and Akatsuki only sent one person to meet us. Be careful everyone. My bugs are trembling, the enemy has a strong chakra. Aburame Muda reminded in a strict voice. Everyone is on alert. Sai and Bai, launch a tentative attack. Konan thought for a moment, then gave the order. With 1,000 ninja troops waiting, Sai and Shiro took the lead in attacking from the sky with flying birds. Super Beast fake painting tiger. Sai didn't dare to be careless, and summoned a group of big tigers as soon as he came up. Ice escape magic mirror ice crystal. Bai also used the power of Shueiji to limit the boundary, using the water vapor in the air to form a large number of crystal mirror curtains. 2 little bugs. Uchiha Madara two-handed mudra. Fire style extinguish fire. The super large flame, like a raging sea of flames, instantly evaporates the incoming ink tiger and the ice crystal mirror curtain in front of it. Boom. Sai and Bai were caught off guard and died directly in the sea of flames. One move killed 2 masters in the army in seconds, but only 2.5 shots were just one of the 10 clones of the enemy. Everyone in the scouting team suddenly changed their expressions. The guy Shao sent to lead the battle was far more powerful than they imagined. All retreat. Konan made a prompt decision and immediately issued an order for all members to retreat. The 1,000-strong ninja troop turned around and ran away in horror. Speedy blink technique, the enemy is catching up. Hyuga Hizashi saw the swift figure with his white eyes, and quickly approached them, reminding him with a voice. Bang 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 bang. I saw 10 shadows of the enemy, like chariots galloping at high speed, inserting abruptly into the ninja army, and started killing. Chapter 287 Uchiha Madarav's Jiraiya Troops Chapter 287 Uchiha Madara vs Jiraiya Force. There are 10 identical chakras ahead, and each one is very powerful. Yamanaka Ino, as a ninja of the perception department, immediately raised the alarm. The same chakra? Is it Shadow Clone? The scattered chakra individuals are all so powerful, where did they come from? Mitarashi Anko said with a full face of surprise. Haha. What are you afraid of? There are more than 1,000 people on our side, and one of the Sannin, Master Jiraiya, is here, so be steady. Mountain City Aoba is full of confidence and authenticity. It's better to be more cautious. The task of our intelligence forces is to collect intelligence about the enemy, so don't go head to head. Morinoi Hibiki said cautiously. No matter what, if the enemy dares to use Shadow Clone to meet us alone, he is absolutely idle. We still have to be fully prepared. Jiraiya keenly sensed that the visitor was not kind, bit his thumb and skillfully made a few seals with both hands. Summoning technique. I saw that the one summoned was Tojien holding a steel fork. By the way, Jiraiya's most powerful summoned beast, Bunta, has died in the tailed beast bomb of the original 2 tails. Jiraiya's double 13 palms folded together, quickly condensing natural energy. Tojien, please buy me some time, I want to enter Sage mode. I will try my best, although I am clumsy. On the other side, the surprise attack team also discovered the enemy. Captain Gaara, the enemy is approaching fast. Kimimaro led the first team to attack head-on, Zilla led the second team to make a detour, Tamari led the third team to occupy the high ground and prepare for a long-range attack, and Gaidang Shuei led the fourth team to stay behind and wait for orders. Facing the sudden and powerful enemy, Gaara issued combat orders in an orderly manner. However, whether it is adequate preparation or prudent response, all tactical arrangements are meaningless under absolute power. Whoosh 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 whoosh, like wolves entering a herd of sheep, the 10 figures aggressively rushed into the army of the Ninja Alliance. Bang 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 bang, a series of dazzling taijutsu defeated the ninja allied forces. Catch, severed a Chunin's neck with his bare hands. Advertisement another kick knocks a special Jonin over. Eat me with a sword, fire-style chakra knife, Sharingan stairs. Illusion. Puff, Uchiha Madara pierces the heart of a Jonin with a hand knife and takes the fire-style chakra knife from his hand. Grip with 5 fingers, inject more powerful chakra, and suddenly the flame on the blade grows to several meters long. Boom! Slashed with flames, dozens of ninjas were blasted to the sky. Ah! The smell of severed limbs and burnt human flesh is everywhere, and the garden is full of sounds. Secret technique Stone Needle. I saw that Yamashiro Aoba threw several specially made steel wire kunai, pierced into Uchiha Madara's body, and injected chakra in an attempt to restrict it. Mayfly shakes the tree. Uchiha Madara taunted, but only slightly drove the chakra in his body. Instead, following the steel wire kunai, he plundered the chakra from Aoba Yamashiro. Damn it! What a gigantic chakra! Yamashiro Aoba uttered a cry of horror and collapsed limply. Illusion Torture House. Ibiki Morino created a cage with illusion and tried to trap Uchiha Madara in it. Illusion Mirror World Turn. Uchiha Madara not only broke the opponent's illusion in seconds, but bounced the illusion back to the caster himself. I can't move my body. Morino Ibiki's spirit was locked in a cage, unable to move. Uchiha Madara was about to give the latter a final blow, but at this moment a series of lion majesty flew from the side. Ninja. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Mitarashi Hong Giyu turned into many long snakes with square arms. Do you want to dance too? Uchiha Madara sneered, grabbed the snake's body with one hand, and flung it violently. I saw Mitarashi Anko flying into the air, and then fell heavily on the ground. Advertisement After 3 or 2 efforts, Konoha and several Jonin were all knocked down to the ground. Not to mention the rest of the people, Uchiha Madara's wood-style shadow clone swept all the way, leaving a large number of corpses wherever it went, and no one is its enemy. Ninja Law. Chaos Lion Hair Technique. The white hair grows long and hard, and turns into a lion's head, quickly biting Uchiha Madara. What? This time Uchiha Madara failed to throw it away with a backhand, but was pierced through his arm by its sharp hair. Finally a decent guy. I saw that Uchiha Madara broke off his tied arm indifferently. There was no blood flowing out of the broken arm, but a branch grew out of it. Clones get hit hard, but don't disappear. That's the wood-style shadow clone technique from first Hokage. As expected, Jiraiya is well informed and recognized the ninjutsu used by the other party at a glance. This chakra has such skills, plus Sharingan, Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this extremely intimidating name, the ninja coalition immediately turned pale with fright. Ah! It's the legendary strongest ninja. No wonder it's terrifyingly strong. Monster. You can't win at all, run away. Jiraiya's face was extremely ugly, and he also discovered a very frightening fact, that is, the Uchiha Madara who swept across them in front of him was just the opponent's wood-style shadow clone, the real Uchiha Madara body, which had not yet appeared. Fire-style Extinguish Fire. Fire-style Flame Bomb. Jiraiya hit back with fire-style, but the scale of fire-style on both sides is not on the same level. Jiraiya's flames barely resisted the attack from his side, and under the fire, the ninjas were roasted into charred human flesh. Uchiha Madara jumped in front of Jiraiya with an instant technique. So fast. Jiraiya shrank her eyes and quickly wrapped herself with her hair, but she was still a step too late, and was kicked in the stomach by the opponent, and she flew upside down. Damn. Sage mode. It's almost there. Hamajian will do it for me. At this time, Jiraiya kept his hands together in the seal posture, facing Uchiha Madara who was fiercely attacking. He could only choose to retreat temporarily. I'm clumsy. Toujien swung the steel fork quickly. Although it said so, its movements were not slow at all, and forced one of the Uchiha Madara back abruptly. But the opponent's wood-style shadow clone has 10 people, 5 of them willfully confide in the 1,000-strong ninja coalition, 1 suppresses the rest of the Jonin, 3 besiege Hamaken, and 1 can chase Jiraiya. Chapter 288 Everyone Susanoo. Chapter 288. Everyone Susanoo. Willow Dance. Tsubaki Dance. Dance of Tang Song. Dance of the Iron Flower. Kimimaro has white bone spurs all over his body and wonderful physical skills, but he caused 0 damage to Uchiha Madara. Hehe, it seems that you really like dancing. Uchiha Madara Sharingan saw a flaw in the opponent's movement, gathered a punch from Chakra, and slammed it hard on Kimimaro's chest. Kacha kacha. I saw the bones in his chest were violently smashed, and blood flew out of his mouth. At the same time, he did not forget to spit out a fire style to make up for it. Fire style Dragon Fire Technique. Ghost Lantern Shueyu arrived, injected a large amount of water style power into his arm, and turned it into a giant fist. Water style High Water Wrist Technique. Boom. This punch hit the fire dragon that was rushing head on, and barely bounced it away. But for this, Ghost Lantern Water Moon also paid a very heavy price. Shish. I saw that his entire arm was severely burned and turned into a piece of coke. Using fire style to counter-restrain my water style. It hurts me to death, my left hand is abolished. Ghost Lantern Shueyu clutched her arms, her face pale. Battle in the Clouds. Omoi used the Cloud Shinobi style of swordsmanship, but was caught by Uchiha Madara empty-handed and caught with both hands. What? Poof. I saw that Uchiha Madara kicked the ninja sword in his hand with a side kick, then turned around and kicked twice, and kicked him very viciously at the temple. At this moment, a stream of black sand and iron blocked Omoi's front. Boom. At the same time, sand and iron surged from the ground, trying to grab Uchiha Madara's lower body, but he quickly dodged back. Now,
Tamari. Gaara yelled while manipulating sand iron to pursue. Wind-style practice empty ammunition. I saw that Tamari formed seals with both hands and spit out a powerful air cannon. This blow accurately hit Uchiha Madara and sent him flying. Advertisement. Good cooperation, able to successfully repel one of my clones. Uchiha Madara sneered, and at the same time, two wood-style shadow clones pursued Gaara and Tamari separately. Magnet-style sand iron wing. Gaara used magnetic force to manipulate the sand and iron to form a pair of large steel wings behind him. The figure flew up, and waved the wings to shoot sharp steel feathers. Uchiha Madara grabbed the body of one of the ninjas as a meat shield with one hand, advanced quickly against it, and then jumped straight at Gaara. Gaara didn't dare to be careless, and drove the magnet-style chakra in his body to use his strongest attack moves. Magnet-style sand iron spike. A huge sand iron gun was condensed in midair, aiming at Uchiha Madara who jumped up from the bottom. Whoosh! Sharingan. Uchiha Madara saw through the opponent's attack track at a glance, and avoided it sideways. But at this moment, I saw the sand iron gun turning automatically, piercing through Uchiha Madara's body from behind. My Iron Rain attack just now has already stained your body with a magnetic mark. Facing the sure-killing sand iron spike, you absolutely cannot dodge it. Gaara said coldly. Hee, interesting, I underestimated you, young man. Uchiha Madara, who was pierced by the sand iron gun, turned into a log. There are 9 remaining wood-style shadow clone. Shish. Gaara continued to launch sand iron feathers, large-scale attacks, regardless of the lethality, as long as it can mark the opponent's body with magnetic force. Do you think the same moves are still useful to me? Uchiha Madara sneered. You have to try it to know. Gaara once again condensed the sand iron gun, aimed at one of the Uchiha Madara and shot it. 3 hooks of jade are connected into one piece. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. I saw a huge blue chakra emerging from Uchiha Madara's body, condensing a giant chakra statue. Clang. Susanoo swung the chakra knife. Gaara's strongest blow was easily deflected away. What? To be able to use such a powerful chakra, are you the main body? Gaara said with a face full of shock. Is this called being strong? Sorry, it's just my avatar power. As soon as the words fell, the remaining 9 people of Uchiha Madara all resorted to Susanoo. How can that be? Advertisement. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help feeling desperate. Hey, that big guy, looks really bad. Ghost Lantern Shueyu trembled. Strength is not in one dimension. The knife that Omoyi had just picked up fell down involuntarily. Kimimaro was silent and seemed to have made a decision. With this defensive power, it's a complete foul, okay. Tamari tried to throw a wind style, but it didn't even break Susanoo's skin. Forbidden Technique 7-day breathing method. Ziluo resorted to self-mutilation forbidden technique, obviously ready to risk his life. All retreat. Gaara took less than 2 seconds to think, and immediately made a decision. Susanoo is known as the power to destroy everything. Among the ninjas I have seen so far, there are very few people who are still alive. You are surrounded by me alone. The 9 figures of Uchiha Madara flashed, and only Sanohe surrounded Gaara's troops. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Hazashi hit with all his strength and knocked away one of Susanoo's from the air. But there is a Susanoo behind him. Under Bayan's 360-degree vision, he didn't have to look back to see clearly Zhuang Qian's attack from the rear. Revolving Heaven. Boom. The absolutely defensive chakra barrier was smashed by Susanoo, and then grabbed Hyuga Hazashi with one hand. Eye to eye with Uchiha Madara. Oops. Hyuga Hazashi's complexion changed drastically. Illusion. The latter's pupils dilated, and he lost consciousness instantly. Puff. Then stabbed by Susanoo, as the new head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hazashiza. Ninja Detonation Talisman Formation. Konan used the ultimate skill of Rain Shinobi Village, set up a detonating symbol trap from the ground in advance, wrapped the moving Uchiha Madara, exploded in a chain, and killed one of the wood-style shadow clone. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, knowing Susanoo's weakness and launching an attack from within. After all, is Akatsuki a former member? Uchiha Madara Coldly Authentic Valley. Chapter 289 The Death of Jiraiya. Chapter 289. Jiraiya's Death. Clang. Toad Jien held a steel fork to block Susanoo's chakra knife. A mere toad is quite resistant to beating. Uchiha Madara formed mudras with both hands, and spit out a heavy fireball from his mouth. Fire-style huge fire extinction. Instantly swallowed Toad Jien into it. Hua. Puff. Puff. Taking advantage of Gamma Ken being severely burned, the 2 chakra in Susanoo's hands were inserted into the latter's body respectively. I'm really clumsy. Toad Fitness is dead. Water-style water blade. The ultra-high-pressure water slash not only smashed the chakra knife, but also broke through Susanoo's defense, killing Uchiha Madara who was in it. Oh, is this chakra sage mode? Uchiha Madara said slightly surprised. This was also the first time he had seen this move from someone other than Senju Hashirama. Whoosh. Jiraiya's figure instantly appeared in front of Gamma Ken's corpse, and he said with shame on his face, I'm sorry. No wonder you need to summon us, it turns out that you have encountered such a treasure enemy. I saw a small toad standing on Jiraiya's shoulder, but in that dexterous body, there was an extremely unusual chakra, Fukasaku Sage. Unforgivable. How dare you kill my child 520 of Mount Myoboku? Immortal Zima said angrily. Master Jiraiya. Yamanaka Ino supported the seriously injured Mitarashi Anko, beside him were Yamashiro Aoba and Morino Ibiki who had lost their vitality. And there are dead bodies everywhere. There were more than 1,000 people when their army set off, but now there are only 200 or 300 people left. However, after paying such a heavy price, only 2 of Uchiha Madara's wood-style shadow clone were replaced, one of which was eliminated by Jiraiya after turning on Sage mode. Disappointing battle loss ratio. Looking at Susanoo with 8 people left in front of them, everyone completely lost the will to continue fighting. Hey, you guys step back, I'll come to the queen. Jiraiya sighed. Xiao Sei's face showed the will to die. The so-called Konoha Sanin. That's about it. A contemptuous smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. At the same time, 2 figures of Susanoo rushed towards him. Advertisement. Sage Art Frog Cry. I saw that Fukasaku and Shima made a frog cry with powerful illusion at the same time. The sound penetrated Susanoo, and instantly made Uchiha Madara inside fall into a body-stiff BDFG. Shadow Clone. Jiraiya summoned a super large chakra light ball in each shadow clone's hands. Sage Art Massive Rasengan. Boom. With enormous power, the 2 Susanoos were thrown into the air abruptly, and at the same time, cracks were everywhere. Now, I saw Jiraiya speeding up and pressing the palm on Susanoo's crack to concentrate the power of the fairy art. Frog Team. Boom. Senju Ninjutsu plus Senju Taijutsu finally broke through Susanoo's defense. Bang bang. 2 of Uchiha Madara's wood-style shadow clone were eliminated. But there are still 6 people left, each driving Susanoo to rush. Master Shima. Jiraiya knew very well that one couldn't go head-to-head with Susanoo who had so many opponents, so she said anxiously. I see. Sage Art Wind-style Sage. I saw Shima spit out a huge amount of sandstorm from his mouth. Huh, are you going to use a sandstorm to block my sight? Uchiha Madara looked disdainful. Boundary Enchantment Sky Cover Array. Jiraiya used the enchantment of the perception system centered on himself, so that he can act in the sandstorm that cannot see clearly. To break down one by one. The figure quickly came to one of the Susanoos, making seals with both hands. Earth-style Wonkwan Swamp. This is a ninjutsu that can turn the ground under the target's feet into a swamp. Under the effect of Shanjutsu, the scope of action is wider. In one breath, a Susanoo was submerged in the swamp. Another wood-style shadow clone was eliminated. But while launching the ninjutsu attack, Jiraiya's location was also exposed. Where is it? Uchiha Madara's eyes are fixed, and he doesn't need to know the opponent's location too precisely, he just needs to know the general direction and use a super wide-range ninjutsu attack. Fire style Extinguish Fire. His fire style, the range is too big, you can't avoid it, let's face it. Jiraiya took a deep breath, extracting a large amount of oil from the abdominal cavity. I know, use that trick. Advertisement. Fukasaku Sage quickly refined the power of fire style. Immortal Shima quickly refined the power of wind style. Sage Art Gomon. Oil plus fire plus wind, instantly formed a terrifying hot oil with a high temperature of thousands of degrees. Uchiha Madara's high-level fire style was once suppressed by using the power of Shanjutsu. Shua. I saw 2 more Susanoos being swallowed by fire oil. Well done, there are only 3 left. Jiraiya panted heavily, finally showing a glimmer of hope of victory on his face. Whoosh. Senjin Fukasaku and Senjin Shima spit out their strong and resilient tongues respectively, and tied up 2 Susanoos. The last Susanoo lunged at Jiraiya. One-on-one, I'm not afraid of you. A cold light flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, and a massive Rasengan appeared in the palm of his hand, colliding head-on with the opponent's chakra knife. Boom. When the 2 touched, a strong explosion immediately erupted. Jiraiya was thrown upside down by the shock, and so was Susanoo, but upon closer inspection, Uchiha Madara in the latter was missing. Not good. Whoosh. I saw that Uchiha Madara took the initiative to break away from Susanoo, and cast the instant technique to come behind Jiraiya. Puff. A hand knife pierces Jiraiya's back hard. Drink. Jiraiya vomited blood, his face turned hard, and he used the chakra of Shanju to strengthen the hair behind him. Sage Art Hair Needle Senbon. Stiffen the hair and launch it, with the speed of a storm, to deal a fatal blow to the opponent. This is also the fastest ninjutsu with the widest attack range among all Jiraiya's jutsu. Uchiha Madara couldn't reach the defense, was beaten into a sieve, and another wood-style shadow clone was eliminated. But in the end, there were only 2 left, and the latter 2 also escaped from the restrained Susanoo and attacked Jiraiya directly. Whoosh. The 2 attacked from left to right, each holding chakra kunai and cut off Jiraiya's left and right arms respectively. Ended. Uchiha Madara is deadpan and authentic. Wow. Jiraiya vomited blood again, and her breath flowed like silk. On the surface, it seems that the opponent's kunai didn't hit the vital point, but in fact, the opponent's chakra has already damaged the internal organs in his body through the wound, so it can be said that he must die. At the very least, you 2 must be wiped out before you die. Chapter 290 The first battle was defeated. Chapter 290. The first battle was a fiasco. Quack 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 quack. Chant of the cry of frogs with powerful celestial powers. Jiraiya dodged with all his strength, and the wound on his body would burst out with more blood every time he took a step, but he had completely ignored the excessive blood loss. Puff Kai, Pu Kai. Uchiha Madara had 2 wood-style shadow clone left, and finally caught up with the latter, inserting kunai into the opponent's body again. At the same time, the duet between Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage was finally completed. Sage Arc Toad sings. Uchiha Madara was caught in the illusion world and couldn't move. Is it an auditory hallucination? It's really amazing that you can get me in it. Puff, puff. I saw Jiraiya holding kunai in her mouth, and cut the necks of the two wood-style shadow clones in front of her respectively. I'm sorry. Two immortals, please go to Naruto, I've already. Jiraiya falls to the floor, seat. At the cost of his life, he stopped Uchiha Madara's 10 wood-style shadow clone, in exchange for the retreat of his troops. Out of 1,000 people, about 200 or 300 people escaped. On the other side, the reconnaissance force led by Konan suffered a devastating blow. Weak. You are really too weak. Uchiha Madara's wood-style shadow clone has 9 people left, driving the 5 Suzanos to kill the ninja coalition force crazily. Hoo-hoo. Konan was gasping for air, obviously consuming a lot of chakra. However, just when Uchiha Madara was about to give the latter the final blow, he suddenly found that the ground under his feet split open, and a huge chasm was opened, and Susanoo fell into it without being able to touch it. At the same time, Uchiha Madara also surprisingly discovered that the surrounding land was all made up of stacks of starfish paper, and each piece of paper was attached with the formula of detonating talisman. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a deep voice, I see. When I was slaughtering those ants, did I secretly set up traps? It seems that I underestimated you a little bit, after all, you were once one of us. Akatsuki was established by me, Nagato and Yahiko, it is not your property. Konan shouted angrily, and immediately poured all the chakra left in his body into the ground. Ninja art. God's paper jutsu. Use hundreds of billions of detonators to form a deadly trap, and surround Uchiha Madara's 9 wood-style shadow clone. Boom 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 boom. Advertisement. So far, Uchiha Madara's wood-style shadow clone is completely wiped out. In the army that Konan belongs to, there are only 10 survivors. Finally, the battlefield on Gaara's side also came to an end. Dead Bone Pulse Mystery Dance of Early Fern. At the cost of his life, Kimimaro used the strongest move of Dead Bone Pulse. Countless sharp bone spurs grow wildly from the ground. Ka 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 ka. However, such an attack could barely break Uchiha Madara's Susanoo at most, and did not eliminate a single person. Is this your limit? It's just that the rubble is not as good as mine. Uchiha Madara said contemptuously. Don't underestimate us. Magnet-style sand-iron wave. Gaara drove the sand and iron to form a wave, which rushed to Uchiha Madara. Massive amounts of sand and iron, all the Suzanos are wrapped. It's not just sand and iron. I saw that Tamari chakra skyrocketed instantly, completely turning into a one-tail. With both hands and arms inserted into the wave of sand and iron, the special violet spell on one tail was injected. The chakra of one tail has powerful sealing power, bury it in the grave of sand and iron. Together. 2, 3 ways. 4 ways. 5 ways. 6 paths. 7. Wood-style shadow clone is eliminated. The remaining 2 jumped out of the seal range of sand iron. Oh shit, are you one-tail Jinchuriki? It's just in time to save me from looking for you. Uchiha Madara's icy gaze fixed on the latter. Tamari, rewind. Gaara yelled anxiously. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara drove Susanoo to Gaara in an instant. Because the latter had just activated the large magnet-style power, his body froze for a while and his movements were slow. PFF'd. The chakra knife stabbed Gaara's heart hard. House. Ah, UB asterisk 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 D. Ask for flowers. The one-tailized Tamari was suddenly overwhelmed by anger and hatred, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara frantically. He grabbed one of the Suzanos with all his teeth and claws, and with extremely violent means, tore the Susanoo in front of him with his hands, and slapped one of the wood-style shadow clones in it with a slap. Puff. However, the opponent still had a wood-style shadow clone left, manipulating Susanoo to slash one tail's back from behind. Incompetent beast, submit to me. After all, Uchiha Madara's arm turned into a giant tree vine, pierced into one tail's body fiercely through the wound opened by the chakra knife. With the power of wood style, the power of one tail was quickly suppressed. In the end, Tamari was forcibly pulled out of one tail's body. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Illusion. Temari's consciousness sank. Gaara's surprise attack force was wiped out. In the duel between the ninja allied forces and Akatsuki, the first battle was a disastrous defeat. The 3 vanguard troops, intelligence troops, reconnaissance troops, and surprise attack troops totaled more than 3,000 people, and in the end they fled back in embarrassment with less than 300 people. 2 of the 3 captains were killed. One of them was Jiraiya, one of the famous Konoha Sannin, and Sand Shinobi's genius ninja Gaara, and even Sand Shinobi's only Jinchuriki was taken away. Even more frightening, however, is that Akatsuki sent only Uchiha Madara's wood-style shadow clone. The avatar is so powerful, how terrifying is the main body? The ninja coalition suddenly fell into an unprecedented panic. Lord Raikage, with all due respect, the morale of the army has been lost. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to confront the enemy head-on. Mabuyi said in a deep voice. HMPH. If we don't want to fight head-to-head, won't the enemy come over? Shimura Danzo said coldly, or are you talking about Raikage and Kazekage, trying to watch our Konoha masters die, and sit back and catch the fishermen? Danzo. What do you mean by that? Grandma Chio said angrily, Our Sand Shinobi also suffered heavy losses in this battle, Gaara and Temari. Don't talk about Grandma Chio, this is the cruelty of war. Ja Luluo is expressionless on the surface, but in fact her heart is already pierced by a knife. These are her two children Chi. Chapter 291 The First and Second Troops Attack. Chapter 291. The First and Second Troops Attack. Compared with the low morale of the Ninja Coalition forces, Akatsuki's side can be said to be very excited. It's amazing. As expected of the man known as the number one ninja in the ninja world. Only by myself, and as a clone, I killed nearly 3,000, and even killed Jiraiya, one of Konoha Sannin. Long live Madara-sama, the puppet army shouted enthusiastically. They have now knelt at the feet of Uchiha Madara. It is undoubtedly a shame in the history of ninjas, but as the saying goes, history is written by the victors. As long as they win this war, the future will be bright. They can be cleared of their surrender. Uchiha Madara scanned the crowd below with incomparably contemptuous eyes, that cold eyes seemed to treat ants without distinction. Ghost, 013, bring your troops and attack. Yes, Lord Madara. Hoshigaki Kisame took up the big sword Samahata, as a defected ninja who killed his boss and sentenced Kurigakure, but now leads the mist shinobi troops who are also traitors, attacking the ninja coalition including Mizukage. It is really mixed. According to the battle plan, Izumi leads the first army and Asuma leads the second army. Please be sure to defeat the enemy in this battle. We must use a victory to stabilize the morale of the army. Samuel ordered. I understand. Immediately after Uchiha Kwan took the order, she led her troops to set off first. Sarutobi Asuma also remained silent, obeying the deployment. The first team and the second team have 10,000 people each, and a total of 20,000 ninjas. From the perspective of the number of ninjas alone, it is almost the same as the 20,000 puppet army led by Hoshigaki Kisame. But from the perspective of frontline ninjas, the Ninja Alliance still has the upper hand. However, Akatsuki just won the first battle, and their morale is much higher. Both sides have advantages and disadvantages, and a bitter battle is about to break out. Report to Teacher Kwan. 10 kilometers ahead, we found traces of the enemy. Hyuga Hinata acts as a detective with her white eyes. Is it coming soon? Holding the large scroll in one hand, Tien looked a little nervous. This is also her first time on the battlefield. You fat man, you are going to war and still eating snacks here. Karui scolded. What do you know? I am absorbing calories and preparing the Akamaiki family's secret technique. Akamichi Choji responded while eating a snack. Advertisement. You are really young, I feel like they will be a couple in the future. Gang Ziti laughed. Shout. What does this have to do with a single dogs? Kazuki Izumo said unhappily. Focus. Uchiha Izumi shouted sternly. On the other side, Hyuga Neji reported to the captain immediately after observing the enemy with a blank eye. Well, continue to keep observing the enemy's dynamics at all times. We are a melee combat force and must rush to the front row. Sarutobi Asuma said in a deep voice. Kill the big brother Akatsuki, I will never let you go. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were red with hatred. 8 Inner Gates, who has practiced for so many years, finally has the opportunity to do a big job today. Lee Locke waved his fists and feet, and said excitedly. Cut, Konoha, these guys, as he fiddled with the ninja sword in his hand, showing his face. We are all water-style ninjas, so first create a terrain that is beneficial to us. Dried persimmon ghost shark raised a large number of chakra, making mudras with both hands. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Kla la 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 la. I saw that it created a huge amount of water in one breath, enough to form a piece of Wongyong, and it turned into heavy waves and rushed forward. All attack. Hoshigaki Kisame gave the order to strike. In an instant, 20,000 mist shinobi stepped on the wet water and charged towards the Ninja Alliance. Water-style water chaos. Water-style iron cannonball. Water-style water shark bomb. All kinds of water-style ninjutsu are bombarded indiscriminately. Earth-style earth flow wall. Many ninja coalition forces used earth-style for defense at the same time, but the ninjas mainly Konoha and Sand Shinobi are not many ninjas who are good at earth-style, and the walls they create are also uneven. Boom, boom, boom. In the first round of ninjutsu offense and defense gave Akatsuki the upper hand. Kacha kacha. Advertisement. Rock walls are broken by the respective water style. Come on. The 20,000 mist shinobi puppet army rushed into the army of the Ninja Alliance like a rainbow. Jung. Sarutobi Asuma took off the blindfold to reveal the Sharingan, holding the Feian chakra knife tightly in both hands, and rushed to the enemy first. Uchiha Sasuke also opened Sharingan with both eyes open, and holding the Kusanagi sword inherited from Orochimaru, the son rushed towards the enemy. Gentle fist. Hyuga Neji was next. I can't lose to you guys. Cloud shinobi style swordsmanship lightning slash. As he uses the lightning style chakra knife. Cover fire. The first unit led by Izumi Uchiha, good at short and medium distance combat and concealed weapons. Shish. Uchiha Izumi personally took the lead, flying his hands quickly, throwing a series of shurikens and shooting at the enemy. Although Zhuantu is not as powerful as Teacher Quan, I have quite a few. Open the summoning scroll every day and launch a lot of kunaiyu. Strange power painful foot. Hyuga Hinata, as the descendant of Tsunade, has learned the strange power technique, and with one step, he overturned a large number of enemies who were trying to get close. Ninja Super Expansion Jutsu. Akamichi Choji turned into a giant, smashing the water dragon bomb flying from a distance with a punch of 1.8. Follow the captain's order and protect the distant output. Karui swung his knife to stop the enemy who was trying to get close. Puff 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 puff. Sarutobi Asuma waved the flying swallow in his hand, the seemingly short and delicate sharp blade, under the action of chakra, not only extended the attack range, but also the lethality can be called cutting iron like mud. Coupled with the insight of the one-eyed Sharingan, the surrounding mist shinobi puppet troops are powerless to fight back. Drop. Using water as a medium to move at high speed, the water is instant. The figure of dried persimmon ghost shark appeared in front of the other party in an instant, and he slashed at the head with a knife. Shark muscle destroy slash. Clang. Sarutobi Asuma blocked with Feiyin with both hands. Chapter 292. Killing. Chapter 292. Let's kill. Tisk. This kind of attack is too slow. Obito, lead your troops to attack. Uchiha Madara commanded. I still have important tasks, right? Now lead the troops to attack. Before Uchiha Obito finished speaking, the other party interrupted. No, if you find an opportunity, you can leave the army and act alone at any time. As for the others, they are just a bunch of cannon fodder. Uchiha Madara sneered. Really? Then at least bring me a scorpion, just in case. Uchiha Obito said deadpan. What? Akatsuki sent troops again, and this time they sent 40,000 troops. After receiving the information sent back earlier, the Konoha command fell into a commotion. No way, it seems that we can only change the battle plan, the 3rd, 4th, 5th troops, and medical troops, let's all go together. Sam 13 Yi looked dignified and authentic. Master Rakage, do you really want to send all the troops at once? Mabui said hesitantly. No way, the number of ninjas in the enemy is twice as many as ours. We, who are at a disadvantage in numbers, can only rely on frontline ninjas to make up for the lack of combat power. Garuro explained. HMPH. Send all the troops now, how will we deal with the enemy's 100,000 white army? Asked Shimura Danzo. This point has been mentioned in the 5th generation project. Send out the troops of Impure World Reincarnation to attack at that time. Samuel said seriously. I see. Although the Impure World Reincarnation troop has a small number of people, including Mr. Hokage from the previous generation, each of them is a first-class ninja in the ninja world. Mitokado Homura agrees. But, is it really no problem for the 5th generation to control so many Impure World Reincarnations at once? Utatane Kaharu expressed concern authentically. The only ones who need to be controlled by force are the old stubborn ones in Tsuchikage. Konoha's Hokage, as well as our Sunagaku's Kazekage, will fight for the future of the ninja world. Mother-in-law Chiyo said in a low voice. Lead the charge. Shizune led the 3rd force of 5,000 ninjas. Advertisement. The 4th unit of 5,000 ninjas was led by Wooden Golem. Kurenai Yuhi led the 5th unit of 5,000 ninjas. Tsunade led a medical unit of 3,000 ninjas including guards. On the other side, Uchiha Obito led a puppet army from Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, about 40,000 ninjas. The two armies are confronting each other, and neither side has any nonsense to force them, and they go to war directly. Multiple shadow clone technique. Namikaze Naruto summoned hundreds of shadow clone, which can be regarded as an expansion of part of the combat power. Cut. That Naruto guy is still so pushy, we can't fall behind. Inuzuka Tooth rode a ninja and charged. Let's see how powerful our Inuzuka clan is. Inuzuka Claw and Inuzuka Hana each used their orc clones, turned into augurs together with Ninja Dog, and rushed into the enemy's army formation. There are too many enemies, we have to try to resist as many ninjas as possible. Ninja, Chongyu. Aburame Shino summoned a large number of bugs. It just happens to be able to use the illusion that teacher Hong taught me, illusion tree binding. Haruno Sakura has a good illusion talent, and under the guidance of Yuhi Hong, he has also become a new generation of illusion masters in Day. Sniping medical troops is a common tactic in war, we must pay attention to defense. Tsunade commanded the medical troops to treat the wounded while strengthening the guard. The war has just begun, and it has already caused so many casualties. Lin looked sad and authentic. Wood-style insert rod technique. Uchiha Obito rushed into the team of the Ninja Alliance army first, holding a branch, pierced the target's heart fiercely, and the branch grew from the latter's body, piercing the internal organs, and he died extremely. Whoosh. Instantaneous technique. Namikaze Naruto was extremely fast, and blasted at the opponent with a Rasengan in hand. Sharingan. Uchiha Obito saw through the opponent's attack track at a glance and dodged it. Worthy of being the son of Golden Glitter, the instant technique is used very well, but it's still a little tender. After all, I saw a branch of Uchiha Obito inserted into the latter's body. The body of Namikaze Naruto who was hit turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Whoosh whoosh. Advertisement. Multiple shadow clones of Namikaze Naruto rushed forward. Boom bang bang bang. Uchiha Obito dodges nimbly and kills them one by one with the branches in hand. But at this moment, Namikaze Naruto's main body uses shadow clone to inject air ducts behind it and push out at a high speed. Rasengan. Uchiha Obito's eyes were fixed. Although he saw through the opponent's attack, he still couldn't dodge because of the speed. Boom. The branch in his hand was smashed by the opponent Rasengan, and Uchiha Obito was sent flying by the impact. You better not underestimate us Konoha shinobi. Namikaze Naruto stared at the latter intently, the original azure blue pupils were gradually occupied by the crimson red of the tail beast chakra. Hehe, Rasengan mixed with part of Nine Tails chakra. No wonder it hurts so much. Uchiha Obito stood up. only to see that the position of his abdomen was torn, revealing the bloody stomach inside, but soon the wound healed quickly under the powerful recovery of wood style. Take it. Teeth through the teeth. Inuzuka Hana and Inuzuka Claw attack from left and right respectively. Garbage. Don't get in the way. Uchiha Obito opened his arms and turned into a huge thorny tree vine, pushing back the attacking drills on the left and right respectively. Wood-style Hell Chaos. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The secret technique of the Inuzuka family, the high-speed auger drill, has a strong penetrating ability, and it can drill trees and vines to shatter. The growth rate of thorn vines. Puff chi chi. I saw Inuzuka Claw and Inuzuka Hana being pierced through their bodies by thorns and vines. Pawn. Mom. Sister. Seeing the scene in front of him, Inuzuka Ya suddenly became angry, and recklessly merged with Ninja Dog, turning into a giant two-headed wolf. Spike. Transformed into a gigantic drill, he hits Uchiha Obito with a terrifying impact. Boring dogs. I saw Uchiha Obito's left eye instantly transformed into a pattern of Mangekyō Sharingan. Kamui. Distorted space Uzumaki, like a scythe of death, twisted off the two heads of the two-headed wolf in an instant. Inuzuka Tooth. Pawn. Chapter 293 The battlefield is deadlocked. Chapter 293. The battlefield is deadlocked. Tooth. Namikaze Naruto witnessed his good friend's head being twisted alive, his eyes turned red, and the chakra of 9 tails began to emerge uncontrollably. Drink. UB************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** hundreds of shadow clone in one breath, and rushed towards Uchiha Obito frantically. Hee, obediently taking the bait at the slightest provocation, this is not like the calm and steady 4th generation program. Uchiha Obito sneered and made mudras with both hands. Fire style blast and flurry. Pupil technique plus fire style, instantly transformed into a super large flame tornado, with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops, it wiped out a large number of shadow clone in an instant. Just when the flame tornado was about to burn to Namikaze Naruto's body, a dark blue figure suddenly rushed in from the side. Fire style cat's claw. I saw that it was Wooden Golem who made the shot, with the help of the power of the two tails in his body, transformed from the palm of his hand into a cat's claw with a blue flame. Ho ho. With the same attributes, he forcibly brushed away the fire waves rushing in front of him. Wooden Golem grabbed Namikaze Naruto's shoulder with one hand, threw it back, and said coldly, "Nine Tails Jinchuriki, you who haven't mastered Tail Beast transformation yet, don't get in the way." Shish. Uchiha Obito glared at the opening of the space Uzumaki, from which a large number of shurikens were fired. But at this moment, a fist that fell from the sky hit the ground heavily. Sakura Flower Punch. Shizune hit the ground with a heavy punch, and the gravel splashed around, like sakura flowers scattered, just resisted the incoming shuriken. This strange power is no less than that of Tsunade, one of the Sannin. Uchiha Obito mused. Illusion Tree Binding Kill. The shot was taken by Haruno Sakura. Square Door Tricks. Uchiha Obito cast a glare. Mirror World Turns. The illusion rebounded, and Haruno Sakura only felt that he was bound by the big tree. Advertisement. The pupil technique can see through the illusion of the visual system, but the auditory system is another matter. I saw Yuhihong picking up a flute and playing. Illusion Fantasy Sound Lock. Uchiha Obito flickered in front of his eyes, only feeling that he was trapped in a sea of skeletons, and the ropes hanging from the sky bound his limbs respectively. Shizune saw the timing and rushed over immediately. With Chakra scalpel attached to the palm, ready to slit the opponent's throat. But surprisingly, Uchiha Obito suddenly regained his ability to move, backhanded a branch into Shizune's abdomen, and kicked him flying. What? Actually cracked my auditory hallucinations. Yuhihong's eyes widened. I saw a white substance growing from Uchiha Obito's body, and finally formed a white zetsu. Don't be careless, Obito. If I hadn't injected chakra to disturb your meridians just now, you would have been in bad luck. White Zetsu reminded. Auditory illusion, I don't know the ability you can get from it. It really made me suffer. As Uchiha Obito said, he made a mudra with his hands. Prepare to use the power of wood style to drive the branches stuck on Shizune to grow. However, the latter reacted quickly, pulling the branch away from the body. 100 healings mark solution. Ninja art. Meiotic regeneration. I saw that as the diamond-shaped mark on Shizune's forehead expanded, the wound on his body healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two sides fell into a stalemate. No, there are too many enemies, we must find a way to break the deadlock. Kurenai Yuhi glanced at the ninja coalition in front of them in a melee. The number of enemies is more than twice that of theirs. A strict battle will only expand the disadvantages. The enemy has Mangekyō Sharingan, it's really hard to defeat him in a short time. Shizune said in a deep voice. Jinchuriki, who are proficient in tail beast transformation, are not afraid of illusions, so let me break this deadlock. Driven by the wooden golem, the huge chakra in the body has entered a complete tail beast. Way, a demon cat bathed in blue flames. Roar. Advertisement. Opened his mouth and spit out raging flames, burning a large number of enemy ninjas to death. Is it finally out? Just right, I can try this too. I saw Uchiha Obito raise the sleeve of his right hand, revealing the right arm covered with steel devices, and after undoing it one by one, he saw 10 rows of scarlet Sharingan dusted on the white arm. The battlefield on the other side is also in full swing. Clang. Sarutobi Asuma collided head-on with the shark muscle of the dried persimmon Kisame holding the flying swallow. Chong 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 zhong. Under the touch of the two, dazzling sparks burst out. But in terms of arm strength, it is clear that the latter has a certain advantage. Sarutobi Asuma was kicked back and forth. I thought to myself, this guy's knife devoured the chakra on my flying swallow. Have you finally found it? Without the protection of chakra, how can you use your two short blades to face my shark muscles head on? Hoshigaki Kisame flicked the knife vigorously, and forcibly knocked the swallow flying in Sarutobi Asuma's hand. At the same time, the barb on the blade also scraped away a large piece of flesh and blood from the latter's shoulder. Humph! Sarutobi Asuma was hit hard, and the figure retreated immediately. Don't try to escape. Dried persimmon ghost shark gliding at high speed with its feet on the water surface, ready to deal a fatal blow to the opponent. Seeing this scene in front of him, Izumi Uchiha, who was originally in the mid-range unit, had to join the front line. Choji, throw me Chians over there. Teacher Quan. Don't talk nonsense, go to the direction of 2 o'clock. Uchiha Izumi ordered. Akamichi Choji immediately followed suit, using the expansion jutsu to make his palm bigger so that Uchiha Izumi stood on top of his palm, and threw it with all his might. Sharingan predicts the movement trajectory of Hoshigaki Kisame, and makes mudras with both hands. Fire-style Phoenix Fairy Fire. Launch fireballs from midair to limit Hoshigaki Kisame's movement, and Uchiha Izumi descends from the sky with a beheading sword. Clang. Shinchi Guashui raised his saber to block, this time it was his turn to be shocked back again and again. What a strong chakra. It turns out that chakra is not attached to the blade, but is used to strengthen the arm. This way I can avoid being sucked away by my shark muscle. Chapter 294 Uchiha Izumi vs Hoshigaki Kisame. Chapter 294. Izumi Uchiha vs Kisame Kisame. Amazing guy, he looks so young, but he has a lot of combat experience. Dried persimmon ghost shark said with a vigilant face. You defeated general, dare to speak nonsense. Uchiha Izumi is expressionless and authentic. HMPH. When I was in Konoha, I only held ordinary ninja swords, but this time it's different. The dried persimmon ghost shark grasped the palm, and manipulated the spikes on the shark muscle knife to become longer. Whoosh! Uchiha Izumi Sharingan saw through the opponent's movement, and the figure stepped back a distance. Weapons are nothing more than props. How much combat power they can display depends on the results. While speaking, Uchiha Izumi cut off the body of Shui who tried to attack from behind her with a backhand knife. Water-style water shark technique. Dried persimmon ghost shark summoned a water shark, and then rushed forward quickly with a knife. Uchiha Izumi grabbed a handful of detonating talisman kunai with his left hand and threw it at the water shark, then swung his knife to meet him. Boom! The explosion of the detonator wiped out the water shark. Clang! The blades of the two collided again. Look at the trick, flame slash. I saw Uchiha Sasuke on the side, seeing the right moment, threw the Kusanagi sword condensed with fire-style chakra in his hand as a rocket and threw 347. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned, first swung his knife to fight back Uchiha Izumi, and then turned around and slashed down with his knife. Boom! The shark muscle devoured the fire-style power on the Kusanagi sword, and then easily knocked it to the ground. However, at this time, Uchiha Sasuke took out the double knife Thunder Fang, and his figure turned into a bolt of lightning to rush forward. ZZZ. What? Thunder knife is in your kid's hand. Although Kisame was not shocked, he still swung Samahata and once again devoured the power of lightning style on the opponent's blade. But Uchiha Sasuke clamped the opponent's shark muscles with both swords together, and said coldly, as long as you restrain this troublesome sword of yours, it will be much easier to deal with. Dried persimmon ghost shark's face changed, and he only felt a chill coming from behind him. Advertisement. As expected, Uchiha Izumi saw the right moment and slashed at him. Puff! Hoshigaki Kisame barely managed to avoid the critical moment, and a huge wound was cut on his waist. Drink. Kisame endured the severe pain and kicked Uchiha Sasuke flying in front of him. But immediately, he was hit by Uchiha Izumi's knee from behind, hitting his back like a heavy hammer. Wow! A big mouthful of blood was spit out, hands were sealed. Water-style water barrier. At the critical moment, I used the barrier formed by water-style to protect myself. Uchiha Quan charged up and cut through with a knife, but the opponent disappeared in the split water. You nasty woman. I saw the dried persimmon ghost shark dived into the bottom of the water, using a lot of chakra in one breath. Water-style mackerel ball technique. Wow! I saw a giant water shark jumping out from the bottom of the water, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Uchiha Spring fiercely. This chakra. Uchiha Quan Sharingan clearly saw that the chakra contained in this big shark was quite amazing, so he didn't dare to be careless and immediately used the instant body technique to dodge. The giant shark missed a single hit, and after falling into the water, it continued to swim towards the rest of the ninjas, swallowing dozens of ninjas in one gulp, chewing them cruelly. Turn the surrounding water into a blood red. It cannot be allowed to slaughter our troops wantonly. Sarutobi Asuma clutched his bleeding arm, and condensed a sharp wind blade with one hand. Wind-style wind cut technique. Uchiha Sasuke also used the power of Thunder Saber to condense a series of lightning balls in midair. Lightning-style thunderball. Wait a moment. Uchiha Quan faintly sensed that something was wrong, and hurriedly shouted. But it was still a step too late. The wind blade and the thunderball blasted towards the giant shark respectively. However, the giant shark opened its mouth wide and swallowed the wind blade and the thunderball abruptly, and BDEI also enlarged its size. Hoshigaki Kisame sneered, hee, this is my strongest water-style mystery, which can continuously absorb the enemy's ninjutsu to strengthen my own ninjutsu strength. Advertisement. What? Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Sasuke were suddenly dumbfounded, and saw the giant shark that had grown bigger and rushed towards them at a faster speed. Mangekyō Sharingan. The Sharingan in Sarutobi Asuma's left eye immediately transformed into the Mangekyō pattern. This is the power he awakened after witnessing the death of the third generation during the Konoha collapse battle. However, since he is not of the Uchiha clan, he still has little control over the Sharingan, and it is even more difficult to control it with the more powerful Mangekyō Sharingan. Just like that, before the pupil technique could be activated, it was swallowed by the giant shark. Sarutobi Asuma died. Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke is different. His Mangekyō was awakened after knowing that his brother was killed, pure Uchiha blood, although the awakening time is still young, and he has not yet comprehended any unique pupil technique, but the powerful insight of Mangekyō alone is enough to make him dodge incoming giant sharks. Whoosh. Hiss. Uchiha Sasuke avoided the fatal blow, but was caught by the giant shark's fin and flew upside down, unconscious. Ha 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 ha. You are finished. Dried persimmon ghost laughed wantonly. Manipulating the giant shark, he continued to attack the ninja alliance, causing huge casualties. Teacher Quan, what should we do now? Everyone panicked and didn't know what to do. Uchiha Quan's eyes were fixed, and he quickly thought of the countermeasure, and said firmly, I command everyone to use long-range ninjutsu to attack that big guy. But, Teacher Quan, that big guy, isn't the ninjutsu that can devour us growing stronger. Tiantian said with a blank face. No time to explain, just follow my orders. Uchiha Izumi held the beheading sword tightly in both hands, and a huge chakra began to emerge from his body. Buy me some time. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to follow the order. Fire-style flame bomb. 8 trigrams air palm. Insect jade. For a moment, the ninja coalition frantically threw ninjutsu at the giant shark. Hee, are you crazy? My big shark bomb technique can continuously absorb your ninjutsu. With a ferocious smile on his face, the persimmon ghost shark drives chakra to manipulate the giant shark with both hands. However, what he didn't notice was that as the giant shark continued to grow, the chakra contained inside it was extremely huge, and as a caster, he became more and more heavy to manipulate. Chapter 295. As Tianming's woman. Chapter 295. Being Tianming's woman. Today, you are all going to die. Such a huge shark bomb technique. It's the first time I've seen. There was a wanton smile on the dry persimmon ghost shark's face, but his breathing involuntarily became rapid. Too heavy for this chakra. Take it. This is my strongest blow. I saw Uchiha Izumi holding the beheading sword high in both hands, and the blue chakra filled the blade with a dazzling brilliance. As that trick again. This time, I won't lose again. Dried persimmon ghost shark opened its mouth and shouted. When Konoha collapsed, Uchiha Izumi used this move to kill Ghost Lantern Moon with one blow, and he was also seriously injured and fled in embarrassment. Hoshigaki Kisame used all his strength to steer the giant shark towards the top floor of Uchiha Izumi. At the same time, the ultimate blow that Uchiha Izumi had been accumulating for a long time also landed with a bang. Crescent sky rushes. The crescent-shaped sword light collided head-on with the giant shark. Boom. When the two touched, a strong chakra storm burst out immediately. However, after the giant shark devoured a large number of ninjas from the Ninja Alliance, its power has increased by more than several times. It was the crescent sky that once overwhelmed Uchiha Spring. I saw the giant shark frantically biting the crescent blade, devouring the chakra like a hungry monster. The originally huge body suddenly became even bigger, and turned into a giant whale that blocks the sky and the sun. Hoshigaki Kisame was a little out of breath. With such a powerful shark bomb technique, even a tailed beast would probably be instantly killed by him. However, with the ever-expanding Dasama technique, for some reason, Hoshigaki Kisame had some bad thoughts in his heart. Not good. Could it be that? Did you just find out now? Too bad it's too late. Uchiha Izumi is expressionless and authentic. I saw an inconspicuous figure, unknowingly came behind Shinshi Guixier. Soft step double lion fist. Advertisement. It was Hyuga Hinata who made the shot. I saw her chakra transform into a lion's head, and slammed into the opponent's back like a wolf. With the reaction speed of Hoshigaki Kisame, it is actually not difficult to dodge this blow. But at this moment, he is fully manipulating the overly huge shark bomb technique, as if he is wearing a thick weight all over his body, and it is extremely difficult to move every step. Boom. Hyuga Hinata's palm precisely hit the chakra meridian of dried persimmon Kisame, the latter's internal organs were damaged and he spit out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Uchiha Izumi no longer confronted the opponent's ninjutsu, and took the initiative to withdraw and dodge. And the huge, bulky shark couldn't turn its head and chase Uchiha Izumi because it was difficult for the caster to control. Just like that, the frighteningly powerful shark bomb technique, like a wild horse that has run wild, blasted into the distance uncontrollably. Boom, 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 boom. Hyuga Hinata struck several palms in a row, inflicting severe damage on the dried persimmon and ghost shark. Whoosh. Uchiha Izumi's figure flashed past. Your ninjutsu has exceeded the limits of what you can control. This is the result of overexpansion. Puff. As soon as the words fell, I saw Hoshigaki Kisame's waist burst open instantly, a large amount of blood spewed out, and immediately his upper body tilted and fell, and he was cut to death. I have to admit, I lost, but Madara-sama will definitely. Kanshi Kisami's last words, before he could finish, he closed his eyes forever. As Hoshigaki Kisame, the leader of the First Army, was beheaded on the spot, the situation on the battlefield gradually reversed. Kill everyone, follow Captain Quan. Izumi Uchiha led the first and second units of the Ninja Alliance to launch a powerful counterattack against the Mist Shinobi puppet army twice as large as himself. Gradually stabilize the situation, the victory of this battle is only a matter of time. Hey, aren't you very good at fire style? Dare to fight fire with me. The roar of Erwei sent Taodao flames towards both of them. However, at this moment, Uchiha Obito raised his right hand, with a Sharingan inlaid on his open palm. 3 hooks of jade are connected into one piece. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Mangekyō Sharingan. This is the eye that was taken from the opponent after killing Uchiha Itachi. Amaterasu. I saw a group of pitch black flames appearing, like a strange evil spirit, swallowing up the raging flames spit out by Erwei. What? Actually devoured my. Erwei expressed shock. HMPH. It's not over yet. Uchiha Obito immediately increased the output of the pupil power, and the black flame grew instantly. Not only did it extinguish the flame spit out by Erwei, but it also ignited its body. Erwei fell to the ground and rolled in pain. Even though its body was a body of flames, it couldn't resist the burning of Amaterasu. After a while, Erwei was forced to remove the tailed beast, and Wooden Golem, who was burned to death, fell powerlessly to the ground. At the critical moment, Uchiha Obito stopped Amaterasu because capturing Jinchuriki was to be caught alive. Uchiha Obito's figure flashed, and he was preparing to bring the latter into the Kamui space. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt his limbs stiffen, and his body was trapped in the metal wedge. Uchiha Obito was suddenly surprised. This is the advanced illusion of the Uchiha family, the shackle technique. Come on Shizune, I can't control him for long. Yuhihong shouted anxiously. Shizune took the opportunity to save the dying wooden golem, and immediately cast healing jutsu on him. Mirror world turns. The illusion rebounded, and Yuhihong, who was the caster, fell into the metal wedge instead. So that's how it is. You are that guy's woman, then it's worth taking her as a hostage. Seeing that wooden golem could not be taken away, Uchiha Obito prepared to take down Yuhihong in front of him. Untie. In the nick of time, Kurenai Yuhi forcibly released the illusion on her body and escaped from Uzumaki, the space of Uchiha Obito. Through your own strength, you have unraveled the illusion. Uchiha Obito frowned. HMPH. As Tianming's woman, she will definitely not become his burden. Yuhihong wiped a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of her mouth. Her expression was awe-inspiring and righteous. Chapter 296 100,000 White Zetsu Legion. Chapter 296. 100,000 White Zetsu Legion. After Uchiha Izumi stabilized the situation, he immediately came to Yuhihong's side to support. Everyone, are you okay? No problem. Shizune is giving Kurenai Yuhi cast healing jutsu to recover. Tisk, another troublesome guy. Uchiha Obito frowned. These people in front of me are obviously ordinary female ninjas, but they have been trained by that person to this extent, it is really troublesome. We won this war. Let me tell you, on the other side, your companion Hoshigaki Kisame has been killed by me, and the rest of the puppet army will be wiped out soon. Uchiha Izumi is cold and authentic. Hehe, it's just a broken chess piece, and there are still some cannon fodder. Don't get too excited about 120. Uchiha Obito said deadpan. Then now, you two will be killed as a pawn. Yuhi's red face recovered a good complexion, and she moved her hands and feet. Shizune's 100 healings mark also stores a decent amount of chakra to keep fighting. Seeing the imposing 3 women in front of him, Uchiha Obito also had to choose to avoid the edge temporarily. If you're not ashamed, I'll accept it temporarily. Now I have other things, I don't have time to entangle you. As soon as the voice fell, a distorted space appeared in front of Uzumaki, and Uchiha Obito fled into the Kamui space. Cut. Let him escape. Uchiha Izumi put away the beheading sword. No way, the other party is good at time and space ninjutsu. With our strength alone, it is really difficult to defeat him. Shihahong expressed regret authentically. Pursuit. No, the battlefield here still needs a lot of effort. Shizune looked at the ninja troops who were fighting constantly in front of him. In terms of numbers alone, Xiao's side is more than twice that of the coalition army's side. Therefore, Yuhihong and others must stay and join the battle. Advertisement. However, the situation on the battlefield finally stabilized. In the 2 battles on the front line, the news of the victory was sent back to Mawang. For a moment, the people who were originally in the haze ushered in a ray of dawn. This is our victory, Samuel said excitedly. While morale is booming, we will pursue the victory against Xiao. Karura calmly analyzed. In addition to the 60,000 puppet ninja army, Akatsuki also has a 100,000 white Zetsu army, don't be careless. Mitokado Homura maintained a dignified expression. HMPH. It's just mass-produced cannon fodder. Send out the impure world reincarnation troops and they will definitely crush them. Shimura Danzo spoke forcefully. However, except for Hokage, the previous generations of Konoha, the rest of the ninjas are rebellious people. Can 5th generation really handle them well? Udatane Kaharu expressed concern authentically. Hehe, it is said that Konoha's 5th Hokage likes to study various forbidden techniques. This impure world reincarnation can manipulate the dead at will. Is it really that convenient? Don't cause big trouble. As a strong person of the older generation, Grandma Chio knew very well that the reason why forbidden technique was listed as forbidden technique must have many flaws or dangers. However, at this moment, Ma Bui rushed into the meeting room with a scroll in his hand, shouting anxiously. Request for support. The daimyo guards have encountered tens of thousands of white Zetsu army attacks. The daimyos of all countries ordered us to send troops to support immediately. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. What? Akatsuki went to attack the daimyo? Samuel said in shock. Damn it, they want to use daimyo's hand to disperse our forces. Shimura Danzo quickly sensed the political implications, said in a deep voice. Then we ignore it, mother-in-law Chio asked. No, we can't let the daimyo have trouble, because the deployment of the resources of a big country needs daimyo to confirm, and it is politically unreasonable to sit and watch the daimyo fall into crisis. Also, the number of ninjas in the thousands of His Excellency Mizukage is too small. Karura calmly analyzed. That can only change the plan. Let the impure world reincarnation troops attack in advance. Advertisement. Lava-style solving monster technique. Terumi Mei spit out a strong alkaline solution and melted a large piece of white Zetsu. But immediately there are countless white Zetsu crawling out from the ground. Scorch-style oversteam kill. Hakura hit white Zetsu with a palm, and the latter was immediately roasted into a zombie by ultra-high temperature. No way. The number is too much, I can't play anymore. Ah, my chakra. As the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. With a large number of white Zetsu entering the battle, the thousands of ninjas in the daimyo guards could not hold back at all. White Zetsu's direct combat power is very low, but they have the ability to absorb chakra, and they can also perfectly change into the appearance of the absorbed person. Chakra can perfectly imitate even the perception ninjas. Puff. In the chaos, many white Zetsu disguised themselves as fellow ninjas and attacked the latter. Your Excellency Mizukage, what should we do now? Yi Kang's figure flashed, and he and Terumi Mei fought against the surrounding enemies back to back. Has the news here reached the headquarters? Terumi Mei said in a deep voice. It has been uploaded, but it will take some time for the reinforcements to arrive. This damn transformation technique, it is completely impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Yi Kang looked at white Zetsu, who was constantly changing into his own teammate, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. After thinking for a few seconds, Terumi Mei quickly made a decision of 0.8. With a flash of her figure, she jumped onto the high roof and shouted loudly. All ninjas are ordered not to go near the daimyo's residence, otherwise everything will be seen. Deal with the enemy. Run away. I saw a few ninjas trying to turn around and flee into the room where the daimyo was because they were afraid of the number of white Zetsu. Water-style Shui Qing Bo. Terumi Mei's eyes turned hard, and a slender and sharp water arrow spit out from her lips in the seal of her hands. Puff 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 puff. Those ninjas were pierced through their bodies immediately, and they all fell down. I saw one of them turned into white Zetsu's body. Sure enough, that guy in white got into the fleeing team. Yi Kang said in a deep voice. Chapter 297 4 Hokage's Attack. Chapter 297. 4 Hokage's Attack. Terumi Mei's decisive killing temporarily thwarted White Zetsu's infiltration operation. Even though White Zetsu's transformation technique cannot be recognized, draw a red line to announce that anyone who approaches will be regarded as an enemy. Ah, the battle failed, as expected of Mizukage. Only one Uzumaki head, apparently different in appearance from the other White Zetsu instances, was seen. This chakra. Yi Kang frowned, and said in a deep voice, this guy is different from other miscellaneous fish. Terumi Mei nodded in agreement. Ahahaha. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Afei, and my interest is studying poop. Afei said to himself. However, Terumi Mei didn't talk nonsense to him at all, and just blasted him with water-style. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Wood-style wooden ingot wall. Afei summoned a strong wooden bar to form a shield, blocking the water dragon's attack. What a quick-tempered guy, he doesn't listen to people's words. 13 Whoosh. Yi Kang used the instant body technique to quickly come to the opponent's back, holding a ball of blazing fire and smashing it. Scorch-style oversteam kill. I saw Afei deftly dodging left and right, avoiding Yi Kang's attack. At the same time, a sharp branch stretched out from his hand, stabbing fiercely at Yi Shi. Wood-style insert rod technique. Boom. But Yi Kang turned around and kicked the branch off. At this time, Terumi Mei sent another water-style bombardment. Water-style Shui Shiba. The sharp water arrow has the penetrating power to penetrate rocks. Afei retreated quickly. Afei, my body is not very good at melee combat, so let's fight ninjutsu. Wood-style Buddha on top. Rumble rumble. I saw a huge wooden Senju Buddha statue rising from the ground. What a mighty chakra. Yi Kang turned pale with shock, as this the legendary first Hokage's wood-style Austrian ant. Advertisement. No, it's much smaller than the legend. As Mizukage, Terumi Mei has left a lot of information about Senju Hashirama from Mist Shinobi executives, so she also has a general understanding of Top Buddha, a divine skill that once defeated Uchiha Madara and Nine Tails. If it is true, I am afraid that all of them will be blown up with a slap. This should be just a degraded version. However, the power of new makeup is not weak. Afei smiled lightly. I saw the Senju Buddha statue waving thousands of hands, turning them into countless fists, striking the ninjas on the ground crazily. Water-style water column. Terumi Mei used the strongest defensive ninjutsu and summoned a super large water wall in one breath. It was barely resisting Senju's fist blow from the opponent. Not bad, let's try this. The handprints of Ah-Fei's hands changed, and the Buddha statue opened its mouth, condensing the energy of the 5 chakra attributes of wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water from the mouth. What? You actually used 5 evasion techniques at once. Terumi Mei was taken aback, and then had to change her handprints to transform the chakra in her body into the power of blood successor boundary. Lava-style solving monster technique. On the other side, Yi Kang also spit out several small fireballs in one breath, and after raising them high, they converged into a great fireball. Scorch-style Great Fireball. The name of the move is very simple, but the power is not weak at all. 5 escapes vs double blood successor limits. Boom, 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 boom. A variety of chakras were mixed together, and for a while there seemed to be a fierce chemical reaction, bursting out colorful chakra shock waves. All the nearby Zagetsu and ninjas were affected by the fish in the pond, and they were blown to pieces. In this confrontation, the two sides were evenly matched. It's really amazing. It's worthy of being a blood follower limit ninja, but using this chakra should consume a lot, right? Seeing that he couldn't crush the opponent with one blow, Ah-Fei immediately prepared to adopt attrition tactics. Once again condensed 5 escapes. At this moment, 4 figures arrived with incomparable momentum. I saw that those who came were the 4 Hokages from Impure World Reincarnation. 5 escapes, Dalian Bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen started with Shadow Clone and then used 5 ninjutsu with different attributes in each one. Boom, 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 boom. With ninjutsu of the same attribute, it offsets the opponent's attack. Do you use the same power as mine? Let me, the deity, come and experience it. Wood-style birth of the tree realm. Senju Hashirama summoned a large number of tree vines, which turned into countless tentacles, and quickly entangled the Senju Buddha statue. Advertisement. Sage Art Spiral Shuriken. On the way here, Namikaze Minato has already assembled the Sage mode, and directly blasted him with a killing move. Hey. To deal with me, why are there 4 Hokages? Ah-Fei was taken aback and hurried away from the Senju Buddha statue. The spiral shuriken exploded and turned into a storm of ultra-high-density sharp blades, tearing the Buddha statue into pieces in an instant. Phew. In an inconspicuous corner, a handful of kunai was thrown at Ah-Fei, who subconsciously dodged sideways. However, he didn't realize that there was a special spell engraved on Kun Wu Shang. Senju Tobarama's figure appeared silently. Flying Thunder God/Kill. Puff. Ah-Fei's throat was sealed with a knife, and he was instantly killed. As powerful reinforcements, the appearance of the 4 Hokages instantly reversed the situation of the battle. It takes less than a second to destroy the Buddha statue and kill Ah-Fei. Amazing. This is the power of the former Hokages. Terumi Mei and others couldn't help but be amazed. Okay, there are still a lot of miscellaneous troops left, let's fight. Senju Hashirama was gearing up, and then charged into Zagetsu's dense army at the head of the pack. Ninja coalition retreat here and leave it to us Hokage 960. Senju Tobarama held a ninja sword, and his figure turned into a bolt of lightning. Summon technique Ape Demon. Long time no see, old buddy, let's change. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the Vajra stick transformed by the Ape Demon and joined the fight. Ninja Kunai Shadow Clone Technique. Namikaze Minato waved and threw a large number of Flying Thunder God Kunai, a shower of blows, not only knocked down a large area of Zagetsu, but also arranged spell coordinates everywhere on the battlefield. It immediately turned into a golden flash, sweeping across the battlefield. 4 people vs 100,000. In the direction of the Zagetsu Legion, 4 very powerful chakras appeared. Ah-Fei has been killed. The number of Zagetsu is rapidly declining. Phosphorus is forced to do the work of perception. This power can't be wrong. It's Hashirama and Hokage. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth raised slightly. Sure enough, it's the same as my budget. Facing the 100,000 Zagetsu, in order to avoid huge losses, Konoha will definitely send 4 of the most powerful Hokages to make a move. In this way, Konoha's native guards will become empty. Uchiha Obito returned to Akatsuki's position. After a short rest, he quickly recovered his strength. It's time for us to do it. Uchiha Madara held the flame fan in his hand. According to the plan, I will launch a frontal attack to attract firepower. Obito, you go dig out where Orochimaru is, and use the pupil technique to take away his Impure World reincarnation. Chapter 298 Uchiha Madara attacks Konoha. Chapter 298. Uchiha Madara attacks Konoha. Good news from the front. We have won the battlefield on both sides. Reported by Izabu Yue. Have you finally pulled back for a while? Mitokado Homura breathed a sigh of relief. Not only that, if both sides win the battle, the morale of the coalition forces will also increase. Udatane Kaharu said happily. HMPH. We, Konoha, are still the most powerful, and 4 Hokage-samas are fighting against the 100,000 Zagetsu army. Shimura Danzo unceremoniously began claiming credit. The 60,000 puppet troops have all been wiped out in 7s and 8s, the persimmons and ghosts were defeated, and the hooligans were also killed. Uchiha Obito escaped. 90% of the people at that time had been wiped out. Grandma Chio analyzed. No, even if there is only one Uchiha Madara left in the end, the one who can still threaten the entire ninja world, that is truly the strongest ninja. Garura said in a low voice. Now we have to find a way to figure out Akatsuki's movements. Samuel said quietly. Unfortunately, the intelligence and reconnaissance troops have all been wiped out, and it is difficult for us to figure out the enemy's movements. Garuro sighed. Hehe, I think you guys are worrying too much. In the end, only Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito are left. Although they are both very strong, it is impossible to fight against so many of us, right? Grandma Chio expressed optimism and authenticity. That's right, we just need to make steady progress and defeat those two in the end, right? Uchiha Kaharu said. Stable, there are 4 Hokages here, as well as many strong men from Impure World reincarnation, the wheel battle can consume them to death. Mitokado Homura said confidently, as this Konohagakure, compared to the past, it has changed a lot. Uchiha Madara looked nostalgic and authentic. He used to be the founder of this village, even the name Konoha was given by him. Uchiha Obito stared straight ahead, and said calmly, a powerful sensory barrier has been set up covering the entire village, once we get close, we will reveal our identity. There's no need to hide, I'll attack from the front, Obito you can figure it out. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth rose wildly, and a wanton laugh appeared on his face. As soon as the words fell, the footsteps kicked and jumped into the sky above Konoha. Never mind the perception enchantment capturing it. The Konoha barrier class immediately rang the alarm. Alert! The invasion of the strange chakra is found, the location is. Boom! A deafening bang shocked the entire Konoha. Advertisement. Here, let the world feel the pain. Uchiha Madara two-handed mudra. Summoning technique. Boom bang 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 bang. 1 tail, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails. Au! 8 vicious monsters suddenly appeared in Konoha. 1 tail fires the vacuum cannon. 3 tails fires giant water cannons. 4 tails summon stratomagma. 5 tails is steaming all over his body and rushing on a rampage. 6 tails secrete a large amount of strong caustic slime. 7 tails spread poisonous scale dust from the air. 8 tails swipes the octopus tentacles. 9 tails shakes the mountain with 1 claw. In a blink of an eye, the whole Konoha seemed to have turned into a purgatory on Earth. Countless people died in the shock wave of the tailed beast before they had time to react. What? The people in the conference room who were discussing the battle were immediately shocked and rushed to the top of the building, seeing the 8 monsters trampling on the leaves in front of them, they couldn't help showing a look of horror on their faces. 2. To be able to manipulate 8-tailed beasts at the same time, that's. Uchiha Kaharu's lips trembled in horror. You can't go wrong. That's Uchiha Madara. Samuel asserted. Only that guy can possess such a terrifying power emperor. Garura said in a low voice. This. Shimura Danzo was dumbfounded. He is usually full of bad things, but now he can't think of any countermeasures. This also fulfills the sentence that in the face of the absolute inside, any conspiracy is meaningless. Hurry up. Notify all the ninjas on the front line immediately and return to Konoha immediately. Mitokado Homura yelled. Even Orochimaru, who was hiding deep underground, was taken aback by this huge movement. I made a mistake. I didn't expect that guy Uchiha Madara to be so mad, attacking from the front alone. Orochimaru concentrated and immediately called up all the remaining Impure World reincarnations. Tisk tisk, Konoha will suffer the disaster of destroying the village today. Onoki gloated and said, advertisement. Damn it, we who are bound by the Impure World reincarnation have to fight for it. Fourth Raikage said with a displeased face. No way, although we have no reason to protect Konoha, we have reasons to protect the ninja world. No expression sighed. That's right, this Uchiha Madara in front of me is really planning to destroy the ninja world. Third Raikage said in a deep voice. I am very grateful that Konoha was destroyed, but I can't laugh now. Ghost Lantern Wanyu has a complicated look on his face. Although he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he can imagine what the catastrophe Kurigakure suffered would be like. Quote. 3 tails. Yagura stared intently at the 3 tails in the distance, this is his tail beast. Has even our Sand Shinobi's 1 tail been taken away? Rosa sighed. Although it is an ancestor respected in the past, I absolutely disagree with the destruction of Konoha and the destruction of Uchiha today. Uchiha Fugaku unfolds the Mangekyō Sharingan. Me too, even if it is a battle with the ancestors, I will not hesitate. Uchiha Shisui opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Let's fight. Uchiha Itachi opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Summoning technique. The damn body moves by itself. Nagato was reluctant, but under the control of Impure World reincarnation, he still used summoning. Summoned crabs, lobsters, chameleons, split dogs, yatagarasu, rhinos, buffaloes, pandas, centipedes and many other summoning beasts in one go. On the other side, Kakuzu, Scorpion, Deidara, Killer Bee, Lao Zi, Han, and Mist Shinobi's Ninja 7 were also forced to join the battle. Hehe, there are so many chess pieces, even Ikea Madara can eat them all up, Apostle Gibu, right? Interest flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, the strongest ninja in the legend, and it's still a living body, this is the unique best experimental subject. As the caster of Impure World reincarnation, Orochimaru hides in a very secret enchantment. Can block all perception, but for the sake of caution, guards are still needed. That's Might Guy. This is a chess piece that has been cultivated since the era of the 3rd generation project. The 3rd ninja war Might Guy was spirit destroyed, but Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed him into a humanoid puppet through esoteric transformation. Became Hokage's most loyal beater. After becoming 5th Hokage, Orochimaru naturally took over the control of Might Guy. However, no one noticed that Might Guy's eyes were shining with a strange red light. So the question is, who destroyed Might Guy's consciousness in the past war? The hidden chess is still dark, and today I can finally use the light. Uchiha Madara grinned grimly. Chapter 299 Distinguished Heavenly Gods Impure World Reincarnation. Chapter 299. Distinguished Heavenly Gods Impure World Reincarnation. Dust Escape Primary Realm Stripping Technique. Dust Escape Primary Realm Stripping Technique. Wu and Onogi, master and apprentice, used their housekeeping skills as soon as they came up. Water Style Water Gun Technique. Ghost Lantern Wanyu used the secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan, launching high-density water droplet sniper bombs. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi focused his vision and launched Black Flame. Fire Style Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Fugaku used the advanced fire style. All attacks are concentrated on one target. Uchiha Madara. However, in the face of the joint attack of the major cage-level powerhouses, Uchiha Madara seemed dismissive and just slowly raised his hand to grab it. Sealing Technique Absorption. All the attacks were wiped out in front of Uchiha Madara, transformed into pure chakra and absorbed. What? Everyone couldn't help but look shocked. Uchiha Madara mocked mercilessly. A group of dead clowns, you dare to come against me. Since ninjutsu doesn't work, try direct physical attacks. 320 Instant Technique. The figure of Uchiha Shisui turned into a flashing shadow, and quickly came to Uchiha Madara, and swung the sword with extreme speed. Uchiha Madara blocked it smoothly with a sickle in his hand, and said indifferently, this speed is interesting, but unfortunately the power is far from enough. Kicked Uchiha Shisui away with a kick. On the other side, Yagura attempted to attack from the side. Ninja Technique Hyphenation Point Coral Palm. Boom. Uchiha Madara held the ball fan in his right hand to block, instantly absorbed the coral in the opponent's hand, and immediately saw the ball fan blooming with dazzling light. Uchiha Rebound. Boom. I saw a huge pillar of coral stone released from the fan, beating Yagura to pieces. A burst of thunder flashed, one left and one right to Raikage. Advertisement. Excellent Lariat. Susanoo. Clang clang. Uchiha Madara is surrounded by thick blue chakra forming a giant elephant. One person and one slap knocked the two Raikages away. They're all ants. Uchiha BD Madara fought against the crowd with one enemy, not only did not lose the wind, but also beat everyone face to face. It was really terrifying. Is this the power of Uchiha Madara? As the caster, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel his brows frowning, and immediately had to communicate with the 4 Hokages who were far away through the connection of the spell. Konoha is in danger. Uchiha Madara attacks. Senju Hashirama, who was clearing the White Zetsu Legion, stopped immediately. Not good. We have to go back to the village immediately. Senju Tobirama said in a deep voice. It's not too late, let's go now. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked out the remaining White Zetsu with one blow. If it was a living person, his physical strength would have been exhausted long ago at his age, so it is good that Impure World Reincarnation's body can have unlimited physical strength and chakra. Wait, I'm afraid it's a waste of time to run back now. Let's use the Flying Thunder God to teleport the enchantment. Namikaze Minato remained calm. Everyone, Hokage, you go. Leave the finishing touches here to us. Terumi Mei said. She and Yi Kang will stay, and the rest will be white. Okay, please leave the daimyo's side to Mr. Mizukage, let's go back now. Namikaze Minato quickly set up the Flying Thunder God barrier quickly. The spell imprisoned. Uchiha Madara's powerful spell seal can control the opponent's actions through the spell that penetrates into the target's heart. This is an overall situation that was laid out more than 10 years ago. During the Third Ninja World War, Might Guy was dehumanized by illusion. There is only one person in the world who can have such pupil power, Uchiha Madara. He predicted that Konoha would not give up easily. The Might Guy of 8 Inner Gates, with Konoha's means, would definitely use waste. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned Might Guy into a human puppet through secret techniques, and continued to serve Konoha's interests. After Orochimaru took over, he also handed over the security work to the latter with great trust. Compared with people who are separated from the belly, it is better to use a puppet that only obeys orders. In order to avoid leaking whereabouts due to crowds, Orochimaru only arranged for Might Guy to be his bodyguard. Advertisement. And stay together in a powerful barrier that can shield perception. However, what he never imagined was that Might Guy, who had been driven by Konoha as a puppet in the past, turned out to be a dark chess set by Uchiha Madara. 8 Inner Gates -.8 Gate, Gate of Death, open. Lift the restrictions of the body, and abandon the terrible power that comes from the overdraft of life. Might Guy, you. Orochimaru turned pale with fright, looking at the man in front of him who was bathed in crimson flames in horror. This unprecedentedly huge chakra has surpassed the existence of the 5 cages dozens of times. Invincible. Escape. Orochimaru made a quick decision and turned into a swimming snake and quickly escaped. The reaction was quick, but unfortunately, in the eyes of the Might Guy who opened the dead door, it was as slow as a snail. Sunset. A punch hits the air, forming a super air cannon shock. PFF'd. Orochimaru, who used Earth style to sneak into the ground, was beaten back to its original shape. His body was broken in half, his lower body burst into a cloud of blood mist, and his upper body was also shattered. Orochimaru spat blood from the mouth. The average person would have died long ago after being so severely injured. But Orochimaru, who has a strong vitality, is still alive. Catch. Might Guy's arm muscle snapped open, but he continued to punch the ceiling for the second time. The barrier was violently broken. Boom, boom, boom. I saw a white light burst out from the depths of the ground, penetrating all the way to the sky. Is it there? Now the players are changing. Uchiha Madara sneered. At this moment, Uchiha Obito came out from the distorted space Uzumaki, and then jumped down along the big hole that was blasted through the ground. You, Uchiha Obito, Orochimaru gasped, and his wide eyes seemed to understand something. Orochimaru, this is the best advice for you, don't abuse the forbidden technique. Uchiha Obito stared at the right eye, and the three-pointed jade turned into a Mangekyō pattern of a four-pointed shuriken. His right eye, which was permanently closed after casting Izanagi, was re-implanted with the eye he had taken from Uchiha Shisui. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Chapter 300. Haven't seen enough drama yet. Chapter 300. Play. Haven't you seen enough yet? Flying Thunder God Teleportation Enchantment. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, the four Hokage returned to Konoha. Haha, long time no see, Madara. Senju Hashirama laughed excitedly. Hehe, Hashirama, too bad, I'm not interested in you now. Uchiha Madara is deadpan and authentic. Hey, so indifferent, nah. Senju Hashirama expresses sadness. Huh, not good, I feel that the Impure World reincarnation contract is changing, the caster. Senju Tobirama's expression changed drastically. Namikaze Minato was about to cast the Flying Thunder God technique again, but at this moment, his movements suddenly froze down. The same goes for the rest of you Hokage. On the other side, everyone from Impure World reincarnation on the field also stopped all actions. It's a shame it's too late. I saw Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru jumping out from the huge pit in the ground. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Untie us. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly. Have you been manipulated by illusion? Senju Tobirama frowned, and with his super perception ability, he instantly noticed that chakra in the opponent's body was extremely chaotic. All Impure World reincarnation listened to the order, assist Akatsuki, and wipe out Konoha and the Ninja Alliance. Orochimaru gave the order with a deadpan face. Forcibly manipulate Impure World reincarnation through the spells embedded in the body in advance. Damn, Obito must be using my eyes. Uchiha Shisui said angrily. Consciousness is gradually getting out of control. Uchiha Itachi covered his head with a pained face. It seems that the enemy has already calculated all of this. Uchiha Fugaku sighed authentically. Although I have no objection to destroying the evil Konoha, I definitely don't want to destroy the ninja world, but unfortunately the current actions have nothing to do with my will. Advertisement. Nagato drove the multi-headed summoning beast that boosted summoning, and turned to attack the Ninja Alliance. Being used as a chess piece, now it's just a change of chess player. Wu gave up his original attack on Uchiha Madara. Stupid Konoha, this is the result of playing around with forbidden technique. Onoki said sarcastically. Hey, isn't that good too? It's all killing anyway. The 7 ninja swordsmen and others said it didn't matter, and accepted the new order without resistance. Art is an explosion. As long as it allows me to be artistic temporarily, nothing else matters, Deidara set back a clay bomb. The eternal killing tool, this trap is quite similar to my art. The scorpion manipulated a large number of puppets. Employment without money is really annoying, and is there no one to stop us? Kakuzu expressed his displeasure. Obito. Hatake Kakashi gritted his teeth, but he could only become a tool man manipulated by the opponent. Great crisis. Ninja Alliance, you have to find a way, otherwise, it's over. Idiot B asterisk 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 DB asterisk 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 D. Killer B hums a crappy rap. Hey, does Konoha have no other cards? Ghost Lantern Wanyu said helplessly. It seems that today will be the end of the ninja world. Luo Sha looked as if she had given up on treatment. Konoha, I remember there's another trump card, right? Lao Zi said. Yes, the person who killed us back then. Han asked. HMPH. Even if he comes, what's the use? Not to mention Uchiha Madara, we masters of Impure World reincarnation alone are enough for him to eat a pot. Huang Tu said coldly. If there is a chance, the old man still hopes to fight against him again. Hanzo clenched the sickle in his hand. Feel hopeless now? No, it's not enough. I saw that Uchiha Obito handed dozens of bottles containing blood to Orochimaru, and then threw dozens of living ninjas from the Kamui space. Advertisement. Blood is the medium of personal information, living people or sacrifices. Orochimaru didn't talk nonsense, took out a summoning scroll, poured the blood on the bottle into it, and made seals with both hands. Summoning technique hyphenation point Impure World reincarnation. Boom bang bang bang. I saw several coffins rising from the ground, and when they were opened, it turned out to be Jiraiya, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Asuma, Hyuga Hazashi, Kimimaro, Shiro, Sai, Yamashiro Aoba, Morino Ibiki, Gaara, Inazuka Zuo, Inazuka Hana and Konoha Ino Shikacho and others. Asking for flowers. No, how could such a thing happen? Seeing that all the Impure World reincarnations turned their backs, everyone in the coalition immediately collapsed. It's over, Konoha is over, and the ninja world is also over. Utatane Kaharu couldn't help thinking about Venus, and she fainted and fell down because of this stimulation in her advanced age. Alas, it seems that we are destined to die like this. Even Mitokado Homura, who has always been calm, slumped on the ground. Strategy. Nothing. Shimura Danzo was stunned, usually full of bad things, but he couldn't think of anything when he was facing a crisis. Master Raikage, this. Mabuyi turned pale with fright. Things are worse than expected. Samui couldn't help but touch his forehead. Yeah, even though that guy is here, can he really handle so many people? Garuro expressed concern authentically. Seeing the comparison of the strength of the Geninist coalition forces and Akatsuki, there was a huge gap in an instant. A comparison of combat power that is not comparable at all. This war can be said to have completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Because according to past historical records, Uchiha Madara is an arrogant and extremely conceited man. In their view, the other party must disdain any conspiracy and tricks, and everything is positive and tough. Isn't it natural to have such a powerful force? However, in fact, what they never expected was that for this war, Uchiha Madara had started planning more than 10 years ago. Might Guy, a dark chess piece, is the best example. This is the end of the war. Uchiha Madara said in a cold tone, you should feel very honored, right? To let me plan such an overall plan to destroy you. Hehehehe, if you really think so, it would be too naive. Mere ants, how can I spend so much effort on Uchiha Madara? Having said that, Uchiha Madara raised his head and shouted loudly towards the sky. Drama, haven't you seen enough? Chapter 301. Tianming attacks. Chapter 301. Tianming strikes. Drama, haven't you seen enough? Following Uchiha Madara's gaze, everyone raised their heads involuntarily. I saw a glittering golden flying machine floating above the sky at unknown time, and a figure was sitting on it. Condescending, watching everything on the ground with an overlooking gaze and a playful expression. Uchiha Tianming. I don't know who was the first to call out this name with extraordinary significance. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Even the Impure World Reincarnation team couldn't help being shaken. Because many of them died at the hands of Tianming. The existence of Tianming, for them, is no less deterrent than Uchiha Madara. Phew, it finally appeared. 840. Samuel let out a sigh of relief. Looks like he finally didn't break his promise. Garura's expression became more stable. Facing everyone's attention with different emotions, Tianming patted his palms lightly. Papa, wonderful. It really made me see a wonderful drama. Hehe. Uchiha Madara also smiled, and said lightly, interesting, after seeing this situation, I can still laugh. I have to admit that in terms of courage, you are the stronger. I am very serious, because the opponent it's you, that's why I've worked so hard to arrange such an overall situation. That's why I said, it's wonderful. Tianming also cast his eyes on the other party, and said with a light smile, seeing you work so hard, I can't bear to bother you anymore. Oh, do you mean that you saw through my plan a long time ago, but let me do it on purpose? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. Yeah, from the time you deliberately let Orochimaru prepare for the Impure World Reincarnation, I guess that you were planning to change your mind. Tianming nodded. Why don't you stop it? Uchiha Madara wondered. Why should I stop? Tianming asked back. Advertisement. 11. Uchiha Madara was silent. Didn't I say, look at you working so hard, I can't bear to disturb you. Tianming said with a smile on his face, don't you think it is a very pleasant thing to knock down the enemy when he has accumulated his strength to the peak? Uchiha Madara let out a long sigh, and finally resolved the question, why Tianming didn't make a move, that puzzled him. Quote question mark. Listening to the conversation between the two people dumbfounded, everyone present was stupefied. What kind of fairy dialogue is this? I don't really understand the brain circuits of you big guys. Tianming, don't be careless, these Impure World Reincarnations are all controlled except me. Senju Hashirama reminded loudly. As soon as the words fell, a white light shot into the sky. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. Onoki took the lead without hesitation. The flying machine under Tianming's seat is the light boat Vimana from the ultimate move, King's Treasure, which can fly at high speed regardless of the laws of physics. Spreading its wings, it easily avoided Onoki's dust escape. Onoki, is that guy the one who killed you? Wu pondered. Magnet-style dust gold shuriken. Luo Sha condensed a large amount of placer gold and shot out the shuriken. He has not forgotten that he was killed by Tianming during the Battle of Jigen Mountain. Fire-style head hard. Wind-style harm. Quote exclamation mark quote. Kakuzu used 3 high-level escape techniques in a row. Oh, you attacked automatically without being controlled. It seems that you have many enemies. Uchiha Obito said with a surprised face. HMPH. Although it's uncomfortable to be controlled by others, this guy is our enemy, let's go together. Deidara summons a multi-headed clay wyvern. The scorpion threw out the chakra thread and was the first to land on the clay wyvern. Advertisement. Take us with you, we happen to have a grudge against that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* What a coincidence. We also have a grudge against him. Wangtu, Wenya, Shou, Troy and many other ninjas who were killed by Tianming in the past also boarded the Nianfeilong. Uchiha Madara himself did not act rashly, but quietly observed Tianming above the sky, and said in a deep voice, let me see where your proud confidence is. Haha, UB asterisk 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 D, I didn't expect you to become so crazy. Loquat Shazang laughed loudly. Back then, he was defeated by Tianming, who was just a fledgling, and died full of unwillingness and depression, but now it seems that Tianming has become the task of the pinnacle of the ninja world, and it seems that he died well. But what Tianming said next, instantly made him P asterisk 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 D off again. Who are you? Tianming looked at the other party for a long time, but he couldn't remember who the latter was. There is no way, he has killed too many original strongmen so far, and he can't remember such an insignificant character. UB asterisk 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 D. Water-style water dragon bomb. Loquat Shazang was so angry that his teeth itched. Earth-style Tyrone gun. The lowest condenses a large amount of soil spears and shoots them out. Art is a blast. Drink. Deidara fires clay missiles. The rest of the crowd blasted Tianming with all kinds of ninjutsu. Vamana flew back and forth at an astonishing speed, avoiding all attacks. Tianming sat upright on the seat, resting his chin on the palm of his hand, without even moving a single finger. Pu Long Sang 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 Shuan. I saw a series of golden ripple spaces unfolding in midair, from which protruded knives, swords, spears, halberds and other weapons and equipment of 0.4 colors, and then turned into a series of golden sharp arrows and shot them out. Boom 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 boom. With the speed of the clay dragon, it couldn't dodge at all, and was directly pierced. Among them, many impure world reincarnations were pierced through the body. Clang. A golden halberd broke the ninja sword in Loquatan Zhang's hands, and his arms were also shattered. Suddenly he couldn't help but be shocked and said, "What's going on? It is inferior to the 7 ninja swords of our mist shinobi. It's a matter of course, how can Wang's collection be ordinary?" Tianming manipulated all kinds of weapons to shoot without money, but he did not forget to take out a bottle of expensive red wine from the treasure house, and drank it self-consciously. Tisk tisk, drinking while watching a show is really fun. Chapter 302 Tianming vs 8 Inner Gates Formation. Chapter 302. Tianming vs 8 Inner Gates Formation. Whoosh. Knives, swords, spears, and halberds are shot like sharp arrows. Everyone in Impure World Reincarnation dodged in a hurry. Earth-style rock golem. Huang Tu quickly spit out a rock puppet from his mouth to act as a meat shield. Boom. I saw a golden Fangtian painted halberd shot. It easily smashed the rock puppet, and smashed most of his body to pieces. Damn, if it's a physical body, I'm afraid I'm going to die again. HMPH. Because we are the Impure World Reincarnation, the infinite chakra's undead body. Onoki condensed the dust escape again without hesitation. If he was alive, he would not be able to use such a costly ninjutsu many times with his aging body. Dust escape original realm stripping technique. And then, can this hurt a hair on me? Tianming taunted mercilessly, driving Vamana to make a high-speed turn to avoid the opponent's dust ray. On the other side, I saw third Raikage and fourth Raikage, using the golden sand cloud made by Raikage as a pedal, turned into 2 Thunder Lights 13 and quickly approached Tianming. You guys want to eat fart? Tianming shook the red wine glass in his hand, and saw 2 golden ripples appeared on both sides of Vamana's wing, shooting out a saber and a sword respectively. Boom, boom. The 2 Raikages were instantly sent flying. In the fierce battle above the sky, Tianming suppressed Impure World Reincarnation with his own strength, and the latter had no power to fight back. HMPH. This group of trash. It seems that we still have to use this dark chess in advance. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, and the seals of both hands drove the spell to imprison him. Plop. With the curse seal rooted in the heart, Might Guy was controlled and immediately raised his head and locked his eyes on the golden light and shadow flying fast above the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening sound of air crackling caused everyone to cast their gazes involuntarily. What? This guy stepped on the air and flew. Might Guy, why? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly. Isn't this his pawn? This chakra seems to be 8 Inner Gates formation. Senju Tobarama frowned. It's not good. Facing the ninja who opened the gate of death, even I dare not underestimate the enemy. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama looked dignified and authentic. My body moves by itself. Namikaze Minato picked up a kunai and aimed at one of the spears in the sky aimed at Might Guy. Flying Thunder God technique. The moment kunai touched the spear, the figure of Namikaze Minato appeared instantly, facing the spear with his body, and then moved out together. Might Guy was able to go on a rampage and charged at Tianming. Sunset. One punch air cannon. It surpassed Vamana's speed and pierced through a section of its wing. Tisk tisk, so it's 8 gate, so that's interesting. Tianming calmly downed the rest of the red wine in the glass. It's now. Kamui. Uchiha Obito locked Vamana's other wing from a distance. Catch. Distorted space Uzumaki broke off the wing. Both wings were destroyed, and Vamana fell from the sky like a bird with its wings broken. Tianming jumped down from the throne without hesitating, and said with a light smile, it's almost like changing the mount. Now, let's go together. Deidara shouted, and then drove a large number of clay dragons to rush towards Tianming who was in midair. Wei tilde operator. However, at this moment, with a crisp hoarse cry, a white light and shadow suddenly passed by. The sound barrier produced by supersonic flight once shattered the clay dragon under their feet. The person who came was Tianma, who accurately caught the falling Tianming. Damn, almost forgot he had this troublesome summoning beast. The fallen Deidara and others immediately expressed distress and authenticity. Whoosh! Might Guy's figure instantly appeared behind Tianming. 1 speed. Tianming picked up the reins with both hands, poured chakra into the Tianma continuously, and spread out the wings to form a powerful barrier. Boom! The astonishing shock wave hit Tianma head-on, but did not break through its defense. The figure of Might Guy came to Tianming's lower left in an instant. 2nd speed. Another terrifying shock wave, this time still failed to break through Tianma's defense. Advertisement. Whoosh! The figure of Might Guy quickly circled to Tianming's lower right. 3 speeds. 3 consecutive shock waves crossed and struck, finally making Tianma dangle far away, unable to move in the strong wind and turbulent current. Might Guy's figure flashed to the upper left of Tianming again. 4 speeds. Catch. There is a crack in the chakra barrier. Whoosh! Might Guy's figure instantly appeared directly above Tianming. 5 speed. Open black lens bracket noble phantasm. Reigns of rider close black lens bracket. Tianming finally drove the noble phantasm to its maximum defense state with all its strength. Boom! I saw 5 continuous shock waves appearing in the sky, pinching Tianming in the center. However, Tianma spread its wings and under the protection of the holy white light, its owner Tianming Fufa was unharmed. 663 inches. Is this the end? There should be more powerful moves. Tianming sneered. What? Even the 5-speed Shi Zhang's combo strikes failed to break through his defense. Senju Tobarama expressed shock. As the developer of 8 inner gates, he is well aware of the power of the ultimate forbidden technique launched by sacrificing his life. So that's how it is. No wonder you are so arrogant, it seems that you have real skills. Uchiha Madara muttered to himself. At this time, Might Guy's whole body was bathed in scalding blood, and his skin and muscles were on the verge of collapse. But, he's not over yet. His figure landed on the ground in a flash, his hands pressed down in a posture ready to run, and red energy burned all over his body. Uchiha Madara Rinnegan glanced, all the remaining chakra is flowing into the heart, it seems this is the final blow. This guy can continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed surprise. Does he remember that in 8 inner gates, there is no such trick? This is a self-created move, surpassing the previous ones. In terms of physical skills, I, Senju Hashirama, call you the first person. Senju Hashirama was full of admiration. The red energy finally condensed into a giant dragon, and Might Guy kicked it into the sky. Night Guy. Chapter 303 Tianming vs Impure World Reincarnation Army. Chapter 303. Tianming vs Impure World Reincarnation Army. Night Guy. Might Guy burns out the last trace of vitality in his body, and releases the terrifying power in an instant. Transform into a blood-red giant dragon, soaring up to the sky. Roar. Yes, something. Tianming smiled lightly, holding the reins tightly with both hands, driving Tianma, and launched a frontal charge towards the terrifying blood-red dragon in front of him. Open black lens bracket noble phantasm. Reigns of rider close black lens bracket. Neng Neng. The holy white light shrouded Tianming's body, forming an absolute barrier of light like a world apart. Under the gaze of the world's attention, the 2 lights and shadows, one red and one white, forcibly shook together head-on. He actually confronted 8 inner gates. Senju Hashirama expressed his shock. Even with his extremely powerful body, he might have to avoid the edge for the time being. To face it head-on is no different from committing suicide. A deafening roar erupted between the heaven and the earth, and when the two touched, the surrounding space distorted. Roar. The blood-red dragon roared angrily, and bit the Pegasus in one bite. In this battle of tricks, it's the Might Guy who wins. Uchiha Madara is bland and authentic. However, the move won, but the person. Uchiha Obito shook his head. Under the bite of the blood-red giant dragon, the white light emitted by Tianma gradually dimmed, and the defensive barrier was also compressed bit by bit, reaching its limit. Oh, it's really amazing. Physical skills have been practiced to such an extent. A happy smile appeared on Tianming's face. Drink ah. The muscles and bones of Might Guy's whole body collapsed, and he concentrated all his strength on this one foot and kicked it out. However, Tianming in front of him has disappeared. Open black lens bracket teleport close black lens bracket. Tianming's figure escaped from Yi Guy's attack range in an instant, and landed on the ground smoothly. Roar. Advertisement. The bloody dragon that lost its target rushed up into the sky along the inertia. As the ultimate blow just before giving up his life, Might Guy froze in the air, and the red energy on his body, like the fire of life, gradually disappeared, leaving behind a cracked body. In the end, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the shattered body gradually turned into ashes and dissipated. Although it is already a candle in the wind, it has successfully pleased me. As a gift in return, I will personally build your coffin. Quote. Tianming shook the dust on his body, and a black energy that intersected and spiraled gathered in the raised palm. At the same time, a strange pitch-black cube appeared above the sky, wrapping Might Guy in it like a coffin. Hado no 90 black coffin. The black coffin disappeared, and Might Guy disappeared without a trace, not even a speck of ashes remained. Okay, the warm-up is over, now it's your turn, Uchiha Madara. Tianming locked his eyes on Uchiha Madara. Hehe, this is the first time I feel this tension, it's really an evocative experience. Uchiha Madara laughed and said, although I can't help but want to fight you quickly, but before that, I must use chess pieces to consume a wave of you. Don't call me mean, I will use any means to deal with it. The greatest respect for the enemy. As soon as the voice fell, I saw a group of impure world reincarnations, under the coercive manipulation, came to Tianming's surroundings and surrounded him. It's too strong. If I was still alive, I must have chosen to retreat long ago, right? While Wu said, the palm of his hand uncontrollably condensed into dust. The number one evildoer in the ninja world. I can't let you live today. Onoki also condensed the dust escape. This is my strongest spear, you should remember it. Third Raikage raised a finger, concentrating all the power of lightning style in his body on the fingertip. I heard that our Cloud Shinobi's 5th generation project has a good relationship with you. If it's you, I have to admit it. The 4th Raikage lightning style is fully open, and the hair stands tall. Steam danger explosive, this is an infinite explosion composed of chakra oil and water, you can figure it out for yourself. The ghost lantern moon condenses into a chakra doll. Water style water mirror technique. Without saying a word, Yagura unleashed his strongest move. Magnet style gold dust wave. Luo Sha summoned a large gold placer. If you can deal with so many powerful characters at once, don't you mind adding 7 more of us? Loquat Juzang and the other 7 ninja swordsmen have prepared ninjutsu in various ways. Action has nothing to do with personal will, White Fang Flow kill Luo with one knife. Hitaki Kakashi held the ninja sword tightly in both hands, and it burst into dazzling white light. The body of impure world reincarnation, like this high-level ninjutsu, I can also use it without restriction. Earth-style Shan 2 technique. Advertisement. Wang Tu resorted to high-level Earth style. Originally this requires the protection of the tailed beast's chakra to use, otherwise it will burn itself, but now impure world reincarnation is not afraid of this vice president using lava-style chakra mode. Lao Zi's whole body was bathed in hot magma. The strong enemy of the past is still very happy to be able to meet again now. Han's body was steaming with steam. HMPH. If I attack, I won't hesitate at all. Kakuzu used all his strength to drive Earth resentment, and prepared multiple high-level evasion techniques in succession. Art is an explosion. After seeing the sublimation of my art, it is absolutely unacceptable to be alive. Didera gnawed a large piece of clay in his heart, ready to see zero self-explosion. Quote. There is no special puppet, so I have to use other people to manipulate it. Scorpion received a large number of chakra threads to Sai, Hyuga Hazashi, Nara Shirju, Yamanaka Haichi, Akamaiki Choza, Morino Ibiki, Yamashiro Aoba, Moonlight Hayate, Ao, Tutai, and many other ninjas. Under the operation of top-notch puppet masters, their cooking speed will be doubled. I am obliged to eliminate the transcendent power that threatens peace. Shira's attack. Nagato stirred the wrist of the mecha, stretched out a large caliber cannon, and a large number of chakra quickly condensed. Unfortunately, it seems that I will also become Konoha's enemy today. Sage Art Massive Rasengan. Jiraiya said helplessly. The Mangekyō Sharingan that I didn't have time to show in my lifetime, this time I will. Sarutobi Asuma's left eye transformed into Mangekyō Sharingan. Now we can only place our hope in the hands of the living, Giyu of Yusaka. Uchiha Itachi uses Susanoo to condense 3 big pieces of jade that are connected together. Tianming, please, stop us. Uchiha Shisui manipulated Susanoo to lift the electric drill in his hand. Sorry Mr. Tianming, I can't control. Sage Art Spiral Shuriken. The palm of Namikaze Minato condenses powerful senjutsu power. The old man is also sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen held up the long and large Vajra rod. Damn it, even I. Senju Tobarama made mudras with both hands, and a terrifying water style condensed from his mouth. Don't worry, I can still resist the control of impure world reincarnation. Senju Hashirama exudes the incomparably powerful chakra. Except for Senju Hashirama, all impure world reincarnations were ordered to use their strongest ninjutsu and prepare for a wave of Tianming. How does it feel? Although I am still sure that you can block all the attacks, but no matter how you look at it, it will cause you a lot of consumption, right? Uchiha Madara sneered. Chapter 304 Hado's 99 5 Swirling Dragons of Destruction. Chapter 304. Hado's 99 5 Swirling Dragons of Destruction. Drink Go to hell, you monster. Impure world reincarnations focus fire. Near, middle and long distances, front, back, left, and right directions, almost can be said to be 360 degrees without dead ends. However, in the face of this situation, Tianming's indifferent eyes still did not show the slightest wave. The high head, squinting eyes contemptuous of everything. Undead, who allowed you to attack me? The invisible momentum, like an invisible lightning, instantly swept across the entire impure world reincarnation. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki close black lens bracket. The audience freezes. 1+. The dust condensed in Onoki's hands froze. What's going on? Logically speaking, the body of impure world reincarnation does not feel pain. This pain comes from the soul. No one said in shock. Can't move. The moment before Third Raikage made a breakthrough, his body seemed to be firmly pressed to the ground by an invisible giant hand. No. Impossible. It's actually just relying on momentum. The 287 Thunder Light on Fourth Raikage's body disappeared like a dead battery. What kind of pressure is this? Yagura's body turned into dust and scattered. It's no match for us. All the placer gold manipulated by Luo Sha was scattered on the ground. Art is a blast. Drink. Drink. Didara's blew up. Dumb. Haha, it's amazing, it actually stopped my steaming and explosive power. Ghost Lantern Wanyu laughed. Damn, this is stronger than the first Hokage I met back then. The earth grievances manipulated by Kakuzu spread out uncontrollably. This is the power above the dimension. Advertisement. The chakra thread on the 10 fingers of the scorpion was broken. Tisk tisk, Madara-sama is going to be in trouble now, I've stopped here too. The super large shark condensed by the dried persimmon ghost shark turned into a burst of water and exploded. Didn't even make a shot this time. The ninja knife in Loquat Juzang's hand was scattered along with his hands. The same goes for the rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Isn't that too much? Huang Tu let out a long sigh, and the mountain that had been condensed with great difficulty also collapsed. HMPH. Laozi is mad. The magma bathed in Laozi collapsed to the ground. It's really incomparable. Han's whole body was steaming, and he also fell to the ground. Didn't my Mangekyō show up this time too? Sarutobi Asuma shattered the Mangekyō pattern on his left eye with regret. Tianming, the Uchiha clan is counting on you. Susanoo, manipulated by Uchiha Fugaku, vanished. Most of the impure world reincarnation in the audience suffered devastating damage, but there were also a few like the 4 Hokages and Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Nagato, Hitaki Kakashi, etc. Although ninjutsu was once stopped, but and didn't physically break down like everyone else. And what caused all this? Tianming didn't even move a finger. Get back, undead, before I kill you again. Tianming made a Shinigami-like verdict. Wow la 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 la. I saw most of the impure world reincarnation's body turned into countless dust and mustard flying, the soul was forced out of the body, and automatically ascended to heaven. The audience was dead silent, there was no sound. It actually overwhelmed the impure world reincarnation with momentum. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, as if he saw something sensational. Catch. There are only a few people left on the field, and the body of impure world reincarnation is also full of cracks. Ha 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 ha. That's amazing, this young man is a stronger ninja than me. Senju Hashirama praised without hesitation, BDDI. Although we barely survived due to our own strength, we have also been weakened a lot. Senju Tobarama felt it carefully, and could clearly feel the weakening of power. Advertisement. It seems that we are completely suppressed. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Mr. Tianming, you are still as powerful as ever. Namikaze Minato looked at the impure world reincarnation, which had already fallen in large swaths. Because of the power of the fairy chakra, I couldn't be crushed. Jiraiya shook the cracked palm. In one breath, more than 90% of the impure world reincarnation has been wiped out before the move. It seems that there is a chance to come back. Uchiha Itachi is bland and authentic. This battle depends entirely on him alone. Uchiha Shisui said in a deep voice. I haven't failed yet. Nagato threw away the shattered Shira armor in his hand, and concentrated on stabilizing the turbulent chakra in his body. Hitaki Kakashi was silent, but his hands gripped the blade again. Call. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice. Although most of the impure world reincarnation troops have been wiped out, the remaining few are first-class masters, and they shouldn't be defeated so easily. Quote. As soon as the words fell, Tianming raised his palm. Hado no 99 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Boom 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 boom. Heaven falls apart. I saw that the entire earth was instantly melted by high-intensity energy, and condensed into 5 giant dragons. Senju Hashirama and others reflexively quickly spread out to dodge. Ho, 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 ho. Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Hitaki Kakashi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even have the slightest chance to fight back and were crushed by the 5 Kulong Shijong in an instant. This. Uchiha Obito's face was horrified, and he killed 5 top ninjas with first-class strength in one blow. How terrible is this? Huh. Impure world reincarnation. No matter how damaged it is, it can be repaired automatically. Uchiha Obito forced himself to be calm and authentic. Do not. Uchiha Madara stared at the 5 illusory dragons, and said solemnly, those dragons are made of spirit bodies, which can directly harm the souls imprisoned in impure world reincarnation. For the 5 people who were bitten, the bodies of impure world reincarnation turned into dust and dissipated, and the remaining 5 spirit bodies were also bitten into pieces. At this point, Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Hitaki Kakashi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will completely annihilate their bodies and spirits, completely disappearing between the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Even if impure world reincarnation is performed again, their souls will not exist in the pure land. Chapter 305 Tianming vs Uchiha Madara. Chapter 305. Tianming vs Uchiha Madara. Su. The 3 Hokages each cast the instant technique to dodge, back. Universal pull. Nagato was attracted to the distant house, and used the reaction force to pull himself over. 3rd generation master, Jiraiya-sama. Namikaze Minato witnessed the latter's soul being bitten to pieces. That is his master and teacher. This guy's attack can directly destroy the spirit body, what a ruthless ninjutsu. Senju Tobarama's face was ugly and authentic. Although from Konoha's point of view, he also hopes that the other party can defeat him, but if it is said that the soul is scattered, it is a bit too much. Be careful, my body will automatically counterattack the attack. A fairy face appeared in Senju Hashirama's eyes. I can't stand it. Let's do Obito. Let's do it together. Seeing that Tianming wiped out his carefully arranged chess pieces with 3 or 2 moves, Uchiha Madara couldn't hold back any longer. Manipulation of Rinnegan plus Yin-Yang Black Stick. Ho 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 ho. The 8-headed and tailed beast galloped towards Tianming in a mighty manner. Hey, if a mere beast dares to offend me, it will end up being killed. Tianming sneered, a large number of golden ripples unfolded behind him, and a large number of weapons stretched out from it. Shish. The dense weapons turned into golden swords and shot at the 8-headed and tailed beast at the same time. One face-to-face is to knock down 1 tail, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails to the ground respectively, with all kinds of weapons covered in blood. Among them, 8 tails had several octopus tentacles cut off, but he still rushed towards him with fast steps. 9 tails on the other side also moved extremely quickly. After dodging most of the weapons and resisting a few weapons on his body, he finally rushed to Wuming. Roar. The huge fist of 8 tails came over. Roar. The sharp giant claws of 9 tails came down. Bang bang. Advertisement. Tianming raised his hands to face each other, and a translucent air pressure covered his fists. Empty shock. Boom. Boom. The terrifying power of the shock knocked the 2 behemoths to the ground in an instant. Ninja Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Namikaze Minato throws a kunai shower attack. However, under the ability of Shock Fruit, at this time, a violently oscillating air zone formed around Tianming, and all the kunai that approached were shaken down by the oscillating air. Flying Thunder God Technique. The figure of Namikaze Minato appeared in one of the kunai for an instant, holding a dazzling ball of light in his hand. Sage Art Massive Rasengan. Empty shock. Tianming punched him without fancy. Boom. There was another deafening bang. The confrontation between the two sides lasted less than 2 seconds, and ended with the massive Rasengan in Namikaze Minato's hand being shattered. Not only that, I saw that his entire right arm was shattered by the shock, and the huge impact force sent it flying. Fire-style Longyan Singing Technique. Uchiha Madara spit out many lifelike fire dragons in one mouthful. This is a high-level escapism with a high degree of shape change. It can manipulate the fire dragons to disperse at will, and then attack Tianming from multiple directions. What's the use of this level of ninjutsu? Tianming didn't take half a step back at all, and directly chose to face up. Empty shock. One punch at a time, blowing away the attacking fire dragon and shattering them. Drink. Eat me. I saw Nagato rushing from the front with fast steps, clasped his hands together and then opened them, releasing a strong repulsive force centered on himself. Shenluo Tianzheng. Empty shock. Tianming still punched him head on. Boom. It was also a stalemate for less than 2 seconds, and they were blasted out of the magnetic system all over their bodies. You confronted me before you were alive, why don't you have a long memory? Whoosh. Advertisement. Senju Tobarama aimed at Tianming's back, saw the right moment and used his nirvana. Flying Thunder God / Killing Technique. I saw a black giant statue of Chakra appearing on Tianming's body, protecting it. Clang. Asking for flowers. The blade in Senju Tobarama's hand shattered. Tianming drove Susanoo and knocked him away with one punch. But at this time, the ground began to shake violently, a large number of tree roots drilled out from the ground, turned into countless vigorously growing tentacles and grabbed Tianming. Wood-style birth of the tree world. Senju Hashirama launched a large-scale wood-style attack. I'm sorry, I was also controlled by the suppression of impure world reincarnation and yin-yang dun. I saw several black sticks inserted behind him at unknown times. It's okay, one more of you is not much, and one less of you is not much. I don't pay attention to mere undead at all. The corners of Tianming's lips turned upward, and he didn't pay attention to Senju Hashirama's participation in the battle at all. What a big tone, what about me? I saw that Uchiha Madara also resorted to the full body of Susanoo, turned into a huge blue warrior, and slashed over with a knife. Boom. Tianming also did not back down, and drove the dark warrior to attack the calendar. It was also the chakra knife, and when the two touched, an extremely terrifying energy burst out immediately, blasting a huge crater around them. HMPH. Looks like I'm better in terms of pupil power. I saw the other party's blue chakra knife slightly suppressing Tianming's black chakra knife. In terms of pupil strength, it is true that your Rinnegan is stronger than my eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. But this gap can be fully made up by the strength of the caster. I saw that Tianming exuded an astonishing chakra all over his body, continuously increasing Susanoo's strength, and finally evened the opponent's pupil force suppression abruptly. What? Uchiha Madara was amazed immediately, and said in a deep voice, this chakra is actually above me. Ah, good power. I still recognize your strength. Tianming smiled happily, and then took out 2 black Zagetsu from the king's treasure. Flying out of Susanoo's body. Cross Crescent Rush. Damn it, don't be so arrogant. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth, he was so proud that he could not back down, he raised his round fan to meet him head on. Uchiha Bounce Van. Chapter 306. 8-Tailed Beasts. Chapter 306. 8-Tailed Beasts. Uchiha Rebound. This is the ninjutsu that can absorb others, transform into pure chakra and bounce back after being amplified. Uchiha Madara has killed countless ninjas with this artifact. Pu-Oh Sang. The flame fan frantically absorbed the incoming cross-shaped crescent. Catch. I saw a large number of cracks appearing on the surface of the fan, and it trembled violently, looking overwhelmed. Damn it, is it too powerful to be fully absorbed? Uchiha Madara can only trigger the rebound of the flame ball fan in advance, and carry out a head-on hard shake with the remaining aftermath of the cross crescent. Boom. There was another shocking explosion in the sky. Uchiha Madara flew upside down, standing on top of Susanoo's head, looking at the flame fan in the 700 that exploded and only a piece of bamboo was left. His expression turned ugly. This is an artifact handed down from generation to generation by the Uchiha clan. Whoosh. Tianming's figure also landed on Susanoo's head again, preparing to attack the latter. But at this moment, a large number of vines grew from the ground, entwining Susanoo's hands and feet. Humph. Tianming manipulated Susanoo forcefully, breaking the vines on her body. Be careful, I'm not that easy to deal with, Sage Art Mayayanman. Senju Hashirama made mudras with both hands, and summoned several red torii gates, which fell from the sky and hit Susanoo's shoulders and the top of Kai Ming's head respectively. Boring. Tianming swung his knife casually, splitting the red torii above his head in half. Flying Thunder God Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique. Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato attacked at the same time, appearing on both sides of Tianming from left to right. Advertisement. One of them was holding a spear that gathered water, the other was holding a kunai blessed by wind style, and they were attacking Tianming at the same time. Ching Chang. Tianming blocked it with the two knives in their hands respectively, and slashed in a sharp roundabout. Crack, crack. Both Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato's weapons were easily cut off. The two were repelled by the impact respectively, and they were shocked at the same time. What a powerful weapon. Destroyed my chakra knife with just one hit. On the other side, Nagato, who was blown away by Tianming's punch before, made a comeback again, condensing a large amount of chakra into a small ball with a strong gravitational force. Planetary devastation. The small ball rose into the air and released super history to the earth. Even the monstrous Susanoo was lifted to the ground. However, Tianming dismissed this, and instead used the attractiveness of the other party to drive Susanoo to swing the huge chakra knife in his hand, and slashed at the gravitational ball in the sky. Boom. The small ball with high-density energy was cut through with a knife, and immediately caused a violent explosion. In the scorching heat above the sky, Tianming was unscathed under the full protection of Susanoo. Hee, you can despise the counterfeit Rinnegan, but in front of the real master, it's better not to be so careless. I saw that Uchiha Madara's hands were in the mudra, and high-density gravitational balls were also condensed in the palm of his hand, but not one, but dozens of them. At the same time, it was thrown into the air, creating an unstoppable and powerful gravitational force on the ground, tearing the gravel absorbed by the ground, and forming huge meteorites in midair. It's raining next, but the raindrops may be a bit heavy. Uchiha Madara played both hands. I saw dozens of giant meteorites in the sky, crashing down. Shua, Susanoo, the perfect body driven by Tianming, spread out a pair of big wings, and held a sword in each hand, facing the sky. Crack, 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 cutting the incoming meteorite in half with one blow. So what are you going to do next? Advertisement. Uchiha Madara saw the right moment, and immediately manipulated the full-body Susanoo, and slashed out from the rear. I saw Tianming turned around and stood on the back of the complete-body Susanoo, blocking the opponent's ultimate blow with both knives. Just deal with it like this. At first glance, the two swords were disproportionate in size, but Tianming resisted the huge chakra sword firmly. Really, it's amazing. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth are raised, and the eyes must be. With the manipulation of Rinnegan plus Yin-Yang Black Stick, the eight-tailed beasts rushed towards Tianming again. Tianming glanced away. Amaterasu. Surrounding the whole body, a sea of black flames was ignited. You actually created so many black flames at one time. Huh, but my beasts have rough skin and thick flesh, let me do it. Uchiha Madara's eyes turned hard, and regardless of the fact that the tailed beasts would be burned by the black flames, he forcibly manipulated the eight-tailed beasts into the sea of black flames. Ho, 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 ho. One tail opened its mouth and bit Tianming's complete body Susanoo's left leg, 3 tails bit his right leg, 4 tails bit his left arm, 5 tails bit his right arm, 6 tails wrapped around his chest, 7 tails gripping his neck from above, 8 tails sucked his back with his tentacles, and finally 9 tails aimed at him and launched a tailed beast bomb at 0 distance. Boom. The terrifying shock wave with astonishing destructive power hit Tianming's full-body Susanoo head-on, causing a lot of damage to the latter. Kacha kacha. I saw that the outer layer of jet black armor was blown apart a large piece. You don't want to move. Uchiha Madara drove the perfect body Susanoo, and continued to suppress Tianming, preventing him from freeing up. The remaining 8-tailed beasts continued to attack Tianming's complete body, causing the latter's outer armor to be peeled off bit by bit. A group of beasts, they really don't know what to do. Facing the attack of the behemoths in front of him, Tianming's face remained calm, and he muttered. The edge of Senju, the noble hand that can't touch the darkness, the sky shooter that can't be reflected, the road where the light shines, fan the wind of the fire, gather together without confusion, follow my instructions. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 articles, heavenly scriptures, disease treasures, big wheels, gray turrets, bowed to the distance, and dissipated away brightly. Accompanied by the chanting of the mysterious words, dozens of particles shining with purple light appeared in midair, and each shot contained extremely terrifying energy. Hado's 91 hyphenation point Senju Jiao Chapter 307, The Power of Nyutatsu. Chapter 307, The Power of Nyutatsu. Boom, boom, boom. The purple rays of light hit the surrounding eight-tailed beasts respectively, immediately erupting a dazzling energy storm. The power of its explosion is several times that of the tailed beast bomb. In an instant, all the eight-tailed beasts besieging Tianming were blown away. In addition, they forcefully broke through the sea of black flames, their bodies were covered in black flames, they continued to burn, and suffered extremely serious trauma. Here, Tianming's complete body, Susanoo, is also declared shattered, turning into countless fragmented black light spots scattered. But the price of this level is not worth mentioning when compared with him severely injuring eight-tailed beasts in one go. Cut. After all, they are still a bunch of beasts, trash. Uchiha Madara frowned. I saw the eight-tailed beasts, 8 tails and 9 tails, which were forcibly stripped off with severed feet and chakra coats respectively, to get rid of the black inflammation on their bodies, and the remaining 6 were burned to death. Already lost the ability to fight. Summoning technique. Summon the Gedo statue, open its mouth and release the chakra chains to drag the 6-headed and tailed beasts 13 away. It's amazing. But, the battle is far from over. While speaking, Senju Hashirama made mudras with his hands uncontrollably. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Created a giant wooden golem no less than the full Susanoo. You have to be careful, this is my forbidden technique. I saw Senju Tobarama took out a special detonator, tandem paper bombs. On the other hand, Namikaze Minato is also ready for Sage Art Spiral Shuriken. Nagato rushed to Tianming with a technique again. Shen Luotian, Shock Jade Break. Tianming swung his knife without looking back. The terrifying slashing wave released along the blade slammed heavily on the repulsion barrier released by Nagato. In the end, under the blessing of the power of Shock Fruit, this slash successfully knocked Nagato into the air again, and the strong shock force also tore his Impure World Reincarnation body to pieces in an instant. Sage Art Spiral Shuriken. Namikaze Minato throws out. The dense wind blades form a sharp storm. Advertisement. Fancy show. You too, Namikaze Minato. Tianming was killed with one blow, and at the same time, his figure disappeared in place. Open black lens bracket instant hyperactivity close black lens bracket. The same as the movement of space jump. Namikaze Minato didn't respond and was chopped off by Tianming. Flying Thunder God Technique. The figure of Senju Tobarama appeared behind Tianming in an instant, and he waved out the detonating talisman with one hand, and at the same time, summoning sent out countless detonating talismans overlapping each other. Different from the exaggerated number of Konan God paper bombs, tandem paper bombs pay attention to the power of a large number of detonating charms concentrated in one point to explode. Due to the excessive power of the explosion, it is easy to involve the caster, so it is listed as a forbidden technique by Senju Tobarama, but now he, who is the body of Impure World Reincarnation, can use it without restriction. Boom 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 boom. In this series of explosions, both Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato were blown to pieces, and it may take quite a while for the dust mustard of Impure World Reincarnation to recover. Under the billowing smoke and dust, Tianming's figure gradually appeared. Uchiha Madara Rinnegan condensed slightly, and said in a deep voice, from the perspective of Chakra's state, it is very stable. After eating Tobarama's suicide forbidden technique, is it unscathed? No, there are still some injuries. Tianming tore off the tattered clothes on his body with one hand, and his naked upper body could clearly see the mysterious traces like electrical circuits all over the skin. As this, injecting special chakra into the blood vessels, so as to greatly enhance the defense ability of the body. Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara quickly spotted this. Still blood outfit. This is the ability of Kurosaki Ichigo, the real Zagetsu split the power of Shinigami and the power of Shu in his body, and the power of Quincy remained in his body. Tianming also got this part of the power. A huge black shadow covered him, and the wooden golem punched down heavily. Clang. Tianming raised the short sword with his left hand to hold it. HMPH. The attack here is not easy to defend against. Uchiha Madara drove the perfect body Susanoo to cut down with 10 knives. At 2H at carat at plus. Clang. Tianming raised his long saber with his right hand to parry. Tailed Beast Bomb. 8 Tails opened its mouth and fired. Advertisement. 81 of Bakudo Splitting Void. A transparent light shield blocks all damage. Tailed Beast Bomb. 9 Tails opened its mouth and fired. Boom. Another shocking explosion. This time, Tianming failed to defend in the end, took the blow head on, and was blown into the air. Ha 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 ha. How's it going? The chess pieces I prepared have good fighting power, right? Uchiha Madara laughed wantonly, driving the perfect body of Susanoo to condense countless blue hook jades, and fired towards Tianming in midair. Boom bang 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 bang. Tianming suffered more than a dozen Guyu's crazy blows one after another, his body covered in bruises, and finally fell from midair. Then the giant wooden golem hit Tianming on the ground with the momentum of Mount High. Hello. Are you okay? Senju Hashirama looked at Tianming lying in the huge pit with worried expression. For a normal person, he would have died long ago after suffering such a severe injury. However, a soft golden light emerged from Tianming's body, and immediately the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Avalon scabbard. Is it the only way to focus on fire with all your strength? Tianming stood up, not a single scar could be seen on his smooth skin. There is no seal, and all injuries are healed in an instant, which is more resilient than Hashirama. The smile on Uchiha Madara's face faded away. Although I'm glad to see that you're fine, but this resilience is a bit scary. Senju Hashirama's eyes widened. Hee. I let you all have a good time playing just now, and the release of Shu's power has also wasted some time for me. I saw the long saber Zagetsu on Tianming's right hand, the originally pitch-black blade gradually turned white from the tip. This guy's chakra, totally different. Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank, because she didn't know what the other party's situation was. She didn't attack rashly, but she didn't want to watch what Tianming was preparing, so she decisively manipulated the remaining two-tailed beasts to probe. The result was not what he expected. I saw white energy erupting from Tianming's body like a torrent, instantly flying the two-tailed beasts approaching. Finally, as the white energy descended, it was all retracted into Tianming's body, strange stripes appeared on his cheeks, and a sharp white horn grew out of his head.